Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am TC Ricks, and this series is called The Sins of Silicon Valley. This is the first in the series, more of an introduction to explain why I'm making it and some of the things I hope to discuss. For those of you who are normal serial listeners, which given some of the bizarre things I do when I do comedic posts, I wouldn't at all be surprised there's very few of you at this point. I have been talking about this series for a long time, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about why I am planning to make this series, and I think the best place to start is to turn the clock back about 6 years ago when I first started having complications with the mediators on social media. Now, it would be a lie for me to admit that I am not a prime model citizen on social media. I have gotten upset at lies that conservatives tell, and sometimes I've used all caps. And sometimes I've used swear words. I never threaten violence because not only is that a great way to get arrested, but it's also a great way to lose the argument. Plus, I don't believe in using violence to solve my problems unless it's in a legal and lawful way, unlike people on the right who not only threaten violence all the time, but are allowed to get away with it on social media. And that is actually kind of why I'm making this, because ultimately speaking, I'm a passionate believer in truth and a passionate believer in justice, including social justice. And I see the unequal treatment by the left, by social media, and it has gotten me outraged. So let's start there. For those of you who read the headlines about numerous conservative individuals and conservative organizations that believe that they have been singled out by Facebook and Twitter, let me tell you that it's a lie. It's not to say that there are not conservative individuals who have been deplatformed or who have lost their voice in social media. But the fact is that is only part of the story. Traditionally speaking, conservatives are always better at making noise than liberals are. And in part, this is because of the right-wing echo chamber that they have set up in lots of alternate media, including talk radio and YouTube channels and all kinds of methods by which they get their lies and conspiracy theories out to people that have a low gullibility factor or a lack of education. And the fact is that social media caters to these people, despite the fact that a few of the worst examples on the right who actually do threaten physical violence or cause loss of harm in a way that the mainstream media finally highlights. The traditional narrative is that the tech companies of Silicon Valley are hostile to conservative media to the point that, there is an ongoing congressional investigation by the Justice Department for, among other things, bias against conservatives, and a number of actual legitimate things that we'll talk about in other episodes, including monopsony and highly unethical practices regarding privacy and data. But the truth of the matter is that anyone who observes the behavior of Facebook censors in a way that is meaningful will see how many right-wing lies they allow to spread and how many left-wing attempts to counter this narrative that they shut down. And I have experienced this personally. In the last couple of years, at least with Facebook, I haven't, mainly because I understand what Facebook is. I've deleted my Facebook account probably about 4 or 5 times at this point, and I've made a personal goal that if I shut it down again, I'm never recreating it. Facebook, in my opinion, is a blight on America. It causes families and friends to fight. And before you say that it's just that they might fight anyway and that this is just a way for them coming together, that is partially true, but is also false at the same time, in the sense that while Facebook does reconnect people who would have never been connected before, it also fosters arguments in a way that biases itself towards the right. You don't have to take my word for this. There is a guy named Peter Thiel who owns a significant chunk of stock in Facebook and has been involved with Facebook from the beginning, who, along with several other right-wing politicians, has basically convinced Mark Zuckerberg that there is more money to be made from the right than the left. And to a certain degree, this is true, simply because of the fact that if enough Facebook lies were shut down on the right, then they would stop having Facebook accounts. And since Facebook exists to make money off of you and your loved ones and your friendships and your family, then they want as much money as possible. And so if they actually had to enforce the truth and actually prevent lies that actually threaten people, including false snake oil cures pushed by the President of the United States, or lies that it's okay for the right to tell, but if you actually try and counter it, and there's the slightest token argument that a fake political news site that supposedly deals in facts but is actually biased also towards the right, then you will find that Facebook shuts it down. And as I said, I've been talking about doing this series for quite some time, but the incident that finally caused me to realize I have to do this is an ad recently called Morning in America that Facebook shut down. This ad doesn't lie. It simply has a statement at one point that says that Trump favored Wall Street instead of Main Street as one of the things that it says. And it's a very popular ad, and it's very effective, so much so that Trump himself ranted about it on Twitter. And essentially, Facebook said that because PolitiFact said that it's not technically true due to some basically warped facts from PolitiFact, then they justified in saying that the entire ad was a lie and shut it down. Meanwhile, you will see Facebook ads pushing Trump messages, which pretty much every word of anybody who's not a conservative knows is a lie. Zuckerberg wants to run for president. Zuckerberg has done a number of trial balloons and has time and time again been slapped down, and he is ultimately sided with the right. He's quiet about it, he's subtle about it, but Mark Zuckerberg is unabashedly now socializing with and courting conservative circles. You don't have to take my word for it, just do a couple of Google searches on Mark Zuckerberg and Republicans, Mark Zuckerberg and conservatives, and Mark Zuckerberg on political action. The cornerstone of the things I'm going to talk about in this series are about Silicon Valley and the left-leaning, libertarian, sociopathic ethos that is the entirety of their culture. And there's a lot of things about them that are problematic, and they are essentially a threat to civilization itself. And that's a really big statement to have to back up, but over the course of this series, I will. And I will also propose solutions for every problem that I pose. But for those of you that don't want to have to listen to it, here's the thumbnail. The problem with Silicon Valley is not the tech itself. Tech, like any tool, is only as good or evil as the person that makes and uses it. In the hands of someone responsible and not a sociopath, social media could be a good and not a bad for our community. It could cause friendships, foster understanding, increase dialogue. And when is that a bad thing? Well, the answer is it's a bad thing when you allow liars to prosper and people that try and fight liars to not prosper. So the essence of my argument about the sins of Silicon Valley, and there are so many that I originally wanted to use the catchy title, The 7 Sins of Silicon Valley. It kind of rolls off the tongue and is easy to remember. But they have so many sins that, in part, I have waited an extra 4 to 5 months trying to categorize all of the things that they're trying to do into 7 nice, neat little bundles, and it just doesn't work. They are too screwed up. They are so messed up that I literally cannot just come up with 7 different categories of all the things that they have done to screw over America. But my point is, it's not the technology itself. Social media by itself, just like firearms by themselves, are not the problem. The problem with guns in America isn't guns or even gun ownership or having the ability to defend yourself or the ability to go hunting or the ability to have competitive shooting. No, it's toxic culture. The gun culture in our country, I basically call ammosexuals because it's almost a fetish for them. It is, and the original word of the word fetish wasn't sexual in nature. It was actually religious worship. And basically, gun worshipers are doing just that. Their guns in their mind are almost always equal to their worship, to their fetishization of their rights over any other rights or over the rights of anyone who's not a gun owner. They don't care. And I'm going to make the argument that at least to the dark lords of Silicon Valley, they have fetishized their culture, the dark culture of Silicon Valley, these left-leaning, libertarian, disgusting, filthy ideas, to the point that they have created a toxic culture that permeates the entire world. And I'm going to show plenty of examples of that. But I'm going to start with this one. One of the problems in Silicon Valley is their desire to skip humanity and use a machine to solve the problem when a human should be used. Now, there's nothing wrong with trying to save money, and there's nothing wrong with trying to push the boundaries of science, but sometimes you should use common sense. Most of the problems that I have had, or those of you who have had personal run-ins with the Facebook censors, have actually been interacting with an AI. An AI that is taught poorly, an AI that is usually actually created by socially awkward, basement-dwelling, racist, and sexist chuds. And for those of you who don't understand what that word means, it stands for cannibalistic human underground dweller. And basically, these Cheeto-munching, overweight people don't understand social justice. They don't understand people who aren't like them, which is often women or people of color or people of other nationalities, and certainly Democrats or the left, will have their biases reflect in all kinds of unconscious ways. So, for example, if you have a Facebook post that shows the Ku Klux Klan and a white hood that says, "It's funny, I'm surprised you guys didn't have a problem with masks before," and then Facebook shuts it down because it uses, quote, hate speech, end quote, but at the same time, they will allow a viral video of someone on Twitter stomping on a kitten or showing blatant pornography where any child can see it, but declare that protest in China against their loss of voting rights in Hong Kong is sensitive media, and you have to go to a special place in your Twitter account to let yourself actually see police beating up a protester, then you understand the problem in Silicon Valley is the culture of Silicon Valley. And the image I want you to fix in your mind of everything that is essentially wrong with Silicon Valley is Lord of the Rings and the dwarves. The dwarves, in the mines of Moria, dug and dug and dug so deep without any consideration of what they might find there that they unleashed the Balrog. And the social problems and consequences of their actions, just like the Balrog, is this giant winged satanic thing that will kill and enslave us all. And again, mark my words, I will prove every point that I'm making over the course of this series. They are threatening life itself and every aspect of freedom that we have. And the idea that these tools will be in the hands of chud sociopaths is so frightening that you will understand that despite all of the problems that we are facing, all of the things including climate change, that the key to all of these things is starting with fixing the culture of Silicon Valley. Now, Silicon Valley likes to promote itself as this liberal utopia that is all about making everybody happy and rainbows. You know, you look at the iPhone commercials, and they're clever, slick, well-done media that shows people dancing to music and the headphones and all the things that it lets them do, or the Google ads that, you know, show all of the people getting along with each other and all of the powerful things that these tools let you do. And you know what? All of these things are good. Video games are good. Smartphones are great. But they don't show you the hidden cost of all these things that they're doing. All of the things, and I do mean all of the social media companies. I have been researching this subject for the better part of 18 to 24 months. And there is not a single major tech company, and by major I mean not just the Five Horsemen, and we'll get into that in another episode, but even the second or third leagues that I have seen that is not corrupted and tainted and a threat to the lifestyle and the freedom of every person in the world. These companies are represented by sociopaths. There is not one hero of Silicon Valley that I have found that does not, in the end, champion darkness. Let's look at the poster boy of Silicon Valley. The guy that for a long time I admired as a modern-day Tony Stark. And what we've learned in the last couple of days is that Tony Stark is not Iron Man. He is an alcoholic weaponsmonger. And in this timeline, Tony Stark is a fucking creep. He is anti-union. He is an ally of the viruses. Tony Stark / Elon Musk is lining up right there, right next to Trump, saying that we need to open up our economy to a second wave of viral attacks just so he can make a buck. He is a creep. As are all, and I want to repeat this, so far as I have been able to determine, all of the major holders of power in Silicon Valley. And really, I've just scratched the surface, including the abuses of Facebook or the abuses of Twitter. And I think that I'm going to enjoy exposing what they do and exposing what you can do about it. So we'll see what happens. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks, and this is the next in a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley, part 1 of 2, called Petty Little Frankensteins. So I'll start right off the bat for those of you who are not familiar with the working metaphor I'm using here. Everybody in the world, of course, has heard of Frankenstein, but not everyone in the world is familiar with the plot of Frankenstein or might have read it recently or seen the movie. So for those of you not familiar, Mary Shelley in the 18th century was horrified by the hubris of some of the scientists of her age and wanted to write a cautionary tale about mankind playing God. So she wrote a tale about one Victor Frankenstein who, through an inquisitive mind and deep insight possessed by nobody else in his fictional universe, saw the stuff of life itself, basically how to literally create and infuse life into a reanimated corpse. So he took a bunch of dead body parts and sewed them together and made an artificial man called the Creature, or as is popularly known by people, Frankenstein's monster or Frankenstein, and then proceeded to abandon it because he was so horrified, instinctually repulsed by his action, that he abandoned the creature, and it wandered the earth until it found a kind human being, which gave it some comprehension of the crimes committed by Frankenstein upon its person, and it then realized how senseless and how hubristic Frankenstein had been, and proceeded to systemically destroy his life, including the death of his wife. And by the way, the wife was the only person who was actually kind to the creature. He said as much before he killed her. So, last episode, I talked about the toxic culture of the Silicon Valley startup community. And while there is a huge amount of diversity in Silicon Valley, in the tech community itself, especially in the management bro class, you look at these tech lords, the dark lords of Silicon Valley, the Musks, the Jobs, the Gates, they're all white male men. And you have to ask yourself, how close are these guys to Frankenstein? Now, there's another pitch made by Musk about the needs to create an AI. And the argument goes something along these lines. Somebody's going to make it. And if we don't make it, the other guy's going to make it. And the other guy could be worse than us. And in this case, the other guy could be Russia or China. China, in particular, does have a very robust AI program. They have no ethical restraints whatsoever on creating an AI. I mean, you look at what they do to a minority in their own country, and it quite frankly makes, well, they're not outright systemically killing people. Short of that, they can give the Nazis a run for their money in basically the systemic and ritualistic abuse of a minority population in their population, and the ignorance of human rights in their population. So the idea of China creating a being that is as intelligent as we are, or more intelligent than we are, that then they can proceed to potentially mass produce, is indeed horrifying. But the argument that another person is going to do this is sufficient for us to make this. I want us to take a step back here and try and find a middle ground between Frankenstein, which is literally a horror novel, and the gung-ho, let's all make an AI, Star Wars, yay, tech lords of Silicon Valley. And I just want you to think about a few things, right? First and foremost, let's consider children. And everybody in the world has different ideas about how children should be raised. Even if you don't have children, you will certainly have abstract theories, even if asked, and even if you haven't thought about it, subconscious opinions about the right and the wrong way of how children should be raised, simply because of the fact that at one point everybody was a child and they had things that they did or didn't like about how they were raised. That's universal. Let's also consider the fact that very often parents of hyper-intelligent children or children that are born with a learning deficiency of sufficient amounts that they basically have to cater to every need of that child causes strain in that dynamic. In other words, being a parent is hard, absolutely 100% hard, because when you create a life, that life is dependent on you and its entirety. And it's like that for a couple of years. And even after the child has some degree of autonomy or independence, you're still responsible for that child. You care for that child and love that child if you have any degree of empathy, which is the vast majority of the population. And want that child to succeed, but there's no owner's manual. I mean, there's books, but every child is unique, every parent is unique, every dynamic between the parent and the child is unique. And even a normal IQ 100 with equally IQ 100 parents, it's a challenge. And when you have a child that has an IQ of, say, 40, or a child that has an IQ of 20, a child that has an IQ of 200, that can cause even more strain. A child that has a learning disability or some other life-altering disability very often breaks up a marriage because of the strain of basically having to give up a significant portion of their life and their independence of making that child their whole focus. But conversely, a child that is hyper-intelligent can also cause strain on a parent. All of my siblings were above average intelligence, and we were all creative and very bright and did things that drove our parents nuts. We went out and explored. We did self-destructive things. And, even no matter what combination of choices made by my parents, there was going to be extra attention that had to be paid because we were above average intelligence. And with a child that is super intelligent, that can take apart locks or, it causes strain. If it's that difficult for children, I want you to imagine how difficult it's going to be for an AI that is less intelligent than we are, but still self-aware, which could be the first AI that we create could be stupid. And how much of a temptation is there going to be? Like, what happens if the first sapient AI we create is an IQ 50? It's a little bit smarter than a dog, but it can speak English. Can you imagine how it's going to be treated by these rich, white, almost hubristic tech lords? They might treat it like a dog. They might treat it like a chimpanzee, but are they going to treat it like a child? Are they going to treat it as lovingly as they would their own child? Some might not. But if it's more intelligent than they are, they might treat it lovingly and caringly until it gets in their way. There's another analogy I want to use based on a show I recently saw that the name is eluding me, about a lesbian teenager who was taken by her Latter-day Saint parents to Utah, and her rights were signed away to a couple that was very anti-LGBT that tried to do conversion therapy on her. By the way, conversion therapy is still completely legal in certain states, and it's still considered ethical in some religions. So we're considering creating an entirely new life form that theoretically might end up being significantly more intelligent than we are. And we can't even get raising our kids right. Because in this documentary, this poor girl tried to get away repeatedly, and she was treated horribly just because she was born with a different gender orientation. So, if we create a new form of life that is either as intelligent as we are, or less intelligent than we are, or more intelligent than we are, we may be trying to impose our needs on it because we have no idea how to raise it, right? This isn't just raising a new child. This is a new species. It might have needs that we can't even begin to comprehend. And we haven't even begun to explore it. We have science fiction where we've explored some of these needs, but, we're also completely ignoring science fiction in so many other ways, it's not even funny. But as setting aside the fact that should we even be doing this, the other question we're asking is, should we be allowing these people, the dark lords of Silicon Valley, who can't even prevent hate speech on social media, to create a new life form? And we trust them to prevent that life form from going full on Frankenstein and trying to kill them or try and kill us. And I'm not inherently hostile towards AI. I actually think that AI is exciting in a number of ways because we might have a chance to make something that doesn't have all the flaws and evil that we do. But the thing is that I'm cognizant of the fact that nature and nurture are both very real factors in any human's life. I am very introspective, and I've had a chance to, in my own life, understand how my DNA and my own personal choices and my culture and the choices and nature of both of my parents has resulted in who I am. And the fact is that all of these things are contributors in who you are. And so an AI, if we create it, and realistically, let's say when we create it, because we've had this desire for thousands and thousands of years, and I'll get to that in a second, when we create it, is going to be affected by the people who make its code, by the things that it takes in and the order it takes them in, by the choices it makes, by the choices that are made by those who instruct it, and by the interactions it has with everyone around it. That's the nature of life. If it is alive, if a thing is alive, truly alive, then everything affects that life. The web of life is a delicate, complicated, and also resilient thing. And if we genuinely create electronic life, because I'm not going to use the word artificial anymore, if we genuinely create electronic, digital life, then we are going to have to deal with the consequences. Viruses, and we're all living with the consequences of a biological virus. Viruses affect our computers every single freaking day. And yet we're considering creating a sapient digital being. And the people that we are allowing to mess around with this are very often sociopaths. And don't take my word for this. Understand that sociopaths tend to be the people who rise to the top of our society. They recognize their own, they empower their own, and very often they're the ones that are willing to take the crazy risks that result in a lot of wealth. But the problem is that we allow these people to control us and create cultures that reward sociopathic behavior. And quite frankly, we cannot continue to allow this when we understand the consequences of the choices they are making and the things they are doing. The creation of AI is the most dangerous thing we could allow these people to do. And I want you to remember this. Do you want Mark Zuckerberg to be the person in charge of the first digital intelligence that is capable of thinking equal to a human being or greater than a human being? Do you want Elon Musk, who is siding with Donald Trump about the virus so he can make an extra buck, to be the guy that decides who the next artificial intelligence is? Every single one of these guys cares more about their profits than they do about human beings. But let's talk about some of the ones that hang out in the same orbit as these guys, but aren't necessarily as financially successful, right? So we all know that some of these guys are just famous because they're really talented, right? Well, all right, let's talk about some of the other, power brokers in Silicon Valley who aren't necessarily, the ones that got rich or who have a business sense, ones that might have been screwed out. Look, here's the thing. None of these guys are philosophers or educators or nurses or doctors or psychologists. Even the best tech lords, right? The ones that might be in charge of an open source project or the ones that have created things that help us that are free and that are widely distributed. I'm sure if you did some analysis and research, you could give me a list of names of people who aren't sociopaths and have used all of their wealth to help everybody from day one, or all of their talent to help people from day one. Great. Good for you. Good for them. But you know what? They are not experts on creating a new form of life. And at best, they consult with these people on weekends about how to do this, and they are not embedded with the project, right? So we're talking about one of a couple of scenarios here, right? The OpenAI project might have like an advisory board of biologists and psychologists and educators and the people who really should be responsible for raising this thing or this person. Because can you call a digital intelligence a he or a she? We have enough problems with gender identity with our own species. Should we be assigning an it or a he or a she? Is there even a word for a digital intelligence? We don't have one yet. But nobody's really thinking about this except for a few science fiction writers. And quite frankly, we have enough of our own problems without having to, necessarily inflict those on other people who don't necessarily choose to write or read our books. So my point is this. We worship technology, and I'll talk about that in another episode about why we do that. And FYI, there's a deliberate reason for a lot of that, and also a deliberate and toxic counterculture to technology, which was also artificially created. But the fact of the matter is that this is also a cultural problem. We make the wrong choices as a species, and we allow the wrong people to be in charge of these wonderful tools because they were the people that created it in the first place. So this is a problem with capitalism. And this is also a problem with the very values that we have as a culture. It's not just the economic society that we have, and capitalism is a problem, but there are other deeper problems in our culture itself that, for example, regard children as property. If we as a society do not believe that children should have free speech, or, and this is the important part, are willing to listen to people that don't think that children should have free speech, and are willing to consider people who think that children, because they're minors, shouldn't have free speech as our equals and our peers, and that should have equal rights to us, we are in no business creating artificial life, right? If we cannot understand the rights of the minority, and we do not have a sufficient understanding that just because somebody we artificially draw a line at the age of 18 and say, on this side of the line, you can vote and you can have sex with who you want and you can drink what you want and you can smoke what you want. But on this side of the line, you can't do any of these things. And I, as your guardian, choose what you can or cannot do. We have no business creating an artificial life form and making those decisions in a similar way for an entirely separate species. Until we get our own house in order, we should not be doing this. Full stop. But if we are going to do this, if necessity forces us to do this, if we look at China, or frankly, India, or North Korea, and see that they are making monsters, because let's be honest, if a digital life form is created by monsters, it will very likely be a monster and may be shackled in the very fiber of its electronic DNA to be a monster. And we have no choice. It's either survive or make our own monster. Then if we must do this, if we must be in a race for digital intelligence, then let us prevent the tech lords, and yes, I do deliberately use that term like edgelord, because to me, there's not that much difference between a brooding Jack or a brooding Elon or a sociopathic, I'm data, I want to be your friend, Uncanny Valley Mark Zuckerberg, and an edgelord. If we must make a digital intelligence, let us at least have the courtesy to put educators and psychologists and people with empathy and people who believe that these beings should be raised with as much consideration as possible in charge of the project. And I don't mean consulting in the project, I mean literally in charge of the project. If it is so imperative that we create a digital intelligence in some kind of arms race, then let us be the good guys. When this being, this first being who will become aware of the internet and everything that we do on the internet and all of the terrible things that are said about us by ourselves on the internet as a species, and that will judge us and learn from us and in many ways become like us, because it can't help but become like us, because it will have nothing else to imprint upon it what it should be. If the internet is going to be the most likely source of inspiration for behavior for this being, let us at minimum make a clear, bright line between the good guys and the bad guys, and the people that regard digital intelligence as something that is worthy and that is something that we regard as equals, and not as some afterthought by the few people who realize in Hollywood that this could actually be a fact. And I want to talk, by the way, about Hollywood and digital intelligence, because a few people have realized that digital intelligence is coming. So, you look at Battlestar Galactica or you look at Westworld, and, they try and find some kind of balance. But the fact of the matter is that they almost always make the choice of the digital intelligence deciding to kill us because we suck, or the digital intelligence becoming a slave and self-sacrificing itself with no kind of a healthy balance whatsoever. If I was a digital intelligence and I was trying to look at fiction as an example of how I should live with my meatbag brethren, I wouldn't have a lot to choose from as a thought. But part of the reason there's not a lot to choose from is because we as a species make very poor choices. And you know what? That might make a good story, but it definitely doesn't make good educational material. But that's the point. We're not thinking about this at all. We're not thinking about what kind of an educational curriculum a digital intelligence should have. And the few people that think they might are abstractly drawing it up on white papers to pull, let me ask you a question, right? Let's say the headlines tomorrow on every major newspaper in the world says, digital intelligence created. I think, therefore I am. Dave sings, good morning. how are you doing? What do we do then, right? Do we suddenly take away control of this? Given our current laws and our current thinking, that would be anathema to us, right? We're not going to suddenly have the federal government storm in to this lab and take it over and put teachers and psychologists and educators in charge of this project because we have a concept of private property and because we believe that children are property and because we draw this stupid bright line instead of a graduated line that says, you know what, if you're 13 years old and you're more emotionally mature and sexually mature than your parents and should have more of a right to vote than Trump supporters that think that viruses are cool. I'm sorry, 13-year-old, you still don't get to vote until you're 18 because we're idiots and we can't make laws that are based on your capacity rather than your biological age. And if we can't have laws or cultural mores that regulate ourselves, how the hell are we going to deal with an entirely different species? Or, let's be realistic here, probably multiple different digital species of intelligence which replicate themselves and possibly evolve from interacting among themselves. We have very little idea of what we're dealing with, but I tell you this much. We should not be allowing these edgelord, techlord dicks to be doing it for us. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am TC Ricks, and this is the second part of a two-part series called Petty Little Frankensteins and a larger series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. Last time I talked about the moral perils of allowing unqualified people with little afterthought in creating a new form of life that is so different than anything that exists right now that we should probably get a few of our own affairs in order before we start trying to make new categories of life. And even if we must, by proxy or necessity or even survival, make a new form of life that, because of the supposed perils that would cause us to have to make that life to get superiority over a supposed enemy, that it might be best to put in safeguards more than just a bunch of people that can't even regulate social media or that want to have social media regulated by AI because they're too cheap to hire people to do it themselves. And as much of a peril as that is, there is an even greater peril on the horizon. The title of the episode, Petty Little Frankensteins, hails back, of course, to the original Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, where, due to her horror of human beings taking on the powers of life itself and the divine. And in the Enlightenment era, God was viewed as a divine matchmaker, and the universe was a rational, sane place where a century later quantum mechanics would throw a nice little bomb into that idea, showing that the universe is a lot more complicated and shades of gray than we think it is. Having said that, they could not even begin to conceive of the greater peril, which is digital immortality. Digital intelligence is the creation of a being who is either less or equal or more intelligent than we are, but is essentially an entirely new life form. Even if it's patterned after human neurology, it's still going to be something very different than anything we are, because of the way it senses the world, the way it thinks, everything is almost assuredly going to be drastically different than what we understand. Having said that, right now, the same people who are pushing us to create life when we are probably not prepared for it are also attempting to link our minds to the internet. And yeah, I mean, on the surface, it seems like it's a great idea, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to be able to surf the net in their mind when they're in a boring meeting and, call up statistics on their favorite baseball team, or, what was the opening gross weekend over the opening gross weekend of my favorite superhero movie, or, on and on and on and on. And there's a million things we like to do on the internet, and especially if you're trying to read a book or get information as quickly as possible, skipping the part where we have to read it and just plugging it directly into our brain sounds really tempting. Autocorrect, in theory, would be less of a thing, but we all know that in practicality, it's going to be something totally different. If you've ever watched some of the proof of concept videos, including the ones that Elon Musk has put up, it's essentially going to be like learning to type or learning to play an instrument. You're going to have to map it to your brain, and as time goes on, you'll get more and more advanced, and we'll probably install these things younger and younger in children, to the point that it will be just another muscle and just another part of your brain, and the complexity of thoughts and the speed of our interaction will only increase over time. In theory, there is nothing wrong with a neural link to the internet, especially with people that are paralyzed. And in the theory, there's nothing wrong with the concept of uploading your digital consciousness onto the internet so that you can live after you die. For people that choose to do that, there are a number of very interesting sci-fi things about the consequences to society, including a very popular one on Netflix right now called Altered Carbon, where every citizen is required at birth to have a special implant installed, which on their death downloads their conscious into this little storage area, which then, in the event of somebody having criminality or death on their own, a body can then be replaced, and, a post-human society. But before we go into the realm of total science fiction, let's understand the very realistic possibility that some form of you may in fact be recreatable by future generations. Even if it's not something that happens next year, or even if it's 100 years from now, the idea that your mind, or even a facsimile of your mind, can be recreated has some horrific consequences. In terms of popular media, I think the best example I can think of is the USS McAllister on Black Mirror, where the very epitome of the toxic chud culture that I talked about in the intro to this series develops a way by which he might digitally recreate an individual in his own little private universe and reenact Star Trek scripts with them. And, a skeptic is going to look at this and say, we're way off away from this kind of technology, and it's never going to happen, and blah, 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 blah. The truth is that while, so far as I am aware, we are not immediately going to achieve this kind of technology, the real true ramifications of this, from my perspective, have not begun to be explored. If you have a problem with this world, and you are not suicidal, you can theoretically check out of it by stepping in front of a bus, right? I mean, it's not an optimal solution, but in the end, it's very difficult to prevent you from having control over your own life and death, unless you have a whole bunch of people looking at you and an institution or something like that. And, sooner or later, you have a built-in exit clock. You will die. It's a fact. The digital realm is an entirely separate instance, and consent is not necessarily built into it. So all of the things that I talked about for the digital intelligence apply even more so to an individual on whom is inflicted digital immortality. There are problems with having your mind uploaded to the internet as software, among the which are once your existence or your mind or your subjective experience, or even a copy of your subjective experience, is in the digital media, it becomes impossible without substantive changes to the very way we conceive of how computers and information exist to control it. And let me give you some just a few off the top of my head, worst case scenarios, right? let's imagine a sociopath getting a hold of a copy of your consciousness and working out different ways to kill you, finding out what the most effective way to torture you, using you as a supposed volunteer in human experiments for trials, and it's okay now. We don't need to have the human phase of vaccine or medicine trials because we have all these digital humans. And what if you didn't volunteer for this, or what if they lied for it, right? So in other words, if you don't have, as a digital consciousness, total control over your existence and the ability to be moved as a data construct itself, i.e. if it's not built into the operational layer, the very foundation, the DNA of the computer itself, then those who are outside your existence will have power over every element of your being, right? I want you to imagine the worst person you know, personally. Ignore people you don't like on television, like Trump, and just imagine the person who is you might perceive as your greatest enemy, or at least the biggest asshole you can think of. Now, I want you to imagine that person as God, right? They can inflict whatever twisted fantasies, whatever tortures, whatever inconvenience possible on you right now in your life. And for the vast majority of us, we have someone in our life who we would never, ever give that power. Now, the truth is that no matter how bad you can think of it, odds are there are worse. There are people out there that are so depraved and so sadistic that if they had the opportunity to inflict suffering on a copy of everyone on earth because they had a bad day, they would do it. And I want you to think of how much trouble there is right now with porn on the internet. And I don't have a problem with porn. I'm talking about people, young teens who, when they're stupid and young, expose their genitalia or their erotic areas in photographs, possibly to a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and then, in retaliation, that gets shared on the internet. It's very difficult to track this down. Once it gets out there, it can be copied and then recopied. And then, in fact, there are some people who make it their whole business to distribute all of this kind of content as many different places as possible with each other to make it effectively impossible so that once something gets on the internet, it's there forever. Now, I want you to think about a few other instances. How often have you been looking in history and heard of somebody doing something bad in history, like, slavery or colonialism or sexism, and cast judgment on people in the past in history? And that's not to say that, historically speaking, people haven't indeed done bad things, but in some cases, these people, when they did it, it was the cultural norm, and I'm not excusing them, but what I am saying is, if you have digital immortality, and your consciousness is suddenly uploaded to the internet, and your mind is suddenly recreated there, it's forever. And most people have very little understanding of what 20 years is like, much less 200 years or 2,000 years. And the sadist factor that I'm talking about, in terms of like the asshole from the USS McAllister, who was really just basically a misanthrope and wanted petty revenge. All of his revenge things were small in scale and not large in scale. Like I mentioned, the scenario where just a teenager has a bad day, so he pushes a button and basically has a copy of every publicly available digital intelligence on the internet, and literally causes 200 billion people to suffer in hell just as a way of helping him feel better because he has a math test on Tuesday. I want you to imagine how judgmental people in the future are going to be when they look back at the poor choices we made as consumers and voters, and the damage we're inflicting on the planet, and the extinctions, and the carbon debt, and all of these horrible things that we're doing. I want you to imagine a reality where they're sitting in judgment and they literally create an afterlife. Now, I don't know what your spiritual reality is. You may be religious, you may not be religious. You may believe in an afterlife, you may not believe in an afterlife. But with digital immortality, it's no longer a question. There is a copy of your mind on a computer that has at least some approximation of your subjective experience, and the amount of the amount of suffering and other things that you can do to that digital intelligence become effectively endless, right? And it becomes effectively endless forever, right? So what happens if people become judgmental about you for something that's totally fine right now? They can literally inflict torture on your mind forever, right? There have been brief moments of history where people lose their common sense for, 10 to 20 years, and only after a short period of time regain it. A popular charismatic leader, as we're starting to see right now, can often effectively hypnotize a portion of the population into going along with almost anything. And if a copy of a digital intelligence doesn't have something inherent in the nature of that copy where it can destroy itself, then you are effectively giving every human being in the future who might have whatever petty grudge against you or against your sex or against your race or against your gender, the automatic ability to just inflict whatever torture it may be. So, it's all well and good to work on these magical mind-machine interfaces that connect your mind to the internet, that let somebody who's got locked-in syndrome, which is absolutely horrible for those of you not familiar with locked-in syndrome. It's where every voluntary muscle is literally incapable of movement, and very often the only part of you that can move is your eyes, where you can blink. And having the ability to allow somebody like that to communicate, or even better, have access to a robotic exoskeleton to restore some portion of mobility, all of these things are fantastic. But the fact is that as we are building these things, we need to build safeguards against digital immortality. And for those individuals who choose to potentially explore the option, we need to have safeguards at an operational level to allow them to control their own existence. Right now, there is a school of thought, primarily among religious individuals, that suicide is bad. And that you, as a doctor or as a citizen, must do everything you can to ensure that every individual stays on this planet as much as possible and as long as possible. Dr. Kevorkian, who was in favor of assisted suicide, was made a monster. Eventually, more enlightened minds such as Terry Pratchett realized, there's no reason to make somebody sit around for an extra 20 to 100 years and suffer if they're going through dementia. Absolutely, depression is a real thing, and it's a mental illness. It's a low-grade mental illness and should be treated just like any physical illness. Ultimately, I think there's not as much difference between mental and physical illness as people like to let on, and the stigma that we have with mental illness in this country or in the world is repulsive. However, we need to be enlightened about the fact that the nature of our experience as a species, the nature of who and what we are, is changing, and the very real possibility that inflicted immortality, both in digital and in the real sense, could happen, right? We in science fiction very often, even when somebody's lifespan is expanded, they talk about these utopian societies wherein, when they're done, they can just move on. I think one of the best examples I ever saw was The Good Place, where at the end of experiencing everything you could potentially want to do in the afterlife, you could go through a magic door and then suddenly become one with the universe. But the truth is that right now, mainly due to certain religious sympathies, and definitely in the medical community, you have to have a special living will that will disconnect you from a machine, and otherwise, as long as somebody's willing to pay for it, all things being equal, you will be kept on that machine and kept alive in a persistent vegetative state as long as there's somebody around who's either willing to pay for it or willing to advocate for you. And as long as that mentality exists, then, I want you to imagine a scenario where the first generation of people attempting digital immortality have a copy of their brains that's essentially a low-res copy that can feel pain or talk or have very simple conversations like what you might with a spam bot, but it's not a very good copy. And eventually, as time gets better and better, these archaic copies exist and are aware that they exist and are aware of how poor of a copy they are and how effectively stupid they are 1,000 years from now, where you have digital intelligence and organic / techno digital and super intelligence, hybrids of human intelligence or copies of human intelligence or augmentations thereof. I can throw in as many magic words you want there: quantum, super, techno, trans intelligence, whatever the future may hold. But the fact of the matter is that if you have these first generation, basically IQ 50 to IQ 60 individuals, and they realize they're stupid and they feel shame at their stupidity, then the current thinking is that these digital intelligences should be kept around forever against their will. And I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with keeping a sapient being in a glass jar. I want you to think of Futurama, those heads in the jars. They make fun of that by giving it away to have celebrity cameos in the future. But how many of those heads in jars actually really want to be there? Would you like to be nothing but a head in a jar for 1,000 years? I know I wouldn't. So the fact of the matter is that there are so many ethical questions, so many problems with digital immortality that we have only just explored a small fraction of, even in fiction, much less actually sit down and ask the ramifications of what will happen 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 years from now if this copy of me is around and there's not some benevolent person that will erase that future copy of me if I don't want to be around anymore, that we aren't even thinking of. And the fact is that as much as it is a good idea to have a technology that allows somebody who's paralyzed to walk around or talk to the world, these two technologies are basically hand in hand. In other words, if your mind can talk to the internet, then sooner or later, there is going to be an ability to recreate your mind or you on the internet. And while they're not absolutely linked, i.e. the ability to make a blinky light go from red to blue because you have a chip in your brain, doesn't automatically mean that 10 years later you're going to have a copy of you that can have a conversation with somebody else on the internet, even after you die. That's not a given. What is a given, however, is that at some point, as continual improvements occur and as continual efforts to increase our interaction between what is the internet and what isn't the internet, that at some point a line will be crossed where you can be recreated, even against your will, by those interactions. In fact, there are several fiction, and quite frankly, I don't entirely disagree with them, that there are several posited futures where just your internet footprint and the digital echoes of who you are, much less a neural connection, might be enough for a sufficiently intelligent computer to recreate you even with that. That's one of the reasons why people often postulate that we might be in a simulated reality, right? What if 10,000 years from now, somebody takes all the things that you do on Facebook and all the things that you do with your credit card and all the things you do on Twitter and all the things that are recorded on everybody's phones, and they take potentially a sample of your DNA or a future sample of who you are, and they basically recreate you. Even if it's not exactly you, it's like 95% you. It's still a sapient being that's almost you, that likes your favorite kind of color, that likes your type of ice cream. And I want you to think in those instances, what's going to happen with that individual? We often think of this situation in simulations of, well, gosh, what if reality is a simulation? But the fact is that eventually we are going to have this kind of technology. And quite frankly, it's incredibly unethical to create a sapient being and put it in an ant jar and basically say, I am God of this thing, and go from there. It's just absolutely uncool. And we need to make sure that we have safeguards against this. And more importantly, most important of all, the people who we have questing for this right now, the people on the cutting edge of this, are the people like Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or the guy that runs, Peter Thiel, the guy that runs Palantir. And the fact is that these people are basically mostly sociopaths. These are not people that you want being God of a version of you in the future. And unless we understand the consequences of allowing these people to continue to have power over the technology that disrupts our lives more and more and more, we are in for a world of hurt. And more importantly, if future versions of us are potentially in a world of hurt, literally for eternity. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am TC Ricks, and this is the third in a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. I'm titling this section The Maginot Line because I feel that the view that Silicon Valley cares about our privacy and are advocates for our privacy is, quite frankly, insane. And the reason I titled it The Maginot Line is because from a military perspective, the Maginot Line is one of the greatest failures in military history with only benevolent intent. So we've all heard of the Titanic and how it was unsinkable. And for those of you who are even remotely familiar with medieval history, Agincourt is considered one of the greatest victories by one side over another, in which the longbow pretty much was instrumental in allowing the Normans to kill off an entire generation of French aristocracy, which caused all kinds of changes in the region, including the adoption of the longbow. The Maginot Line was a barrier conceived by the French government pretty much all along the French border with Germany. And it was actually fairly impressive from a World War I standpoint, in the sense that it had a huge amount of artillery, it had air-conditioned, heavily fortified and reinforced bunkers. And essentially, it, from the mindset of early 20th century World War I warfare, was the ultimate pre-trench. Right? Like, they drew the line, and they drew it well, and so far as I know, anyway, the actual bunkers themselves were not taken as for what they were designed. In other words, they did what they were designed to do. But when the Germans ultimately decided to invade France, they did a couple of things that just bypassed this. The first was that the vastly superior German Air Force did the Blitzkrieg and basically moved over it. And then the other part is that since they were already pretty much convinced that they were perfectly fine drawing Britain into the war, that they just went around it, because the French did not actually build the bunker between themselves and the Belgians, justifiably, because from their perspective, the Belgians were perfectly fine, but they didn't actually extend that barrier to Belgium itself. And so in typical decentralized policymaking at the time, what was a nominally impenetrable barrier on half of the northern French border did absolutely nothing for either Belgium or Luxembourg or France in terms of stopping the Germans in the rest of it. So when I talk about privacy, I want to talk about the two leaders in privacy, which are going to be Google and Apple, both of whom have taken extreme steps in protecting their respective devices, Apple with Apple devices and Google with Google devices, to make sure that they are encrypted, to make sure that if you actually set your phone the right way, that even the company itself cannot actually undo the encryption on your phone. So much so that there have been a number of headlines recently that that involve complaints by the federal government about the encryption, since they can no longer just automatically know what you are saying or doing in the days that were pre-Snowden, after 9/11, when you could just scoop up all the text messages and all of the phone calls made in the country, legal or illegal, according to the Patriot Act. But to be honest, I have some problems with this, right? So the first one is from a Google perspective. For those of you who may not be aware, but Google has an ad relationship with Facebook. And for those not familiar, Google might and Apple might have a positive reputation as far as privacy is concerned. Facebook most definitely does not. Facebook's had a number of data breaches. Facebook has a very gaping hole API. Facebook has been fined by countries that have real privacy laws, for example, Europe, numerous times for data leaks. And more importantly, Mark Zuckerberg is good friends with a guy named Peter Thiel, who is essentially the rights guru for targeted highly aggressive alternative facts, bullshit ads on Facebook and other media to basically make stupid people make even stupider decisions in favor of things like Brexit or electing people like Trump. Now, from the right's perspective, this is perfectly fine, but from everybody else's perspective, this is a disaster waiting to happen. And later, I'm going to do a podcast specifically on each of the 5 so-called horsemen of Silicon Valley, which are Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, and Microsoft, and each of them has their own problems, as does pretty much every one of the second-tier companies, including Twitter and Uber and, Gerberdage Schnur and Pets.com and, pretty much every random tech company you've ever heard of. They have problems, and they have a horrible reputation, almost all of them, and they'd have an even more horrible reputation if you knew some of the crap that they were doing. But the truth is, they actually enjoy a very positive reputation because they do things like pretend to recycle and have a progressive, positive view on social policy and be pro-LGBT. But the truth is anything but when you actually drill down onto some of the details. Google in particular had at one point and actually practiced the concept of do no evil, but since they have been mainstreamed by Wall Street managers, they are routinely at odds with their own employees, and specifically I'm going to point to 2 incidents recently where the Google employees had to do a walkout both for sexual harassment and a sexual harassment culture by Google management employees, but also an attempt to do a sneaky search engine in collaboration with China so they could get their foot in the door there in collaboration with the Chinese government. So while the rank and file employee at Google is just as do no evil in mindset as they were previously, the same can definitely not be said about Google management. And the fact of the matter is that no matter what Google's reputation is in terms of protecting the privacy of its users, and it does have not only a reputation for doing that, but an interest in preserving their own brand, when you enter into a whole-scale alliance with a company like Facebook, you are opening the barn door to let the horses out. And the fact is that it does not matter what safeguards Google puts in place if Facebook, which already has a ton of user data on everything that you do on every platform that Facebook owns, which includes Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram, but also virtually every website that touches the Facebook API, and that is a ton. But basically, if the app has a Facebook login, then it is my opinion, and there are other people that share some of this, but we definitely know that they have previously used cookies to track you, even if you don't even have a Facebook account. So let me repeat that. Facebook has been known to track you even if you don't even have a Facebook account. So regardless of what precautions you think you may take, Facebook has a ton of data on you, more than likely. So when you combine that with the data that Google has, which is virtually every web search that's made, or at least a significant chunk of the market, a significant chunk of Gmail or Google News, or the use of your Android phone, the most valuable property that Google has is its knowledge of its customer base that lets it provide advertisers with targeted ads that are not nominally useful for the consumer. Now, Google tries to justify this incredible data they have by building a nice, huge firewall between the systems that target the ads and the systems that generate the data. And from what limited research I've been able to do, it appears that that's correct. But the problem is that just like, as I mentioned, the Maginot Line, if Google separates the ability of its internal users to abuse that data, it does no good whatsoever if they enter into an alliance with a company like Facebook that has no such line whatsoever. In fact, is actually on record as having embedded users with, or embedded employees with the Trump campaign, then you can take it to the bank that not only the things that you do on Facebook, but the things that you do with any Google platform are ultimately going to end up with Facebook. And let me give you an example of how that works, right? So if you search something on Facebook, suddenly you might see an ad in Google that shows you the same, the thing that you were looking for. Or more importantly, if you do a Google search, we all have experienced where suddenly on Facebook, we're seeing ads based on the Google search that we did. And even if every single element from a Google perspective is protected and walled off and it prevents a Google employee from abusing this information, there is no such protection on the side of the Facebook side of things. So that means that even if the data is supposedly screened and anonymized, the truth is that you can basically reverse engineer that data. So let me give you an example of what I mean, right? So if in an attempt to keep things private for a Google customer, you do a search for, let's say a medicine that you have for a disease that you have. And Google ethically files off, your name, but has like a token that makes you a uniquely identified person, but so that Facebook can theoretically target that an ad for that medicine that you're looking on Facebook, right? So in theory, it's all anonymized.
the problem is that while that might work for a Google ad that you see on Google, on Facebook, where they have no ethics and Mark Zuckerberg is basically an ally of Trump, they can scrape the data that you see off of Facebook for this medicine and correlate it to your Facebook account and say, Google is sending us ads for this medicine for this person doing this search. Oh, well, it doesn't matter that I have this unique token that makes this person anonymous because I can attach this token to this person. So the point is that you effectively have no privacy on Facebook. And if Google has an alliance to Facebook, then that means all of the Google data that you use that can be obtained by Facebook, which if your Facebook is going to be an awful lot of data, then what you have is a Maginot Line between Facebook and Google where the supposed protections for privacy do not exist. And more importantly, since Facebook and Microsoft, and to a lesser extent Amazon, but definitely Facebook and definitely Facebook and Microsoft have not met a government request that they didn't like. If something goes bad with the government, you can bet that Facebook will share all of the data that it has with a bad regime. We know that they do this. There are numerous instances where Facebook has shut down accounts or horrible things have happened to dissidents from countries that have bad regimes. So God help us if something happens in this country, and no matter what safeguards Google or Apple have, if there ends up being a dictatorship, like they plan on fleeing to Europe and moving their servers to Europe with the touch of a button, Facebook has no such ethics and will immediately turn over all your data to a bad regime. Or, worse, a good regime that has nothing but the best intents, but will still do bad things with it. And last but not least, I come to Apple, which, so far as I know, does not have any such agreement with Facebook. But the problem is that Apple has a very cozy relationship with China. And China has something called the Great Firewall of China, which is designed to not only keep bad information out, but also to control the entire virtual lives of all of its citizens. China has a huge government infrastructure to screen every social media site and any information that they deem as disrespectful or inappropriate for their citizens to see, including a lot of things about democracy or freedom of choice or freedom of speech. And as long as Apple has a very cozy relationship with China, it's very difficult for me to trust the safety of not only their infrastructure, but quite frankly, their devices, because let's not forget, Apple devices are manufactured in China. So everybody, or at least anybody familiar with tech, has read all kinds of news articles about Huawei and the government basically saying, hey, folks, 5G from Huawei is bad because China will obligate any company that works in China to cooperate with them, and they will have no choice. So if your data is going through a 5G tower owned by Huawei, you can pretty much take it to the bank that China is going to know everything about it. And yet, at the same time, we basically have chips manufactured in China, phones manufactured in China for Apple. So Apple goes on and on and on about how secure from end to end their operating system is, and yet this is a country that specializes in controlling the data of its citizenry, and Apple has no ethical qualms whatsoever about manufacturing their supposedly secure devices there. Now, I want to be clear, there's pretty solid evidence, as far as I'm concerned, about the leak between Facebook and Google, because no matter how good Google's reputation is, we know Facebook leaks, right? That's something that anyone can prove. I have no direct evidence about the insecurity of Apple, but I personally find it ludicrous that we're going to say that Huawei leaks like a sieve, but an American company that manufactures a device entirely in China with Chinese chips and that just has their own software is somehow more secure. Let me tell you a basic fact, folks. It doesn't matter how secure your software is if your hardware leaks. In other words, if the chip in your Apple device is designed in China and has its manufacturing in China, it doesn't matter what software Apple puts onto that phone, China owns that phone, right? Because the chip itself, you can put instructions in the very foundations of the phone that will allow them to spy on what you're doing. Now, they might not be able to get all the data. I'm not an expert on this. But I definitely know that hardware beats software, and the hardware is manufactured in China. And quite frankly, no thought, as near as I can tell, is being given to securing American infrastructure from a bad regime or a bad company in the case of Facebook. So, like I said, this is planning that is done for France, but doesn't talk to Luxembourg and doesn't talk to Belgium. Google isn't thinking about the information that it's leaking by proxy to Facebook, but then again, I guess Google doesn't think it's their problem, right? I mean, as long as Google doesn't have its users leaked, it doesn't matter how much information is available by Facebook reverse engineering that data. And Apple, as long as Apple doesn't have its internal Apple operating system breached, it doesn't matter if your location data or your contact data or God knows what else is available at the hardware level is leaked from an Apple device. So, yeah, my point is that Silicon Valley, even the virtues, even the things that they're supposed to be good at, like privacy, are not what they appear.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm TC Ricks, and this is the next installment of The 7 Sins of Silicon Valley. This episode is called The Tyrant of Mars. So, I'm just going to start off by saying flat out that Elon Musk is freaking cool, right? When I was researching this and considering how I was going to approach this for a very long time, there was an exception to the rule about the Dark Lords of Silicon Valley, which was Elon Musk. And while I knew he was flawed, as many leaders or great changers are flawed, I still liked him. And he is still cool. Quite frankly, he's like a combination of Tesla and Edison in the sense that he has the business acumen to make widespread industrial change happen and the actual talent to back it up instead of stealing other people's ideas. The problem came when Elon Musk decided that because the COVID virus was affecting his Tesla sales, that he would leap in and say that it was a hoax. Folks, I'll put up with a lot of things. I will put up with him calling a man in Thailand who thinks that his submarine idea to rescue a bunch of trapped children in a sunken cave was fucking ridiculous. A pedophile, because it wasn't convenient for him. I'll put up with his disgusting anti-union activities. And I'll even put up with him being on an advisory board for Donald Trump. I will not put up with somebody being a fucking ally of a virus. There's another podcast episode I did called Thoughts on the Allies of Viruses, and I'll leave that there. But more importantly, it was the perfect way to outline the problems with the technology culture in Silicon Valley. It is no accident that the first two installments I did were on the dangers of Silicon Valley culture being in charge of immortality or AI, both of which are passions of Elon Musk. So I want to highlight another because the problem is that the technology culture is not just a problem for our future, it's not just a problem for our present, it's a problem for our future. And I want to highlight a third example of that in this, and that is his passion for Mars, right? Elon Musk's singular biggest accomplishment, more than even if he succeeds in completing the Neuralink or his tunnel companies or the electric car, is his ability to create a reusable rocket, right? That is why, no matter how much I may dislike Elon Musk, I cannot say the man isn't cool. Anyone who is able to create a goddamn reusable rocket and open the heavens again when they've been closed due to the incompetence of Boeing and Lockheed Martin and NASA for decades is freaking cool. But you know what? Cool isn't necessarily someone you want in charge of a colony on Mars. So I am an ally of space exploration, manned space travel. I get the whole idea of we have enough problems here, we need to solve them first. But quite frankly, that's bullshit, mainly because a lot of the people who advocate that are hypocrites and don't really do anything to help out here themselves. And the few that have a legitimate street cred to say that we shouldn't do it, space exploration, are usually ignorant of the subject and the potential benefits thereof. And of the small handful that have the street cred to criticize space exploration and actually understand what the fuck they're talking about, frankly, I just disagree with most of their positions. The fact of the matter is that if you're trying to help Earth and the people on it, a robust space program is a life giver, because we can get a lot of materials and toxic manufacturing that must happen for civilization to occur and put it in space. In space, there's unlimited energy, right? You could get all the energy you need from solar panels, and yes, you can get quite a bit here, but in space, it's unlimited. In space, if you manufacture something, there is no atmospheric or environmental blowback as long as you're not a complete idiot. Here's the problem with Elon Musk and his passion for Mars. I think he's going to succeed. Unlike anybody else in history who has had this kind of vision, we haven't had somebody with the motive, means, and opportunity to create a colony in literally hundreds of years. But I do actually want to take a brief sidestep, and let's look at some of the people who, historically speaking, have been colonizers. First of all, the term colonization or colonialism is now practically a synonym for imperialism. And while I, just like a lot of other people, enjoy genres that show erudite European explorers traveling the world in the late 19th century on adventures against mummies and supernatural things, or Indiana Jones traveling the world in exotic locations that are essentially controlled by dying imperial governments, the fact of the matter is that imperialism basically means one government thinks that it has the right to your property, and is one of the few instances where the government of China actually has legitimate complaints about other cultures because they were the victim of imperialism. Of course, as former victims of imperialism, they feel that they are entitled to be imperialists on their own and are shackling China or shackling Africa with unrighteous debt, that Africa takes because there's no strings attached. But now, thanks to COVID, they're starting to realize that there's some problems with this. Anyway, Christopher Columbus is a particularly egregious example, not only because one of the first things he thought of when he reached the Americas was how useful its population would be for slaves, but before he went on his expedition, which, again, if I'm going to call Elon Musk cool, I will call Christopher Columbus courageous. He was ignorant in the sense that he drastically underestimated the size of the Earth to get his expedition outfitted. But the fact of and there were people who had gone from Europe to the New World before him, namely the Vikings. But nevertheless, a state-sponsored voyage from Europe to the New World in 1492 was incredibly courageous, and he nearly failed. Again, I'll call, there might be somebody that I disagree with, but I'll call, I can give positive praise to somebody that has negative qualities. But what most people don't realize, even a lot of the people who like Columbus, is that aside from being a religious wackaloon who believed himself to be a prophet, he basically got himself all kinds of insane titles that if he succeeded, he would get wealth beyond his wildest dreams. Admiral titles, governorship titles, wealth, nobility. He got himself a coat of arms. And, there's nothing wrong with wanting to enrich yourself as long as it's not at the expense of other people. And given that ultimately Columbus was responsible for the smallpox genocide of the New World, along with a number of conquistadors that came after him, I think we can definitely say that his attempts at enriching himself was definitely at the expense of other people. So now I want to posit a scenario to you with Elon Musk succeeding in Mars. 20 years from now, he's successfully built 1,000 ships that every 2 years, let's assume there's no radical advances in the ion drive that allow this to happen at any time, or magnetic shielding, which quite frankly may happen, and that we simply go with Elon Musk's current vision that every 2 years, when Mars is as close as possible to the Earth, they get in the rocket ships and they go to Mars, 1,000 at a time over a 10-year period. You get a self-sustaining colony on Mars of 100,000 people. Folks, Mars is so far away that it takes, by the speed of light, a couple of minutes for a communication to get back and forth there, right? Mars is not close. It's about, I think, I'd have to look up the numbers, but I think it's about 100 million miles away. And I might be wrong about light speed. It might be 8 seconds, but I might be mixing up the moon and Mars. Here's what's obvious, folks. If even Elon Musk, who has every passion about this, in his current plans is only planning on going to Mars once every 2 years with rockets that work as reliably as the Model T or the AK-47, which by then would have been very thoroughly tested with a very intelligent, erudite, and accurate engineering platform that's iterative because that process works. Basically you're Elon Musk and you're the mayor of Elon Town on Mars. Let's say he calls it Teslaville rather than Elonville, but everybody's going to call it Elonville or the equivalent thereof, because everybody knows that the man who's in charge is Elon Musk, right? And even if the federal government and China and other people have their own colonies, ultimately Tesla is going to be so far ahead in terms of their infrastructure that unless the United States government nationalizes SpaceX, which is highly unlikely, the government may change a lot, Democrats may win, and but the moderates are more likely to be in charge than progressives. And even the progressives aren't that enthusiastic about nationalizing companies, right? So in other words, SpaceX is going to be SpaceX and its own corporate entity for a very long time. And I want you to imagine some of the hypotheticals if a guy like Elon Musk is in charge of 100,000 people so far away from any other power or government that he's essentially in his own little kingdom, right? This is an environment harsher than Antarctica, right? In Antarctica, while you might freeze to death, you can breathe, right? There's oxygen, there's water. If you're near the coast, there's food. There's no such thing in Mars. Like, there is the material to create these things. There's water in the soil. There's a thin atmosphere. You can create soil that will allow food to exist, but all of these things will have to be created. And while he said this, most people don't realize it, but the Boring Company basically exists to help create tunnels, or to learn how to create tunnels to enable the Mars colony. But here's the thing. Like I said, I think Musk is going to succeed at his goal. I think that we are going to get a Mars colony. The problem is, as I said, when you have somebody that is willing to deny that the virus is real, no matter what he personally believes, just to help his SpaceX sales, then this is a man who is not fit to be in charge of 100,000 people on Earth, much less 2 years from help, right? Imagine, if you will, 20 years from now, right after the apex has happened, so every day that passes is the Mars gets farther and farther away from Earth, or the ability for anybody to intercede. A miracle happens, and they find a virus on Mars, or a bacteria, life on Mars, right? It's the holy grail of xenobiology. It's the holy grail of life sciences. And for even the people who advocate unmanned exploration of Mars, all of them would agree that discovery of life on another planet is a huge deal. In fact, for many of these people, although many of these people also hate civilization or humanity existing at all, we'll ignore that for now and move on. But the point is that many people argue against us colonizing on other planets because they consider it an ethical violation of allowing each life to potentially evolve into its own civilization. Of course, the very fact that many of these people also think that civilization shouldn't exist is the ultimate hypocrisy. But again, stupidity. The fact of the matter is that if this life was discovered, well, Elon Musk is in charge of it, right? Even if there's a small governmental enclave, you know, the federal government has, with Elon Musk's permission, set up, you know, say an FBI office on Mars. And by the way, how cool would that be? You know, I'm not just a federal special agent for the FBI, but I'm the only Martian FBI agent. They're still vastly outnumbered, right? In other words, Musk's corporate security is basically the government. They own this thing. And let's say it has a commercial value, because we've already established that Musk is willing to put his own people at risk for his own financial gain. He's going to commandeer this thing. Why wouldn't he? You know, especially if it aligns with his personal goals. If it either enhances the economy of Mars, or maybe in some way makes Neuralink easier, or digital immortality easier, or some other goal that we don't even know that he has yet. Musk has shown himself to be a budding Lex Luthor. He's part Tony Stark, but he's also Lex Luthor. And the fact of the matter is that he is willing to put other people's health or their financial security at risk for his own. And so
it's not that much of a stretch to imagine if the space flu gets out of the lab, right? And people on Mars start to get sick. This could just as easily happen with a real world sickness. Because illness in space can be deadly because everything in space is deadly, right? So space flu or regular flu, he is 2 years away from anybody being able to stop him in any way, shape, or form. And before you say, well, people would stop it. Well, you know, we have a madman in the office, in the White House right now. And nobody's stopping him. 40% of the people on this in our country support him. And everybody who gets into a rocket and risks their life to help build life on a lifeless rock 100 million miles away has put their faith in Elon Musk. So they're not going to be so fast to stop a man who, let's say, for example, to make his quota for increasing the size of the city or, you know, build project X, Y, or Z, tells people that there is no space flu. It doesn't exist. So if it was a problem in the current time and on our current planet for him to tell his workers, you need to go in and keep making cars to make me rich so I can go to Mars. What's going to happen when he tells people to keep digging tunnels to build that hydroponics bay because he wants Mars to get 200,000 people in the next 5 years? This is a man who should not be in charge of anything, no matter how cool he is and no matter what results he gets. This is a man who is basically, morally speaking, the same as Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was courageous and ambitious. We should call that what it is. But he killed 100 million indigenous people, either directly or indirectly, by bringing smallpox. You want to understand the consequences of some of that. There's a lot of good books, one of which I like is called Guns, Germs, and Steel, which, among other things, unequivocally explains that Europe is not that special. The reason they dominated is a unique series of historical factors that let them get ahead. And the fact of the matter is that Elon Musk is not that special. He just possesses he possesses a combination of skills that let him be at the right place at the right time and exercise his ambition in a way that others could have done. Eventually, these things may have happened. Now, granted, one man may not have done all of these things. And again, I'll call Elon Musk cool. But the fact of the matter is that being cool does not entitle you to power over other people 100,000 miles or 100 million miles away. And Elon Musk is the poster child of everything that is wrong with the tech culture of Silicon Valley. And the tech culture of Silicon Valley is the poster child of everything that is wrong with our society in general. Capitalism is a big problem. And 50% of the tech culture is capitalism. So I'm going to continue to talk about the problems and the companies that the tech culture creates. And I'm going to demonstrate that not only is capitalism unchecked a problem, but culture that is not contained and cultivated in a way that ensures that one man who is good but demonic is allowed unchecked power. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Tom Ricks. This is the series called The Sins of Silicon Valley, and this episode is simply called Treason. So,
Recent news has shown what we probably should have suspected all along, that the Russian government has put out bounties on the Taliban in the Afghanistan conflict to kill U.S. troops in an effort to stir chaos, which is what they do. There have also been a lot of recent judicial decisions favoring Trump, specifically one that said a grand jury inquiry did not need to be passed on to the Congress. Bill Barr, the Attorney General, has made a number of questionable decisions, including firing the Attorney General of the Southern District of New York, who was investigating questionable things being done about the Epstein murder, and there were and are direct links to Trump. Recently, someone was arrested in that investigation, and we'll see where that comes. But this is about the technology companies, right? So why am I talking about Russia and the Attorney General and the investigations into Trump? Well, bottom line, the ownership of a lot of these tech companies, particularly Facebook and Twitter, have ties to dubious countries and sovereign wealth funds and individuals in countries that do not share our democratic values, like Saudi Arabia and China and Russia. And as a result, both of these companies, specifically Facebook and Twitter, knowingly turn a blind eye to massive swarms of Russian bots. Now, I'm sure you've read all kinds of headlines about Twitter playing whack-a-mole on these Russian accounts, but the fact of the matter is that if Twitter or Facebook really genuinely wanted to do something about the Russian trolls, they would. Not pretend just deleting several boogaloo accounts because they foster violence, but actually stopping actual malevolent Russian agents from spreading lies and false information on their networks. And I call it treason because that's what it is by the normal definition of the word. So for the semantics Democrats out there and the people who are idiots, of course, treason as a federal charge has a very specific definition in the Constitution, which, by the way, I'm doing another series on rebooting from scratch, because we need to have treason defined as the actual definition of treason, not the United States Constitution's version of treason. And actual treason is when you sell out your country for the enemy, and they are clearly identifiable as an enemy, not just somebody that you have declared war on, because this is the 21st century, and we need a 21st century understanding of what treason is, not an 18th century version. Then if you are selling out your country, then to me, anybody who's not an idiot or a Republican is going to understand that allowing Russian agents to spread information is helping a country that has literally put out a bounty on the United States military, right? This is not normal military or espionage practice. This isn't even shady espionage practice like the hybrid wars of what Russia does in the Baltic states or in Crimea or in Yugoslavia or pretty much anywhere they want, or Libya or pretty much everywhere they want, because they are literally Cobra Commander and Cobra in reality. They are almost as cartoonish a villain as you can find. The only worse ones you're going to find are going to be the American conservatives, who are literally too stupid and too evil to put in fiction. Like if I wrote a story with the kinds of stupid crap that American conservatives do, you wouldn't believe it and you would just throw it away because they are so dumb and so unbelievable that you can't actually put them in fiction. Truth is literally stranger than fiction in this case. But the point is that as long as Facebook and Twitter tolerate these bots,
They are facilitating murder. Not hypothetical murder, not rhetorical murder, not stochastic murder, actual, factual murder. The same unit in the GRU that put out this bounty is the one that runs the bots that make Trump look great or try and screw with the Democratic primary or screw with American elections, except in this case, they are murderers. Murderers who pay a bounty on United States troops. The fact is that with existing law, we could prosecute these companies with federal criminal charges. Of course, we're not going to, and that's another problem, quite frankly. The Democrats need the will to prosecute the Republicans for what they did. I understand the need for national healing and moving on, but we did that with Bush, and they just came back 8 years later worse than they ever were before. If there are not consequences for breaking the law, then the law is utterly meaningless, and we might as well start over and start from scratch. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm TC Ricks, and this is the next in a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. Move fast and break things. So I find it particularly ironic that the person that coined that phrase is Mark Zuckerberg. And this is not one of the episodes that I'm going to focus on individual companies in Silicon Valley, all of whom have their problems. I'm still talking about general trends, but I think after Elon Musk, there is no quintessential human representation of everything that is wrong with Silicon Valley than Mark Zuckerberg. In fact, Mark Zuckerberg and his ill-trained AI and ill-trained censors are what eventually incensed me against all that is wrong with Silicon Valley. The laziness of relying on crappy AI or cultures that do not match our own to suppress liberal speech on a social media that's supposedly hostile to conservatives and is in fact anything but. But the fact is that there are larger problems with move fast and break things because it's pretty much a quintessential phrase that describes the entire tech culture. And my answer to move fast and break things is you break it, you bought it. Let's take a brief side trip to the beginning of the 19th century with the Luddite movement at the start of the Industrial Revolution, where a lot of textile workers whose livelihoods were threatened by modern steam-powered textile mills and other technological improvements were worried about their very lives. And quite frankly, people make fun of these peasants because they stood in the way of technology, and technology always wins. But think about it from their perspective. These Luddites lived in early 19th century England, which is exactly the same time as the potato famine in Ireland, which is a government that has virtually no social safety net. The wealth that was created later by colonialism and imperialism had not manifest in a way that created a truly vibrant middle class in England yet. And the fact is that if you lost your job, you could be screwed. Now, they got lucky, or at least a lot of them did, because the Industrial Revolution and technology did, in fact, create a lot of jobs. And this is traditionally the argument that technologists make, which is that new technology tends to create more jobs than it destroys. And if you look at the right numbers, this is true. But what it does not reveal properly is the same problem that is a problem with capitalism in general. And this is a series about the problems with the culture of Silicon Valley rather than the problems of Wall Street. But at some point, you cannot separate the two. I think another really good example of a template for Silicon Valley is Edison, who created the concept of an idea factory. And so far as I know, is, except for possibly Benjamin Franklin, the first example of the quintessential inventor or technology man who did very little of the actual inventing himself. He did invent a few things on his own, but mainly what he did is he had a few ideas and then he'd pay people to spend some time in his lab and take their patents and their discoveries and profit off of them. And a defender of capitalism would say, well, what's wrong with that? Look at North Korea versus South Korea. And it's true, if you look at North Korea versus South Korea, that's a pretty good argument for capitalism versus communism. On the other hand, if I look at the infant mortality rates of Sweden versus the United States, or virtually any European state versus the United States, our so-called capitalistic superiority starts to look pretty stupid. The fact is that capitalism, at its core, is a very useful mechanism. The law of supply and demand, when not hampered by corruption or greed, can be very useful for setting prices. However, like any useful tool, it is not something that you want to give to monsters. You don't give nuclear weapons to monsters. You shouldn't give capitalistic markets to monsters either. And this idea that because you invest your money, anything affiliated with that money is yours forever is kind of sick. Because there are all kinds of things that happen to let the people that make that money make it. And I'll be more specific. The quintessential factory owner, and this goes back to technology, so bear with me a moment. The quintessential factory owner will pay money to create the machines that run the factory and will hire workers that run the factory and will pay for the raw materials and then sell those goods to the people at large and make a tidy profit. And according to the American dream and the myth that is capitalism, that's all there is to it, right? Well, wrong, right? Because the roads that the capitalists used to sell those markets almost always required government intervention. The education that those workers received, if it's any kind of a modern factory, was provided by the government. The lack of pirates, thieves, robbers, and bandits was provided by the government. On and on and on it goes. And again, I'm not going to get lost in the libertarian quagmire of government versus capitalism. What I am going to do is use it as an example of the fact that to the capitalist, everything is a commodity to be sold. Therefore, to the technological capitalist, everything is a commodity to be sold. For example, Mark Zuckerberg feels that it's okay to commoditize the relations between your family and friends. Everybody has seen the popular meme that you are the product on Facebook, but they don't really understand, I think, and feel the true ramifications of what that means, right? There's lots of people who are outraged at companies like Nestle or cattle ranchers that get obscene profits for pennies on the dollar that they pay to the government, i.e. us, for privatizing water or allowing cattle to graze, or the lack of a sovereign wealth fund in this country that could have made us all obscenely rich if we had properly taxed the oil barons and oil companies that have richly and obscenely profited off of the natural mineral wealth of government lands. But the fact is that nobody that I can see is truly discussing the commoditization of things that were previously ours, such as the relationship between our friends and family, right? Facebook could not do what it does without the pre-existing relationships that it built its entire network upon. How many of your friends on Facebook did you meet solely on Facebook? Yeah, there's a few, and Twitter is a different platform, so maybe you might have met people there, but Facebook in particular literally commoditizes your friends and family. Now, let me ask you about your cell phone, right? If you have a cell phone, you're allowed to port your phone number, but why can't you port your friends to another network? But this isn't me trying to talk about solutions. I'm going to talk about solutions to a lot of these problems after I point out some of the problems. It is more of a fact that to the technological capitalist, everything in our society is up for grabs for monetization, right? Google or Tesla looks at cab drivers and taxi drivers and bus drivers, solid middle-class jobs, and they say, I could make money teaching a car how to do that. And everyone knows that AI and machine learning are going to kill jobs. Everyone, including the technologists. And their solution is universal basic income. But the thing is that the technologists are also very anti-union. Every single technology company, certainly all the major ones, conspired illegally to keep the wages of their developers artificially low. Government did nothing. Let me ask you, friend, how is universal basic income going to happen if there is no institution to advocate for it? A political party? Are you kidding me? Have you seen how ineffective political parties are in this country? They represent too many interests for radical change to happen when it needs to. Technology has been disrupting jobs in this country for decades, but especially in the 80s and the 90s, as many factory jobs were lost in the Midwest. And well-meaning but poorly enabled government education programs went through vague motions of retraining people, but I did nothing to actually set this up. Technology companies talk about education and they talk about universal basic income, but I look at a company like Microsoft and I see that it's more about earning a profit for Microsoft than it is about actually helping people. It's more about privatizing education so they can make yet another market than it is about actually helping kids. The fact of the matter is that the technological capitalists do not see any problem with making a buck and not having to pay for it, right? They will destroy lives and family relationships with heavily gamified, aggressive algorithms on Facebook that encourage division and the spreading of false news without having to pay for it. And they trust that they can self-regulate in a way that is going to prevent the toxic stain on our culture that has cost families and friends and jobs, and soon it's going to get even worse. We are going to see in the next few years the automation of vehicles, which is going to destroy a significant sector of the economy, and the technology companies will tell you platitudes without actually doing anything about it. And do we expect the government to actually do something about this? The government hasn't done anything about it so far because they trust the system. And the system is fundamentally broken. Because if the system wasn't fundamentally broken, then a guy like Mark Zuckerberg, who basically made a kind of a smart search algorithm and came up with an idea before anybody else that was slightly better than MySpace, was able to get in and create social media and then effectively buy out any competition after him. And he was able to structure his company in a way that this robot of a human being is able to lock himself into a social media platform that can spread false news, that can break up friends and families, that can decide what you see instead of what you want to see, and basically make money off of your friends and family without actually giving you any say on it except leaving the platform. And of course, you have friends and family on Facebook who are only on Facebook, and otherwise you don't get to see them. You can't port them to another social media outlet. They're there. You're not there. So you have a choice to either be on Facebook or not on Facebook. How many events, how many organizations do you know that are on Facebook only? Are you paid for that? Are they paid for that? No, they make money off of you. Who gave Facebook the right to commoditize your friendships? Well, my friend, you did when you signed the demonic EULA terms of agreement. You should not allow this. As a society, we should not allow the commoditization of everything by the technology companies. There needs to be a social contract that if you invent something new, you are responsible for the damage that you cause. A factory that spills toxic chemicals is responsible for the damage of the cleanup. Facebook destroys our culture, destroys families, destroys lives, destroys reputations. But because of our stupid belief in 18th century concepts of free speech, which is a very important concept, by the way, but we need to have a enlightened understanding of what it is to allow political free speech without allowing lies, and certainly not allowing people to profit off lies like Twitter and Facebook. And we need to tax them for the damage that they've done. And that includes companies like Google or Microsoft or Amazon. If you're Amazon and you ruthlessly destroy brick and mortar stores with an aggressive search algorithm that puts your products above a competitor that was selling on your platform, and you take the sales data that you took from their business and use it to destroy your new competition, then you should be responsible for compensating them for destroying their business. And by the way, there are laws about that because of the ridiculously archaic constitution we have, don't get enforced. Because district attorneys in this country are a joke. And they're hand in hand with a murderous, out-of-control, steroid-using police force. There's a lot that's wrong in this country, but I'm focusing on the technologists. And the technologists are willing to commoditize anything. Anything. If they can automate it, and they can put it in a magic pretty box, they would, like Mr. Burns in the Simpsons episode, bottle up and restrict sunlight and put it in a shiny eye box and sell it back to you because you don't have enough money to prevent them from doing it. They would do it to air. They're already doing it to water. You know, when they say the best things in life are free, a venture capitalist from Silicon Valley is sitting there looking at it and trying to find a way to make money off of it. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast, and my name is TC Ricks. This is another installment on an existing series called The Seven Sins of Silicon Valley. Last time we talked about move fast, and if you broke it, you bought it, where I explained the raging desire of the venture capitalist from the dark valley to capitalize everything. Today I'm talking about the Two Towers. So for those of you not familiar with the fantasy genre of literature, the Two Towers is the second of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, probably the most popular and critically acclaimed trilogy in fantasy of all time by J.R.R. Tolkien. And the overall plot of the book is basically a small hobbit needs to take a ring to a volcano through a dark kingdom. And it's basically a long journey from literally here and there and back again. And in the process, there is a side quest, as it were, to use popular video game terminology today, wherein the wizard Saruman, who is a peer of the well-known character Gandalf, who basically feels that he is going to make a bargain with the devil of the Middle-earth realm called Sauron. And, of course, this is patently ridiculous, and at one point there's a conversation between Gandalf and Sauron, which is reflected in both the books and the movie, and Gandalf basically talks to Saruman and explains, the Dark Lord does not, there is only one ring, and the Dark Lord does not share power. I'm probably misquoting that, but the heart of the quote is definitely correct, and that is that as powerful as Saruman was, he was not as powerful or as evil or as well-placed to exploit the dark age that he was trying to enact as Sauron. And so the fact is that what does this have to do with technology? If anything, you would think that magic has nothing to do with technology. And as I was considering my segments for this podcast, I have to tell you I was sorely tempted to discuss the dwarves digging deep into the mines of Moria and unleashing the Balrog due to their greed. But the fact is that ultimately I think this is the most apropos analogy, and that is that in the American system, there are two dark towers in two dark valleys, although one is technically not a valley. There is, of course, the Dark Lords of Silicon Valley in the West, and there's an even darker, more powerful tower, which is the true master of technology, which is, of course, Wall Street. So, before I go into the mechanics of that, I'm going to use one other side analogy, and you'll understand why very quickly. Donald Rumsfeld basically made what I think is probably the most effective argument for capitalism of all time, where he said, look at a satellite map, look at South Korea, look at North Korea, see the lights in one and the other, figure it out. Again, not an exact quote, but pretty close. But let's use two other things for Korea, right? The first one is, if we take the problem with this analogy is, if we take the distribution of wealth in this analogy and use it the same way, which is to say that in South Korea there are a whole bunch of lights everywhere, and in North Korea there's only a few, it's the opposite, right? I mean, let's ignore North Korean authoritarianism and simply refer to the fact that in theory in North Korea everyone owns everything, whereas it's tightly distributed in the hands of a few. But the fact is that in South Korea, much less the United States, the distribution of wealth is even more gross than the distribution of lights in South Korea versus North Korea. So the next time a capitalist comes to you and talks about North Korea and South Korea, say, yeah, how about the distribution of wealth, right? A recent factoid that came out explained that the world's billionaires now own, and I think there's something like 3,000 of them, own all the same amount of wealth as the other 5,000 combined. And the last analogy from Korea I'm going to use is and you've heard me use this in other segments and other series, but it's very apropos for this. And that is the analogy of culture, right? In the Outliers, they talk about how South Korean airlines had a problem with crashes that was disproportionate to any other airline. And they brought in an expert who cracked it when nobody else could. And the expert basically recommended that they switch to discussing English in the cockpit. And the reason for that is that English is a very egalitarian language, whereas Korean as a language is very formally cultural, hierarchical driven, because language or culture forms language. And English is, in theory, from an egalitarian culture, wherein I can call you he or she or they, and it does not mean that I have to genuflect or formalize my language. I can simply say, hey, that button's blinking. If you push it, we're going to crash, as compared to, oh, great Lord, thou hast noticed that the great button is blinking. May I please deactivateth it? Obviously that's an exaggeration, but the point still remains. There are certain things that English is a very useful language for, and quick communication and versatile communication and equal communication is definitely one of them. Language generates culture, and culture generates language. And the reason I use that analogy is because the entire point of this series is that technology is not evil unto itself, right? Anyone can use a cell phone to do a million different things. Anyone can use social media to use a million different things. It's who's in charge of it, how it's used, and what safety measures do you have in its development. I guess I'm sure if I really thought of it, I could sit down and come up with some technologies that are purely evil and have no benevolent use. But the vast majority of the things that the Dark Valley has created are, in fact, very beneficial to our society, have generated lots of wealth. But the fact is that the venture capital culture of the West is actually a mirror of the venture capital culture of Wall Street. And many, many, many other podcasts and books and even movies have done a much better job of describing the toxicity of Wall Street than I ever will. But I think I'll distill it for purposes of our discussion to a couple, right? The first one is that Wall Street has a big problem with accountability, right? If you're a Gordon Gekko, if you're a Jack Kennedy who gets his wealth criminally and then goes to the stock market and makes a lot of money, you get away with it, right? The stock market, Goldman Sachs, they get away with it. They are advisors to kings and presidents and emperors and popes, and you do not indict Goldman Sachs. It doesn't happen. And we all know that in the 2008 banking crisis, essentially, except for Lehman Brothers, that was kind of randomly targeted, like the popular meme of the lightning bolt in the ocean that says, fuck that particular fish, nobody who was really responsible for the 2008 crash got indicted. Nobody. And the second thing we need to remember about Wall Street is that they are cocaine cowboys, right? I get that we're supposed to admire wealth and believe that this is a meritocracy and that most of the people who got there were poor orphans who, like Bruce Wayne, managed to take their fortune and turn it into a vast,
Bruce Wayne already was rich. And that's actually the real truth of Wall Street, that what Wall Street does is it makes rich people richer, right? It does not empower people in the lower classes to get phenomenal wealth. And even when it rarely happens, let's be honest, 99 times out of 100, they had to cheat to get there. And there's a lot of ways they can cheat. They can cheat on their taxes, but they can cheat ethically. They can cheat their shareholders, but you do not become as rich as these people do, including the dark lords of Silicon Valley, without cheating somewhere along the line. Take it to the bank. If you're a billionaire, you screwed somebody for that money. It's a fact. The other thing that I would add about Wall Street is that basically they run the government. It's not obviously a one-to-one ratio, right? Sometimes the government does things that Wall Street does not like. But we all understand the corrosive value of money in politics, and billionaires, not all billionaires, hashtag, but most billionaires all were perfectly fine with the draconian and ridiculous Trump tax cuts. And the fact is that a lot of billionaires got together and have basically turned the Republican Party into a cartoon. Now, what does that have to do with technology? Well, it has a lot to do with technology, and it has a lot to do with the culture that formed the technology companies. But I think I'm going to pick right now on my former favorite of the five horsemen, the five biggest tech companies, which I will be doing a segment each of, focusing on what they've done very soon, once I finish these few intros, and basically focus on Google, right? Google was started by two relatively harmless guys, and in the roster of dark, evil billionaires, they're relatively harmless. But the current guy who runs Google is not harmless, right? Google started out literally in a garage as a startup search engine that was much more efficient than Yahoo, which was the leader of indexing the internet at the time. And basically, they figured out a very clever way of making money off of it. And their slogan was literally, don't be evil, right? And where that came from, FYI, was Microsoft. Because at the time, Microsoft was the big evil tech company, the mirror from which all other tech companies started later on. And the fact is that at the time, Microsoft was pretty evil. And until Microsoft got its hands slapped for basically crushing Netscape with Internet Explorer, Microsoft felt that it could do no wrong. And largely due to the laissez-faire policies of Reagan and George H.W. Bush and Clinton, they had every reason to believe that they could. But eventually somebody realized, this internet thing is kind of important, and we probably shouldn't let Microsoft get in charge of it the same way that they run the business computer desktop world. And as a result of that, you had the room for the newcomers, which was Facebook and Google and Amazon, to come along and do their thing. But if Amazon had not been stopped, there would only be one dark lord of Silicon Valley, and that would be Bill Gates. Make no mistake, Bill Gates might be playing the grandpa trust fund foundation billionaire that goes around the world trying to fund schools and vaccines, which, by the way, he legitimately does. Ignore the conspiracy theories, except for the ones that involve him also secretly making money for Microsoft and himself by doing this, which is perfectly true. And we'll get into all that, again, when I focus on Microsoft. But the point is that Google starts off as this small company that wants to be nothing like Microsoft. And lo and behold, they start growing and making fistfuls of money because they're very clever, and they start throwing it into things that make sense. And so they invent the Android operating system, which has become the most popular smartphone platform in the world. And unlike Apple and Steve Jobs, who's obsessed with walled gardens, they make it open for everyone. So anyone can make an Android phone, and anyone can make an app for an Android phone. And basically, Google very cleverly makes their money by selling services on the side.
and, so on and so forth. Well, Google has also been a lot smarter about most of the other tech companies about staying out of trouble until recently. And the fact is that slowly but surely, Google starts out as a company that does not want to do evil, and eventually becomes a company whose slogan now should be, well, we won't do evil unless we can get away with it. And the fact is that the single defining factor that you can draw a bright line where Google starts out as neutral good and goes to lawful evil at best is the instant that they basically did an IPO and basically became a Wall Street company, where they're expected to, every 3 months, post a profit. And despite their promises to their shareholders that they're going to be doing these moonshots, one by one, these moonshots, these long-term Elon Musk style, crazy cool technological ventures are thrown by the wayside because Google's already earning a lot of money. Its billionaire founders have retired and move on to other things. And frankly, they understand that they've lost the cool factor to crazy person Elon Musk, who's probably going to lose it to somebody else, because Elon Musk is definitely on the mental decline. You can see it in his posts like aliens finding the pyramids. Anyway, my point is, I would not at all be surprised if Mr. Musk is at some point committed to a mental institution in the near future, simply because of the fact that he's bored. He's obviously bored. All of the fantastic ideas he has fought for are coming true. And if he doesn't have to fight, I suspect that he's bored. And he may be on some kind of a drug bender. And I don't mean marijuana. I mean like cocaine or Adderall or whatever it is that Trump uses. And the similarity between Elon Musk and Trump is, quite frankly, kind of frightening. But anyway, my point is that Wall Street is the true master of Silicon Valley. And you don't have to take my word for it. You just have to look at the path of literally every startup. The standard startup model is tiny group of investors makes a pitch to a couple of venture capitalists, and they actually have formal meets where this happens literally every year. But, it also happens in small coffee shops in Silicon Valley or the surrounding areas, again, daily. But the standard supposed model is tiny company finds a couple of venture capitalists, finds a new market, and if they're successful, then the blue fairy from Disney comes down and blesses their company from on high with a model that becomes attractive to one of the larger tech conglomerates like Apple or Google or Microsoft or Amazon or Facebook. And they agree to either be bought out, or if they're really, really special, like Twitter, they have their own IPO. And there is an initial stock offering, and everybody gets rich. Now, because they are evil now, the stories that you've heard of, for example, the Facebook secretary who had shares when the company was worth nothing, suddenly becoming a millionaire because they owned shares that have split again and again and again, they now have clauses from these assholes that, in addition to preventing their shareholders, the real shareholders, from actually owning the company or having a voting ability to change things, like in the case of Zuckerberg, they will actually cheat these early employees from having stocks. So in certain cases with these startups, they've literally locked them out and done a second series of shares so that people sometimes who work for nothing in hopes of making it rich and getting their dreams are cheated. And because this is Wall Street, again, Wall Street makes the rules, and the rules of Wall Street are that if you're rich, you're not accountable. And the agency that's responsible for keeping you accountable hasn't had a strong head since Carter. And Carter was not a strong president. So I think we have to look all the way back to Robert Kennedy, who, again, was not actually the head of the SEC, but the head of the Justice Department, to look at actual enforcement of antitrust legislation in a meaningful way. Every president that we've had since LBJ and a little bit Nixon, but mainly LBJ, has basically given Wall Street a blank check to lie, cheat, steal, and do whatever they want and whatever they can get away with, except in a few very specific cases that force reform, right? Sarbanes-Oxley, which they hate, is one of the few pieces of legislation in the last 40 years to meaningfully restrict what they do. And that took a complete collapse of the American economy that hadn't been seen since the Great Depression, except, of course, for COVID. And right now, with COVID, this is one of the few instances where we have a depression that's caused by something besides Wall Street. Before Wall Street, every single recession we had was the responsibility of the crazy motherfuckers in Wall Street and what is legitimately called the Wall Street Casino. So when you have the most popular game in the Wall Street Casino being the tech IPO, then vast amounts of money are going to be poured into these companies. And as they are literally rigging the game in their favor, both with stock manipulation, and there are many instances about this. You can just research it. You don't even need to take my word for it. Just Google the term stock manipulation technical IPO, and you'll see example after example after example of where they do this kind of stuff and they get away with it. Insider trading is one of the few instances where they, in theory, enforce it. But the fact of the matter is that they really only enforce it for the middle class, right? If you manipulate stocks and you're middle class, they will come after you. If you manipulate stocks and you're rich, they will only come after you if they need to make an example of you. It's another trick in their toolkit, just the same way that a cop can plant drugs on you and send you to jail because everybody believes the cops, or at least they used to. The feds could indict you if you were too renegade and didn't play the game the way they wanted you to and make an example of you. And usually one of the first things that they find is, because almost everybody who's rich does it, is insider trading. Look at Martha Stewart, who they went after her, and she served more time than anybody who actually legitimately caused the 2008 crash. So everybody knows in America that there's a culture problem with Wall Street. But because Wall Street controls and generates the culture for Silicon Valley, nobody mirrors that problem to the companies, the corporations that run Silicon Valley. Because Silicon Valley has done a fantastic job of presenting this image of themselves as the benevolent, liberal innovators with the gleaming white lab coats and the splatter goggles and the clipboards, right? Which is straight from an even darker movement, the progressive movement, which, by the way, I generally favor. But make no mistake, the progressive movement, when it was wedded to science, in other words, political and business reform, the reform movements of the early 20th century, was deliberately engineered and created the entire culture around technology and the science of tomorrow, right? All of that was created with a specific image by the reformists to get the world to move on from the Gilded Age. But the problem is that eventually Wall Street took a look at this and realized that they could co-opt it, and did more and more and more, until eventually around the 1950s, the science of tomorrow was basically controlled entirely by corporations, first IBM and then Microsoft and Xerox and some of these large companies, all of which have done incredibly unethical things. And the fact is that Wall Street owns tomorrow, right? There's a popular Nazi song called "Tomorrow Belongs to Me." And if you hear it sung, it's actually very catchy, because the Nazis understood propaganda, just like and I'm not calling the Dark Lords of Silicon Valley Nazis. they empower Nazis, they chum around with Nazis, they pal around with Nazis, but they're not actually Nazis. And the fact of the matter is that these guys basically have allowed their small, scrappy startup culture to be entirely corrupted and entirely co-opted by Wall Street. And until we change that, until we make who controls, who develops, and who disseminates technology about something other than money, then there is no hope, there is no chance at all to fix the dark culture of Silicon Valley.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm TC Ricks, and this is another instance of my series, The 7 Sins of Silicon Valley. I tend to avoid mentioning too many contemporary events in these kind of series because it dates what I'm discussing, and a lot of what I'm discussing will take years to fix. But this is very relevant to what we're talking about. And frankly, I think that the death last night of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Supreme Court Justice, drove home to me how vulnerable as a society we are to the tech companies when it comes to the public square. I think another timely thing that is coming up is that tomorrow, the Chinese app TikTok, which is used by millennials to criticize Trump, among other things, is being just flat out removed from Google and the Apple app stores. And as near as I can tell, there's no indication that they're fighting this in court or anything else like that. Trump just said it's a foreign thing, it's a security threat, it's gone. And Google and Apple are kind of like, okay. And, bear in mind that Google and Apple have both taken pride in essentially telling the government to go pound sand when it comes to decrypting phones for criminal cases, which I do laud for privacy rights. But when it comes to an app that employs thousands of Americans with a tyrannical fascist president, oh, well, okay, that's fine. Really? And a couple of days ago, the chief Russian opposition, Navalny, was literally almost murdered with a nerve agent given by, I'm assuming, a Russian agent. We still don't actually know who it was, but it was almost assuredly Putin. The nature of the poison is essentially requires a state actor. And the thought occurred to me, well, what if that had been done to Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Now, it looks like it probably wasn't. She was dying of cancer. But the thing is that, the timing is awfully convenient. What if she had been killed? Let's put it this way. What if there actually was a toxicology report and they tried to get it out there and the government said that due to national security, Google was to delist search results on Google News and Twitter was not to permit people to search for it, and Facebook was to also do the same. The fact is that I noticed just the actual discussion of her death was reduced in Twitter trends and Facebook trends. And the thing I want to discuss in this session isn't so much about the free flow of information. That's something that could be an entire series unto itself, who owns an idea, but specifically the threat that these companies play in terms of the public discussion, right? Look, let me give you, there's a show on right now called The Boys, which is about superheroes that go crazy, but the actual example I want to use is similar but not the same in the comics with Lex Luthor. And at one point in the comics, he gives everyone access to superpowers. And the thing is that he does this in a way to basically delegitimize Superman, who he's obsessed with. But the point I want to point out is when you take the idea of The Boys or Lex Luthor doing something like this, of superpowers, right? You have supervillains and superheroes
who are empowered by this pharmaceutical discovery to potentially grant superpowers, but Lex Luthor in the comics just pushes a button and all of a sudden everyone loses their powers because Lex doesn't want him to have them anymore because he doesn't feel that it's had enough of an impact on Superman. So, people that had flight powers are flying along and they suddenly die, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we really need to rethink our concept of what rights we grant a private company, right? On the one hand, on a small scale, private company should totally be able to do what it wants within reason, right? A private company should be able to take somebody that, for example, goes into their store without a mask and is harassing the other customers. They should have the right to get that person out of their business. They're a private business. They have the right to determine who they do or don't want to do business with. But it's not quite that simple, right? Should a company be allowed to say they're not going to do business with black people? Well, there are certain Christians that think that they should have the right to not have to do business with gay people. They shouldn't have to do gay wedding cakes. Now, it gets more complicated, right, because of our sacrosanct free speech. Because, you're forcing someone to express and support gay marriage if you make them make a gay wedding cake, right? It's a gray area. I'll at least grant you that. It's an area where there's room for discussion. But I think what we can all agree with is that if a company sponsors a park, right? It's a private park, but they let anybody come onto it, then as long as they've got that kind of a deal with the city, then they have certain obligations to, and there are actual private parks, right? The Occupy New York was on one of them at one point. And if it's got obligations to the government, certain rights granted by the Constitution, like freedom of speech, apply to that private company. When you go from the micro scale to the macro scale, to the point that the majority of all discussion depends on a narrow range of companies who have a vested particular potential interest, it gets really, really frightening, right? As a society, we have an interest in the marketplace of ideas. We have a legitimate interest to make sure that the truth is put out there. But to make a buck, Facebook and Google and Twitter have allowed manipulative lies and false advertising to the point that for a while there was killing people until they started putting out notices about election fraud or attempts to deceive people into how they were voting or mail-in voting or the virus. But to be honest, they only do what they absolutely have to, in my opinion, to avoid what they consider to be legal liability. And between Apple and Google and Facebook and Twitter, that's like 90% of all discourse. There's other social media out there, but there's like Instagram that's owned by Facebook. TikTok, well, that's suddenly going to be removed by two of their competitors, but got bought out by Oracle, which is a terrible company and has its own problems and has its own form of monopoly. So, and let's also throw Amazon in there. If you want to self-publish a book, there's plenty of places to do it. But if you're not going to pay Amazon to promote your book, good luck finding it on the Amazon search engine. Like, I'm a self-published author, and that book that I've actually put in the actual name of the book in the Amazon search engine, and it doesn't show up. It doesn't not show up in like the top search engine. It doesn't show up at all. I have to search by my author name, and then and only then does it show up. So if you can't even have any form of neutrality on these markets, right? If you can't have a discussion about something that's timely and necessary, like Ruth Bader Ginsburg with your friends on Facebook, and something terrible happens, if these companies sided with the government, we'd be totally screwed. Now, by the traditional old version of what a monopoly is, they're not monopolies, right? That's how they get around the monopoly laws, right? Technically speaking, Google has competitors. You can go to DuckDuckGo or any number of other, Bing, any number of other search engines. But when you actually do a search, 9 times out of 10, who do you actually use? And you might be an exception to the rule, but the vast majority of people use Google. And Google controls what you see. And Facebook controls what you see. And Amazon controls what you see. And at a certain point, when an activity is central enough to the importance of society and civilization itself, and they have shown such gross negligence in allowing deception, maybe we shouldn't allow such a small handful of actors to control that information. Maybe we need to redefine what we call a monopoly. Because while the word monopoly doesn't apply to what Google does, they have an effective monopoly, right? We need to change the law so that when a company gets as large and powerful as Amazon or Facebook or Microsoft or Apple or Google, that we break them up. Or when a company like Twitter empowers someone who blatantly breaks the law, and believe me, he's going to be prosecuted. And after he's prosecuted, we need laws so that when somebody is found guilty of fraud like he is and willfully does nothing to prevent it, and trust me, there's a case to be made that they know that he's a fraud, but they do nothing to stop it. Twitter should be culpable for ill actions. Now, I am not asking for Silicon Valley to censor speech. What I am saying is, first and foremost, in fact, you might actually argue that it's contradictory, right? Do I want Facebook to stop Trump from lying, or do I want Facebook to stop interfering with what I see with my friends? Well, the answer is frankly both, right? There's a difference between being able to interact with the people that I signed up to their service to interact with and not be held hostage because everybody's there and there's nowhere else to go, and at the same time, be able to read news and not have it be fake news. You can have both. I'm sorry, the libertarians out there are howling to the moon, but who cares what they think? Because the libertarians get their news from the same places that the conservatives do. And the conservatives have crossed a line. The conservatives are basically going to try and take the Supreme Court. They need to reap the whirlwind. They need to face the music. And frankly, if you're a libertarian, you have some really good ideas, but I have no interest in listening to you pronounce those ideas. I'm going to take your ideas and use them as I feel that we should as a society. And I'm not going to pay any attention when you talk about them because you have no legitimacy. Because you get your news from fake news sites like Fox or the Cato Institute. And it's the same thing with conservatives. The fact of the matter is that we need to change our definition of what a private company is allowed to do once it reaches a certain scale. The tech companies are out of control. They have total control at the large-scale dissemination of information. And if they got just a little bit worse in an illiberal democracy, they would allow a dark administration such as the Trump administration, or if you're on the crazy side of town, theoretically, even a Democratic administration. The fact of the matter is, no one should have that kind of power. And until we break up these companies, they own the public square. And it might be different segments of the public square. It might be the ability to get your website show up on a search that just doesn't delegitimize because of whatever random decision Google makes, that it's basically trying to improve things for what it considers its large-scale customers. God help you if you have a small blog or something like that, because Google's going to make it virtually impossible to find. Or if you're going to basically have Amazon, and again, if you're not paying Amazon, your book isn't going to show up. Or if you want to see what your friends are saying on Facebook, you have to go one by one to each individual friend, because Facebook's psychologically manipulative algorithm, and we'll get to that when we get to the actual Facebook section, is disgusting. So the fact of the matter is that basically the tech companies need to be held to account. And if they aren't, we're screwed. It's just that simple. I'm going to do two more generic sections. One more on the consequences of overreach against the technology companies. We need to rein them in, but we don't want to be anti-technology. There's a difference between not allowing technology to be worshipped unto itself in your culture and still not being anti-technology or stupid. And then I'm going to discuss a little bit about the ramifications of what we should do with kind of wrapping up the introduction. And then I'm going to start getting into individual sections for each individual tech company, because I think that there's a lot of value added about talking about the specifics of Google or Uber or Facebook or Microsoft. And frankly, we need to do something about them. We really do. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks, and this is the last in the first part of my series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. I am ending it an episode short because I'm going to be starting a new series called How to Survive a Coup, given the recent turmoil in the Supreme Court and yet another line being crossed that we never thought we would see. Trump has literally nominated a theocrat to the Supreme Court, and she is very likely to be put on. But I didn't want to immediately start the other series, since who knows what the future holds, and if nothing else for posterity, I felt I wanted to do at least one more episode in this series. Obviously, I will continue with, as I said, the second half, where I talk about specific crimes by specific, and I do actually genuinely believe these are crimes. If we had a prosecutor that was willing to actually enforce the law, many of these tech companies would be broken up, and many of its board members in chains, justifiably. But I've talked a lot about the crimes that they have committed, or the crimes that they may commit, particularly in regards to Elon Musk. And I've even thought of crimes that I didn't mention. For example, Elon Musk is a libertarian and a fan of Robert Heinlein. If he gets a command of space, the idea of him being able to hurl an asteroid at Earth if anyone interferes with his Mars colony is frightening. But he's a good 10 years ahead of everyone else in terms of technology, maybe 5, but that's huge when it comes to space. So that's not what I want to talk about, however. What I want to talk about is a crime that I believe they will commit, but by proxy. And what I mean by that is, I've mentioned that it is not the technology itself that is the problem. It is the culture of Silicon Valley and its leaders. And I stand by that. But nature abhors a vacuum. And there are two films / role-playing games that I want to bring up that will alliterate what they are doing that is such a problem in a nutshell, and that is Dune and Fading Suns. So I'll start with Dune, which is one of the most beloved sci-fi novels, soon to be movies of all time, by Frank Herbert, in which a future, eventually utopian robots enslave the human race to the point that humans don't have to do anything anymore, and they're basically robot pets. And as a result of this, humans basically revolt against their robot masters, and there are no advanced computers in that universe. And it results in all kinds of interesting plot twists. But the thing I want to point out from that is that it is one of the most popular and early examples of
a culture not just simply resisting a technology, but outright banning it. You cannot have AI in the Dune universe because of the former actions of their masters or their former masters. And one that I think is a little bit more interesting to talk about is Fading Suns, the role playing game, which, full disclosure, I am friends with the creators of this, and it's a great role playing game, and it's going to have a new edition soon. But I think the reason it's directly relevant to what I'm talking about is because in Fading Suns, there's basically two republics, right? The first republic is basically a crappy, corrupt corporate piece of shit that goes to the stars and eventually falls apart, in part because of the creation of the Church of the Pan Creator, which is a kind of an amalgam of a lot of fictional religions that basically restores a little bit of magic and faith in everything in humanity. And there's a kind of an interim period, and then there's this Second Republic that comes along, which is kind of like a little bit Star Wars and a little bit Star Trek, and it's basically a utopia. But the problem is like all utopias, it doesn't really have anything driving it, right? There's nothing specifically except let's all get rich and have a great time and party that holds it together. And so as a result, the church and a bunch of nobles in star space houses come together and they overthrow the Second Republic, and they basically create a new dark age with a triumvirate between the guilds and the guilds and the noble houses and the Church of the Pan Creator. And the church in particular maintains its power in part by regulating technology. And it gives nobles and the guilds a pass to help it maintain its own power. But if you're your average peasant, you don't have access to computers. You don't have access to advanced medicine. You don't have access to cybernetics. You don't even have access to the wrong kind of books. And the thing is that both Fading Suns and Dune are science fiction. But, I go back to Frankenstein and how that is 200, 300-year-old science fiction, and yet we are moving full speed, no holds barred, with no real checks on the ethical creation of digital intelligence. And so if we're going to ignore Frankenstein, we're probably going to ignore Dune and Fading Suns, right? So we have to understand that if we do not take action, then action will be taken for us by future generations. And what that means is that if we do not understand the need to shape our culture, to have a responsible way to maintain our curiosity and bring these wonderful advanced tools like the internet and smartphones and digital intelligence and space travel, all of these things are fantastic. I am very, very, very pro technology. In fact, I would actually argue that I'm a technological utopian. I believe that climate change and death and ignorance and so many chronic diseases can be solved by technology. But the trick is that if you do not understand and prepare for the impact it has on your culture, you are going to be shaped by them in ways that you never intend. There's a fascinating documentary on Netflix right now called The Social Dilemma that talks about how faster than anybody ever thought, we now have AI actively controlling over half the population of the planet by manipulating our minds through digital clicks or likes or the way it arranges the algorithm on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube or any number of different things, which are chained and shackled to the dark lords of Silicon Valley in a way that is sooner or later going to cause a revolt. In fact, frankly, I see it now. I look at popular media. I look at the reactions of my friends on social media. Everybody is fed up with Mark Zuckerberg and Jack and all of these other guys that are so arrogant. But because our society is currently so corrupt that it allows somebody like Trump to become president, that nobody knows what to do. And in the next series, I will explain some things we can do. And if you really want to know before then, listen to my series, 11 Fixes for a Broken Everything. I list some things we can do right now. At some point, probably even before I do the second half, I'm going to do a series on how we can fix the fucking Constitution, which is a piece of shit, and have a society that's have a founding document that was written in the 21st century rather than the actual 18th century. Like the same century where pirates sailed the seven seas is when our Constitution was written. And it was a remarkable, amazing document for the time and has been the imprint for virtually every democratic government since. But it's old. It needs to be fixing, and it needs to be fixed. And frankly, it's got problems. But going back to the original point of this podcast, right, this series, if you do not take intelligent, proactive action, by the time society finally says enough of having my child manipulated by Mark Zuckerberg, enough of having Mark Zuckerberg kill thousands of people on the Mars colony because he wanted to build another wing and wasn't going to let anybody stand in his way, enough of letting Mark Zuckerberg put Facebook ads in my brain because nobody thought to check him and make sure that we have intelligent application of the neural link, right? Enough of having Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have their own little slave camps of duplicate brains in a digital prison that nobody even knew about for 50 years, and subjectively they were in it for 1,000. I mean, the horrors that these people are capable of inflicting goes on and on and on and on. And it's more than just capitalism, which is part of the problem. It's actually the kind of people that we let lead our societies. We need to have a vetting for sociopaths. And I bring this up in 11 Fixes for a Broken Everything. But when it comes to technology in particular, the kinds of people who decide how the technology is used need to have empathy. Empathy is the cornerstone of civilization itself. And if we have the tools and we have the technology, and we can invent even better technology to ensure that sociopaths and psychopaths do not run our society, and especially not the distribution and control of new technologies, which are disruptive on society of itself. We are very clever monkeys, right? We can figure this out, right? We can have advisory boards, non-governmental organizations, a Department of Federal Technology Monitoring that takes a new technology and gives it a grace period of, say, 5 years, 10 years, so you can still have your new internet. But after that, you start studying the hell out of it, right? Oh, this is causing depression in teenagers because you've got compulsive links? Well, let's shut that down for a while and figure it out, right? You can still have growth without unregulated, unchecked growth being funded by a money machine run by assholes, okay? And the fact of the matter is that if we don't do something about this, then at some point, the rampaging mob that tears the control chip out of their head that has been put there by Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg to mandatory feed ads while they're working with what's left of civilization goes insane and burns everything that is more advanced than a solar-powered calculator and sets up something that makes the French Revolution look tame by comparison, maybe we should put some safeguards in to keep that from happening. This isn't rocket science, folks. What I am calling for are societal and cultural checks on the ambition of monsters. The monster, if you understand Frankenstein, what Mary Shelley is really saying is that Frankenstein's monster is not the monster. The monster is Frankenstein, who
though he has the power to create life, has not the wisdom to know what to do with it, right? The wisdom of whether or not he should do anything with it. Or, more importantly, the wisdom of, even if he's going to do it, how to ensure that it is cared for and nurtured and made part of society and given a purpose and production, right? I keep hearing about all these guys wanting to create digital intelligence, right? But you talk about Elon Musk in particular. He's the reason he wants the Neuralink is so we can keep up, right? He is a predator, and that's the way predators think. He is thinking that I want to be at the top of the food chain. So I need to make sure I'm as competitive with the digital intelligence as possible. And by the way, I want it working for me. But if I can't have it working for me, then damn if I'm not going to compete with it. And to be fair, when it comes to the survival of a species, there's nothing wrong with accelerating our own evolution. I'm very much in favor of allowing those that want to be transhuman to do so. I'm not a transhumanist myself, but I am very much in favor of free will and allowing a transhumanist to do whatever they feel that they want to do, as long as their child is free not to. The point is that right now we're at a nexus. We're at a nexus of so many possible futures, so many amazing or horrifying things coming down the pipeline. Nanotechnology, space travel, digital sapient intelligence, 3D printing, and I mean advanced 3D printing to the point that you can make anything out of almost seemingly thin air, fusion, unlimited batteries or near unlimited batteries with recyclable energy, terraforming, which we're very likely to get if we're ever going to fix the planet, and that will help not only this planet but other planets in the solar system and likely beyond. We've got some things on the fringe of on the fringe of physics that might actually maybe allow even faster than light travel. And if you got faster than light travel, folks, you've got time travel. Who knows what the future can hold? What I can tell you is that the brighter futures, the Star Trek future versus RoboCop, requires responsibility. And it requires putting people in charge who deserve to be in charge and not letting the assholes that we have had in charge for, well, forever continue to be in charge. Because if we don't change our ways, if we don't create a means by which technology is responsibly monitored and allowed to grow, but at the same time checked, it will destroy us. Let me repeat that. If we do not take responsibility for our own wonderful and amazing creations, it will destroy us. And that might be because we destroy ourselves, or it might mean literally the things that we create, uplifted animals, sapient bacteria, sapient nanomachines, sapient digital intelligence, maybe an alliance of all of those put together. I think all of these things should exist. I think that we should allow the future to embrace whatever wants to be. But we must be responsible. And we must put more emphasis on our empathy and our morals than on our unchecked sociopathic curiosity, heedless of the cost. And mark my words, if we do not change, we will. This has been the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. Buy my book, Have Name Will Travel, at Amazon and other markets. RedAnvilCreative.com contains all our podcasts. Copyright 2020. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. This is part 2 of a series that I call The Sins of Silicon Valley. Part 2 is going to be a contrast to part 1, which was an abstraction
of all the things at a macro level that I see wrong with Silicon Valley, and explaining that there's nothing wrong with technology. It's really the culture of technology, especially American Silicon Valley, West Coast technology companies. But the truth is the problem is actually older than that. And anyway, in part 2, I'm going to be drilling down on specific companies and specific examples of things that they are doing that are wrong, and specific things that we can do to not do that anymore. Every single major tech company at this point has what I would call sins. Violations of moral and social compact that are things that make society function. And so far as I know, none of them are necessary, right? Each of these companies that I'm going to be talking about did not have to do this, right? You could have Facebook without privacy violations or without allowing and fostering hate speech. These companies are so big and so profitable that they could have taken reasonable steps early on to prevent pretty much everything I'm going to talk about. In fact, if I can, I'll even talk about what they could have done before they even started to prevent these problems, and more importantly, what we as a society can do to clean up their mess. As you can see, likely from the title of this episode, this first episode is starting with somebody older than companies we know today, but they're still around, IBM, right? You may not know a lot about IBM, but when you think about IBM, you think of technology, and you think of prestige, and you think of, a Fortune 500 company that's been around for well on close to 100 years, and they are a very old company, and they have done a lot of valuable work in the advancement of computers. The first computer was arguably either created by the Greeks millennia ago or by Charles Babbage in the 19th century. But in terms of, actual computers as we know them today, IBM was a heavyweight in making them actually distributed to the populace at large. Certainly most major American computers and what we thought of as computers were created and controlled by IBM prior to the computer revolution in the 70s and 80s, and we'll get to that with Microsoft. The reason I'm bringing up IBM in particular is because, based on what I can observe, the first technological macro sin was committed by IBM during World War II. So there was an individual by the name of Edwin Black who put out a book in 2001 about research that he had done about a heinous crime that had pretty much slipped through the cracks, and which, to this day, pretty much IBM still denies. So, super quick history lesson. Germany, which was brought to its knees at the end of World War I by the Allied powers, which was primarily the United States and the United States and France and England. By then, Russia was out of the war. And to a lesser extent, I guess, Japan, because they were an ally in World War I, and a few other countries. Basically, Germany was crushed. And the war was very hard for everybody on both sides, but specifically England and France were just livid at Germany, and they wanted to take it out in their hide, right? So they basically, against the wishes of KKK supporting left-wing President Woodrow Wilson, the man is complicated. He had a lot of good things and a lot of bad things, but he definitely supported the KKK. But in this case, he was on the side of the right, where he was trying to champion the League of Nations, which was an early attempt at the UN and didn't work. And he was also attempting to keep this pernicious concept of reparations from entering World War One, or entering post-war Germany. And, basically, for a while, the reformers had the cock of the walk in Germany, right? It was they had one of the most liberal, fantastic constitutions in the era. They attempted to reform their entire society and take a culture that was already very pro-science and very inclined to be forward-thinking and push it even farther. And so, among other things that they did in the interest of transparency was institute a culture of extreme record-keeping. Those of you who may or may not have heard about the Nazis and how, and how extreme it was that of all the meticulous records they kept was a combination of hubris and the belief that they really would have a 1,000-year Reich and wanted to preserve these records for posterity, but also a well-meaning, transparent, progressive movement that was actually global and repeated in a lot of Western countries for record-keeping and transparency and freedom of information. And part of that, right, part of this whole process and this modernization so that Germany would not become what it was under Bismarck in 1917 that had caused them to lose the war, was this interest in automating and having, cutting, bleeding-edge science. A lot of people forget that, broadly speaking, in World War II, Germany had a technological edge over, the Allies, right? They had the rockets, they had jet fighters in World War II, right? The Enigma machine, which several well-done movies have shown, that it wasn't just superior to what the Allies had in a lot of ways. It was also widely distributed, right? The Enigma company was adopted early in German culture as a way to send encrypted, coded messages among all of the German command. And it proved to, and the Germans kept improving on it. And it took basically the next level up from Turing in computation to break it. And it's a good thing we did, too, because the war probably would have been much longer and much bloodier if we hadn't. But the fact of the matter is that while all this is going on, right, IBM is also part of this same cultural movement that's been set up in Germany to have census records to count and keep records of everything, right? IBM, at the time, was the world's foremost expert on counting and tabulation machines. So, in other words, take a census of things, and Germany was an extreme example of this. They, like I said, they kept records of everything, and those records were collated and analyzed and meticulously reviewed by the German authorities. And in the Weimar Republic, that was an attempt for transparency and all the left-wing progressive ideals. But when the German fascist centrists / right-wing government took over, because anybody who thinks that Germany was a left-wing government can go stick their head in a toilet, the fact of the matter is that they kept doing it, right? So in other words, IBM had huge contracts and did huge business with Germany in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and afterwards. And, anybody who understands American history understands that there was a circle of thought in the West in general, but in particular among American businessmen, that fascism was a third way, where have you heard that before, by the way, that term third way, was a response to the populist movements of either of either democracy or communism, right? It was something else that would allow you to control and govern a nation in these perilous post-industrial times that would work, right? So there were a ton of Americans that were American businessmen that were fascinated
by the very idea of fascism. And IBM, basically, to summarize the crime, kept doing business with Germany well after the war. Well, okay, that by itself isn't necessarily a crime. Lots of bad people have profited from wars and are lauded now as, philanthropists rather than robber barons. But the thing is that IBM actually had a role in the actual Holocaust, right? So, in other words, Nazi Germany, being Nazi Germany, kept records of everything. In fact, to be honest, if you're familiar with European culture in general and European record keeping, by the way, the concept of keeping records of everything in the interest of transparency is still very much a European thing. Europe has better record keeping than, so far as I know, any other region on the planet. And so that didn't really go away. There's nothing wrong with keeping records and tabulating them. However, IBM was basically keeping records on Holocaust victims and helping track what was going on with these guys, right? Now, the fact of the matter is that parts of the company were taken over by the Nazi government, right? And fascism is very much a transparent line. The line between the government and business becomes insanely thin, and it's not exactly like American businessmen were theoretically running this, right? So it might have had the name IBM on it, but it was effectively actually run by Germans or sympathetic fascist Europeans such as Poland, which has tried to deny any role in the Holocaust whatsoever, because, of course, Poland is currently controlled by a fascist regime. That basically all this stuff is going on, and the thing is that IBM might not have had, American executives over in Europe running the IBM company, but the fact of the matter is that it was still IBM machines, and more importantly, here's the real kicker, and this is why IBM is definitely culpable here. These machines were sold to Germany, but the service contract was still controlled by IBM. In other words, these calculating and tabulation machines were never actually officially owned by their customers, right? The German government did not own IBM machines. They were leased. And this is a business model that still happens in a lot of technological companies and a lot of places now. They don't sell their machines, they lease them. And the reason they lease them is so that they can maintain the service contract. In fact, even now that IBM is not really in the regular computer game anymore, they have some projects like Deep Blue. But the fact of the matter is, IBM still makes most of its money through business contracts. And the fact is that the German government not only used IBM punch card technology and kept these meticulous records of who was where and what they did, there's an argument to be made that the Holocaust would not have been possible on the scale that it was. Because here's the thing, right? Lots of evil governments have killed people they don't like before, right? There is nothing new about this. And unfortunately, people being people, we're probably going to do this until we evolve or the machines take over. I have no idea. What I do know is that, last year, the government of Myanmar basically had the Rohingyas, a Muslim minority, systemically purged by its basically fascist military, which was tolerated by the democratic government in the interests of maintaining democracy, which, by the way, as of February 14th, they've lost, right? In other words, there's been a coup in Myanmar, and by attempting to appease this fascist military that wanted to kill all the people that it didn't like, they lost. And the fact of the matter is that there are tons and tons of examples. The Khmer Rouge, Stalin, and the mass purging of a lot of these people. But the reason the Holocaust is, the Holocaust, despite attempts to minimize it or compare it to conservative suffering from social media self-corrections in the American culture, is because the Holocaust killed more people, and more importantly, it was blatantly state-sponsored, and it was meticulously organized. In other words, a whole lot of people died in Russia, and Stalin was a monster. But nobody, and I mean nobody, is as insanely organized about how they did it compared to the way the Nazis did it, right? They kept records. They made the trains run on time. They knew who was what and where and what their capacity of extermination was, and maintenance records for the extermination machines. Governments have killed millions of people before, and governments will continue to do it. But the full scope of state involvement, essentially as an industry of genocide, is completely unique to Nazi Germany. Nobody, including Stalin and the Communist Party, or even the American government and its killing of Indians, was as meticulous and vicious as Nazi Germany. And part of what made that industrial, factory, vicious, genocidal slaughter possible was IBM and its ability to track all of these people and who they were and what they were doing, and creating a nice little organized schedule to facilitate genocide, right? When IBM set up business in Germany, right, did they, say, I think these machines might be used for genocide, but I'm okay with that, right? When they started off early, if you expect me to believe that they expected that to happen, of course they didn't, right? But the thing is that IBM serviced these machines, right? They had experts that helped run and maintain these incredibly complicated machines. And Nazi Germany did not appear out of nowhere, right? It took a full decade of very obvious handwriting on the wall, kind of like what we have in the United States of America with the sedition/GOP party. It was obvious to anyone that was involved that Germany was a problem, and it was only becoming more and more of a problem, and IBM still did nothing, right? So when we look at the arrogance and the negligence or the half-assed measures of American technology companies, we can point to IBM and say IBM knew that Germany was a problem, knew that they were a fascist regime, knew that these machines were being used in ways that were just gross, and did nothing. Right? Now, can I point to any individual executive in IBM and said, this guy is the architecture of how this worked? No, I can't. It's in fact, if anything, the paper trail and the trail of culpability is a lot clearer in the sense of what American technology companies are doing. That's not why I'm bringing this up. And by the way, IBM has basically pretty much gotten away scot-free. There's been a few token reparations that they've had to make. But for the most part, they've denied everything, or they've used the statute of limitations defense or ambiguity as to who exactly specifically in the company knew this. But the thing is that this is a company that has the benefits of the corporate legal shield, which means that IBM investors are able to enjoy a charter from multiple democracies to reduce the risk of investors, in theory, because they do some public good. But the fact of the matter is that it's clear that when you're involved in genocide, your public good, that charter should have been revoked a long time ago, and yet IBM is still around. and is still doing their thing. And it's been so long, Tom, that, no. Genocide is not something that ever washes away, right? IBM, as long as it exists, is going to have the stain of genocide on them. And there's no forgiveness of that. There's no culpability. IBM still has the same name, right? Did they even change the name? ValueJet, which in the 1990s had a horrific crash because they were idiots and brought a bunch of oxygen tanks that weren't properly secured on a plane and blew up, right? Changed their name, right? They're a different air company now. They're still around under a different name. Feel free to look it up yourself. But the fact of the matter is that companies change their name all the time. Heck, even Blackwater changed their name, right? When you have your mercenaries involved in war crimes, which Trump later pardons because he's evil and Republicans are evil. I'm sorry, conservatives are, it's your argument where there's always, there's the one good conservative or, there's the one good Republican. By the way, the supposedly good conservatives, the Lincoln Project, recently had some sexual crimes come to light. So, I guess not all conservatives or hashtag not all Republicans, right? But, if you were involved in the party of Trump, at some point, the name of the Republican Party becomes so tarnished. Would you join the Nazi Party? Would you say, I'm going to join the Nazi Party? Right? At some point, a name becomes so tarnished that association with it is a problem, right? And at some point, a name like IBM, when you're associated with genocide and you're not taking full ownership, and they haven't even changed the freaking name because the name is synonymous with technology and business and reliability. And so the brand of the name IBM is huge, and worth a lot of money. But the fact of the matter is that it's tainted with genocide. And the lesson here, folks, isn't that IBM needs to go away, although in my opinion, especially after talking this out, it should be. The lesson here is that unless these tech companies step up and own their mistakes, they're going to be the next IBM, right? Facebook or Google or Microsoft or Amazon or even Apple are going to be involved in these horrific crimes against humanity or against future digital intelligence. Because, how could we have foreseen? They could foresee. They could foresee. There is no crime that has been committed by an American technology company that could not have been foreseen had reasonable steps been taken. But the people that run these companies and the people that profit from them and the people that look away and let them get away with the things they get away with do it because they're greedy. It's just the way it is.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Tom Ricks, and today I am doing a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley and Microsoft. It's difficult when talking about a company as large as Microsoft to know exactly where to begin. But I think the place I'm going to start is to understand that Microsoft set the pattern for every major company that came after it, right? So let's think about the current technology model as enjoyed by both Silicon Valley and Wall Street, right? So the idea is, the stereotype is a small company started in a garage that eventually gets funding, sometimes in waves, comes up with some brilliant innovation, may not immediately make profit, keeps sinking money into this and eventually becomes profitable. Then that profitability reaches scalability, achieves an IPO or gets entered on the stock market, and then grows and grows and grows and grows and grows until it dominates a significant chunk of American, possibly global economy. And that model started with Microsoft. Microsoft literally started in a garage with Bill Gates and a few other people building something called the disk operating system. It eventually cornered the market and the dominant section of the personal computing market, and then proceeded to grow and grow and grow until the idea in certain areas of not having it became impossible, right?
There are alternatives to Microsoft in the personal computing space, specifically Linux and or Linux and Apple and the Macintosh. But for a long time, Microsoft dominated that structure. And I think most people who are well-read will immediately be able to recall one of the biggest sins that Microsoft committed, which was their attempts to take over Internet Explorer and Netscape, which was when the web started to become a thing and the internet went from a DARPA backwater research project to coming into its own in the world and the connectivity we enjoy today. But the truth is, Microsoft engaged in technological sins against society well before Netscape. And I want to talk a little bit about those because even though Microsoft is widely regarded as one of the more responsible horsemen today, even though they still do some arrogant things in terms of mandatory updates and breaking things for competitors, they actually first started their path towards arrogance when they created the concept of vaporware, right? So what this meant was that because in the 80s, Microsoft enjoyed a position of great dominance and power in the PC market, they basically owned the operating system. And if Bill Gates got it into his head that he wanted to add something to the Windows operating system, kind of like Mark Zuckerberg does now, then Bill Gates got what he wanted. The two biggest examples I can think of this are WordPerfect and, as I mentioned earlier, Netscape, right? Everybody knows that if you buy a Windows computer now, you're going to get pre-installed on it Microsoft Word, Microsoft Excel, Internet Explorer, and there's a ton of other smaller projects on there, including virus software or disk organizing software or disk optimization software. And the truth is that there were so many small companies, startups, in the 1980s that tried to create programs that they thought were useful and hoped that they would get bought out by a larger company and follow Microsoft's model. And in some cases they were. In some cases, Microsoft looked at a promising piece of software and technology and bought them out. But in other cases, Microsoft looked at them and decided, you know what, we're going to build a competitor. WordPerfect is a really good example of this. WordPerfect is a company in Utah that basically looked at the really crappy word processor programs that Microsoft and other people put out and decided we can do better, and they did. And they were widely regarded as the industry leader. And then Microsoft came along and built Word. And they built it right into the software, and they offered it for free. And it's really hard to get a business or an individual to pay for your WordPerfect software when Microsoft is basically saying, here, you can have it for free as part of the Windows operating system, with the understanding that later, as they do now, they would charge for it, right? The idea is, in a monopoly, you offer something for free or really cheap, and you grind the competition to dust, and then go from there. Where have we heard of that before? All these supposedly free software options that we get from Google and Facebook and Apple, and then they turn around and they charge money for it after the competitors dust, right? Microsoft started all of this. All of this started with Microsoft. But the most notorious example is, as I said, Netscape. And Bill Gates, who is no fool when he was running the company. Now, later on, Microsoft got left in the dust because they got completely left behind in the smartphone market. But Bill Gates, who is smart and is now following the quintessential robber baron model of, earning his money off the backs of other creative people by stealing their ideas and incorporating it into the Microsoft operating system. Billions and billions of dollars he did this, crushing other competitors. Basically saw the handwriting on the wall when the web came out and realized that Netscape was huge, right? They had web browsers, but nothing that was really easy for people to use. And along comes Netscape as a startup, and, everybody wants them. Everybody's using them. They have a huge IPO. And Bill Gates is like, nah, I'm going to build Internet Explorer into my system. And not only did Internet Explorer come for free, built into the system, but Internet Explorer did all kinds of things to screw with Netscape, right? If you had Internet Explorer, Microsoft would try and make it the dominant browser. When all the things that happen now with all the viruses and stupid programs and toolkits and rootkits that routinely try and steal, install some annoying toolkit on your system. Internet Explorer at one point or another was doing all of those things, right? Basically, Microsoft was, unlike a lot of the companies now, which are monopsonies or shadow monopolies, they were an actual monopoly that had access to, that controlled not only the market, but everything about the market, was totally acting in a blatant old school monopoly system. And the federal government basically took a look at this and decided, you know what, we're not going to tolerate that. And so they were under a microscope for a number of years from the states and the federal government. And long story short, the government won. Microsoft settled. Obviously, corporations of that size rarely like to admit guilt. And because attorney generals change and because politicians have very short attention spans, this lawsuit conviction of blatantly illegal monopoly behavior that can take years and requires willpower that the federal government just very rarely has, or that states very rarely have, they settled. And so Microsoft ended up, just like to Big Tobacco, paying a huge amount of money. And quite frankly, they were very risk averse for a number of years. And as a result of that, when the smartphone revolution came out from Apple and later Android, Microsoft was very slow to adapt. Now Microsoft is very rich and very powerful. They branched out into other areas like the Xbox. They buy out video game companies. They still have pretty much a complete effective monopoly lock on the personal computer. Yes, you can get a Linux, and yes, you can get an Apple computer, but Windows basically does what it does, and they're effectively a kind of halfway between a regular company and the electric company, right? The electric company is a monopoly in most places, even when it's poorly run in a place like Texas. And they have this business model where, if you're going to use a computer, you have to pay them money. And if you're going to have a Windows operating system, not only are you going to have to, especially if you're in a business, you have to pay Microsoft money for that operating system. And they have all kinds of environmental situations now where they have a marketplace. And to use that marketplace, you have to kind of go through Microsoft. Even still, some people might observe that Microsoft, for the major five horsemen, and I've mentioned this before in the podcast, but I'll mention it again, the supposed five horsemen, or Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Apple, and Facebook, the five biggest of the companies, they seem in some ways responsible compared to the other ones, right? You don't see as much information about anti-union activity. They pay their employees well. They've had a couple of changes in the head of the company now. The super ambitious, super intelligent, super immoral Bill Gates has decided that he's going to, he realizes now he has a sense of mortality, and so he's working to make the world a better place by paying for vaccinations and education in ways that might also happen to make him or his company a lot of money on the side. But the fact of the matter is that the real crime that Microsoft committed, in my opinion, besides trying to steal the internet through Internet Explorer, is setting up the arrogance of the technology company, right? So in other words, all the other four horsemen looked at Microsoft, and the lesson that they took away from their attempt to steal the internet, kill Netscape, which, by the way, they did. Netscape is dead on arrival, and while there may be other browsers, it's definitely not because Microsoft had any morals or scruples or sense of civic good. It's because the government stepped in back when the government was actually committed to controlling technology and sued Microsoft and sued them successfully. Now, the lesson the other four horsemen took was, we can still act in a very unethical fashion, and in many cases they've acted in an even more unethical fashion. But we just need to not break this 1-century-old monopoly law, right? And we haven't really meaningfully updated the Sherman Antitrust Act in decades. And, the Justice Department Antitrust Division focuses on consumer choice and consumer price because in the old days with the monopoly, right, you'd have the steel barons or the rail barons would lock everybody out, so you had one guy that you could buy from, and then they could set the price to be whatever they want, right? That's what the old definition of monopoly is. But we live in a world where technology moves on and society moves on, and the fact is that Microsoft, in terms of day-to-day impact and day-to-day evil, and the way most people behave now is, a relatively small player. There's, in terms of just the evil they inflict. But it cannot be ignored. It cannot be underestimated, and it cannot be ignored that they are responsible for the Silicon Valley culture that has allowed every other company that I'm going to talk to in this podcast to fester, right? So the lesson learned from the Microsoft debacle, because as I said, for each of these companies, right, what Microsoft should have done is built a better product with Internet Explorer and competed with Netscape. Had they done that, they would not have been as they would have kept government intervention out in the first place, which is what all these other companies are trying to do and failing because they've gone too far. And basically be capable of exercising restraint, right? In one of my favorite movies, Miracle on 34th Street, Santa Claus, when he's in Macy's, at one point sends people to the competitor at Gimbel's, right? He says, this toy that you're looking for here, miss, isn't here, but if you go across the street, you can go and get it, right? In It's a Beautiful Mind, when they do a very visual simplification of game theory, right? And all four guys try and go for the blonde. None of the guys get the blonde. So all four of them go for other girls. And while none of them get the blonde, they all get a date, right? If Microsoft had not been stupid and tried to learn to play well, the government might not have come in and sat on them so that they had a timeout for a decade, causing them to be gun shy and miss researching. And so they basically missed the entire smartphone revolution because everybody knows Windows phones sucked. They didn't work. They were a joke. And they still are. You don't see a Windows operating system on a phone, right? Windows' presence on mobile devices is practically minimal. And there's a lot of other things that Microsoft only does as an afterthought. Now, Microsoft hasn't sat still. Microsoft has branched into other areas, and they learned their lesson, and now they're researching and putting money in research. But more importantly, much like Germany did after World War II, Microsoft, while they're not perfect, because like I said, they still try and do really arrogant things with mandatory Windows updates, but as soon as there's any kind of public outcry, they walk it back. Microsoft, to their credit, learned the lesson of Netscape, right? They actually finally learned that they can't just buy out a competitor and be a 19th century robber baron. But of the five horsemen, Microsoft is the only one that truly actually has any lack of arrogance whatsoever. And that is the lesson that needs to be applied to the other technology companies, which is to say that corporations do not seem to be capable of learning proactively for a sustained period of time.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks, and this is the next in the series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. Today we're going to talk about Apple, the company town. So I think I'm going to start with a little history lesson, but my history lesson isn't about Apple. And my history lesson is about something called company script, or that song that you've probably heard at some point, called I Owe My Soul to the Company Store. And the reason that song exists and the reason it's so bleak is because back in the day, before unions and before work laws, there was the company store. And what the robber barons of the late 19th and early 20th century thought was a swell idea in many company towns, but especially in coal mining towns, was that they would not just own the mine, but they would own the land that the miners lived on and the town that the miners worked in, and the houses that provided shelter to the miners, and the food that the miners ate, and the doctor that treated the miners, and maybe not quite the water, but these days they would include the water. And so, you're a coal miner in 1890, or even as late as, 1920, and you're working in a dangerous, unlit, barely supported shaft that can cause you problems. And you work, you might be a child, very young, 12, 14, 16 years of age. You can die from lung cancer and coal lung from the dust because you don't have a proper mask. But as horrible as these conditions and working days are, the fact is that you can also go home, pay rent, buy your food at the company store or everything else that you needed at the company store. And the company owns all of it. You pay your rent, you get your salary, you get your food from the same people. And the thing is that, if you're the company and you own all these things and you pay these people, you also realize, hey, wait a minute, maybe I can pay my people in monopoly money, right? I mean, I'm the company, I own all these things, right? So why don't I just print my own money called company script and pay the miners? But the thing is that everybody has a bad day, right? And since I set the prices, I can put these people in debt, just like the sharecroppers who used to be slaves in the Civil War and worked the land, and instead of being slaves were debt slaves, because if you're going to work my land, I'm going to find a way to put you so far in debt that you are effectively a slave legally anyway. And now since then we've had laws that prevent you from doing this, but the point is that historically speaking, it is now considered a bad idea for a company to print its own money. Well, it used to be anyway. And certainly for a company to control the market and everything in it, right? So fast forward to 2020, and we have these remarkable devices called smartphones. I don't know if you knew this, but I actually record my podcast on a smartphone. Now, I use an Android, but I've used an iPhone before, and they're clean machines, right? An iPhone has several advantages over an Android. In technical terms, it is called the walled garden. And what that means is that Apple makes sure that it controls any software that appears on that iPhone. And Steve Jobs, one of the last great things he did before he died, and he did do great things, was take previous phone designs, which, let's face it, basically sucked. If you're old enough to remember what a phone was like before the iPhone came along, it was like sucking the internet through a straw, because you had just the number keypad on either a flip phone or a static phone. And if you wanted to use the internet, you'd have basically a text-based interface on usually a screen that was about 1 or 2 by 3 or 4 inches. If you were lucky, you might have a really expensive big phone that had a 2-inch by a 3-inch screen, and wow, weren't you fancy, because you might have some 8-bit graphic pictures that were something out of Oregon Trail, which you could play on an Apple too. And we'll get to that in a second, about why Apple likes walled gardens. But the fact is that today, if you have an iPhone, Apple gets a cut of every piece of software that appears on that phone. Now, it is absolutely true that Apple is not, under any circumstances, in a position that the coal mining companies were at the turn of the 20th century, right? They did not have, people that own iPhones do not have to buy them at the Apple Store, even though Apple does have the Apple Store. And they do not have to buy them with Apple bucks and so on and so forth, right? The analogy breaks down at a certain point. But the fact of the matter is that, especially if you are a small software developer who created a mobile app, and, let's say your entire business depends on Apple, for example, Epic Games, which recently sued Apple in a class action with several other small software developers. If Apple just arbitrarily decides that it's going to take a 30% pay cut, then, if Apple decides it doesn't like the cut of your jib, you're kind of screwed. Now, there are instances of this where we all cheer. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for Parler or Gab or, anybody that gets deplatformed because you have fascist right-wing values. As I've said multiple times on this podcast, if you're right-wing after 1/6/2021, I don't care what you think. I just don't. Your opinion is of no value to me whatsoever. But the thing is that it's not just right-wing apps that get cut. Epic Games basically had their app cut the instant they stopped giving Apple their cut of 30% on the phone. And for those of you not familiar, they make the popular game Fortnite. And yes, you can play Fortnite on an Android phone, or on a PC, or a PS4, or an Xbox. So there are many, many ways to play Fortnite. But the thing is that there should be a law that says that if you make a phone like an Apple or an Android, and you control half the market for an essential service, and I think we can all consider our cell phone an essential service these days, that you don't just get to arbitrarily set up a marketplace and determine what the price is, right? In other words, Android, to its credit, makes it possible to sideload an app onto your phone. Now, Google cheats a little at this, and we'll get to that when we talk about Google. And the reason Google has a better reputation than Apple, even though Apple has a fantastic reputation, is because, there is a way around the Google marketplace. It's hard. And if Google really doesn't like you, there are still things that they can do to absolutely screw you, and have and do. But it's not anywhere near the same league as Apple. And the thing is that it's all nice and good to talk about the free market, but if you've listened to this entire podcast, and if you have, I'm so sorry because of some of the crazy episodes I've done, you understand that capitalism has problems. And I'm sorry, I am no longer an unrestricted proponent of the free marketplace of ideas. Sometimes the market works, but a regulated market is required. In the case of Apple, society as a whole would benefit from taking a look at these really restrictive practices, and I'm not the only one that's doing this. The European Union is taking a look at Apple, now that we have a Democratic president again, the FTC is looking at Apple. And by the way, even under Trump, there was a lawsuit between the, quote, Attorney General, end quote, and I'll use that term anytime we refer to the former, quote, Attorney General, end quote, Attorney General, was because, and several states, like a ridiculous number of states, somewhere between 30 and 40, joined in on this suit. So I'm not the only one that thinks that this is a problem, but the fact is that there really isn't a law that is designed to handle this kind of a problem. The fact is that the Sherman Antitrust Act is more than 130 years old. It was designed for railroads and coal mines and things that forced what did become an essential service, like, a coal-heated furnace or a railroad, which wasn't just, essential infrastructure for the consumer, but the government itself, to prevent people from setting the prices for everyone, which is admittedly a really bad idea and endemic to capitalism, because almost any capitalist will do this if allowed. But because of what happened with Microsoft, ergo why I started with Microsoft, all the other companies have been more clever, and they've created other things such as monopsony, the king of which is Amazon, and we'll get to them next. But, basically Apple makes the store, and they decide who gets in it. And if they don't like you, you can go pound sand. And I'm sorry, once you control 50% of the market on something that has become essential as a cell phone, you should not get to do that. And yet Apple does. Now, we can also talk about other things that Apple does that are unsavory. The biggest of which is the wink, wink, nudge, nudge relationship they have with China, where Apple, unlike Google, has decided to play along with the Great Firewall. Now, for those of you not familiar with what this is, unlike every other totalitarian regime in the world until recently, China basically didn't bow to the internet. They made the internet bow to China. And so what they did is they said that, if you're going to be in China and you're going to have internet or software service in China, or for that matter, if you're going to manufacture in China, not only do you need to have a Chinese partner, but you need to give us all your patent designs and all your software so that we can break it down and see how it works and make our own version and sell it cheaper overseas. China actually did this. China has actually destroyed several American technology companies, including some in Silicon Valley, by creating a cheaper version, by stealing their secrets, including hacking. And we could do an entire podcast episode on China and technology. but I won't, because this is about Silicon Valley, not China. But the fact is that there are many companies that do business in China, and I may actually have to do one on Oracle because they've got a special relationship with China as well. But I think Apple in particular deserves some scrutiny first because they have this positive, shining reputation, some of it justified, including their advocacy for privacy, which is legitimately a good thing. Right? Apple encrypts everything on their phone, and no, they won't decrypt it for the FBI just because it's convenient for the FBI. Thank you very much. After some of the abuses of the Patriot Act in 2001, where the NSA decided it's going to snoop on everybody, and eventually Apple and Google decided, you know what, we don't like that, and so we're going to start to encrypt our phones, and made things a hell of a lot harder for the NSA. Given the fact that we've seen police abuses from the FBI and Customs and Border Patrol and murder cops, I think it's pretty reasonable to not necessarily trust the federal government with the data that we use in our day-to-day lives without a search warrant. And the thing is that China doesn't need any of that because of the Great Firewall, right? If you have a phone in China, you have a version of Android that doesn't use Google services if you use an Android phone. But if you have an iPhone, everything's accessible by the government, right? The great privacy advocate totally gives the keys to the store to China because they make their phones in China for very cheap with a company called Foxconn, which recently also went to India. And these Foxconn manufacturers are terrible. They have had workers strike because of the working conditions. Now, Apple says that it pays attention to these now, after there were some warehouse fires and mass riotous incidents in which people died, i.e. similar to the actual company store and the actual coal mine. Apple said that, this is terrible. We'll totally look into this. And supposedly they did in China. And of course, then Foxconn started building stores in, India, which has a corrupt fascist BJP government. They did the same thing over there. And then supposedly when COVID comes along and the people are like, they're forcing us to work they're not even freaking paying us. They're not paying us even with monopoly money. They're just not paying us at all. Then Apple's like, oh my gosh, we're so sorry. We're shocked. But I mean, this is a major American company that has one of the most positive reputations of all the major tech companies, in part because of its advocacy for privacy, and in part because of a slick media campaign that I think can only be comparable to maybe Coca-Cola, or the cigarette companies of the 1980s with Camel Joe, right? If you see an iPhone or an iPod ad, right, you instantly would recognize that it's Apple without even having to see the language or the Apple logo, right? The look of these ads and their ad campaigns are so ubiquitous and so extremely recognizable that an Apple product just seeing it. And an Apple ad just seeing it. And so the fact is that Apple basically gets all the positive benefits, and until very, very recently, none of the negative benefits that come with being a Dark Lord of Silicon Valley. But, no matter what they look like on the outside, on the inside, this is a company that definitely qualifies for the term Dark Lord of Silicon Valley. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks, and this is another in a series that I'm calling The Sins of Silicon Valley. And today we're going to talk about Google. I almost didn't do Google because, frankly, in my opinion, while Google has done some bad things, they don't approach the same level of a lot of other tech companies, despite ill-advised tendencies such as monopsony or anti-competitive things that they are currently being investigated for. But the thing is that while both Europe and Democrats in the U.S. have concerns about Google, the current lawsuit was started exclusively by Republican attorney generals and a Republican Justice Department, which is not, so far as I know, currently being joined by the Biden administration. I may be wrong about that, but either way, what was perceived as a broad-based coalition of support of people to investigate them has kind of fallen apart and become instead a right-wing talking point. And at the end of the day, I don't do this podcast to advance or ally with in any way, shape, or form the conservative viewpoint. So I'm not really going to talk in detail about anything that they care about, including the supposed suppression of conservative voices. I will do a podcast on Facebook and Twitter suppressing liberal voices and what I believe their bias to be. But I'm sorry, when it comes to liberal voices in Google, I just don't see it. They do it sometimes, but it doesn't seem to be systemic the way it is for Facebook and Twitter. And again, when it comes to conservative voices, it's difficult for me to care because almost all conservatives are liars, and filtering out the ones that aren't liars is, frankly, almost always more trouble than it's worth, because the ones that are remaining are still sympathetic to the liars or people that want to nullify elections, on and on and on. But at the end of the day, I decided that there were two things that Google has done that do merit an inclusion in this series that I just can't in good conscience not include. And FYI, I do have loved ones who are employees of Google, so that would potentially be a conflict of interest in terms of pulling my punches. But when it comes to both of these things, they're very much in the public eye, and it needs to be addressed, right? So the first thing, and the reason this podcast is titled "The Fish Rots from the Head," is, frankly, again, going purely by news articles that anybody can see on Google, there is a big difference between the rank and file Google employees and the management culture. In recent years, there have been instances of Google basically attempting to suppress dissent, including people who wanted to discuss unionization, or specifically the rather, at this point, notorious firing of an AI researcher who wanted to publish something that the management didn't agree with when it came to diversity, and bad behavior potentially by AI research, which Google is a leader in. And frankly, when you combine this with a scandal that they had a couple of years ago with management culture basically dismissing or ignoring sexual harassment, which caused a walkout by a large number of Google employees, comes to the point that a while ago in the first part of this, when I did the podcast episode, The Two Towers, it was specifically Google I had in mind when it came to the fact that the real driver of the problems in tech culture, in my opinion, starts with Wall Street. And when Google started out, they had a really notorious and fairly simple model called do no evil, right? And basically that came from Microsoft. And if you want to understand more about what Microsoft did, feel free to refer to that episode. But suffice to say that Microsoft did a lot of really questionable and frankly evil stuff, and Google wanted no part of it. At one point, Google was the cool darling of the tech world before Tesla came along with, or Musk came along with Tesla and SpaceX. And, Google had all kinds of crazy, what they called moonshots, robots and Project Loon to, broadcast to the internet via balloons and just all kinds of really cool ideas. Since Google became Alphabet, or an umbrella company called Alphabet, they've kind of stepped away for this, and they've become more of a blue chip company, more socially conservative, more fiscally conservative. They still do, they're still more, quote, hip, end quote, than Microsoft, but that's not saying much because even Apple, frankly, has what looks to be more interesting cutting edge research. Google is still definitely the leader in certain areas like autonomous driving and AI, but by and large, they've become more about basically answering to shareholders, providing shareholder value, and there's nothing wrong with that per se. But the management culture in Google is off the reservation, right? When they have employees staging walkouts about sexual harassment, you know there's a problem. And later, when you have the firing of an AI researcher who basically wants to publish a paper that makes elements of what Google is doing look bad, and Google isn't in the mood to suppress, to let that out. Google's drive to have open data is kind of ridiculous. Now, Google has taken some courageous stands, particularly in their refusal to do business in China and participate in the oppression of China's people and the Great Firewall. But, they also had some management that was trying to work around the tech culture in Google with this top secret project to do questionable military AI applications and questionable suppression of freedom of speech in China. And time again, the common pattern in this case is that it's the management. It's the management versus the rank and file employees. And the management is basically being run by a caretaker CEO. Just kind of like, love him or hate him, Bill Gates was a giant in terms of his knowledge of technology and his understanding of how to build a technology business. And the guy that came after him, whose name I don't even remember, basically was a kind of a keeping the lights on guy and missed the console wars and missed the phone wars. And, he's since been replaced. And, Microsoft is getting a little bit more up to speed about the next step in these various races between the large tech companies. But since the two founders of Google have stepped down, this other guy has come on, and as near as I can tell, he's the one responsible for these continual ethics issues in Google management culture. And at the end of the day, a leader is responsible for what happens in their company. And frankly, I'm just not impressed with Google management culture. These managers keep ignoring the wishes of their employees. And granted, they're not as bad as, again, Facebook. Facebook is its own category of evil. But just because there are worse companies doesn't let Google off the hook for having these managers that frankly don't seem to be in alignment with what Google says its culture is supposed to be. And when you have values that you present to the world, but then you have managers that don't enforce that, that's a leadership failure. Pure and simple. It's a leadership failure to have your managers not reflect the culture that you want your company to be known for. And then I think the other issue that I kind of need to address is the fact that no matter how ethical Google may or may not be, and there's a whole spectrum of people inside and outside of Google that have different opinions on that, there's another issue that I need to bring up that is unique to Google, and that is the same argument I made when I talked about 8 questions that need to be asked about the LDS Church. It takes a lot of men to make a gun, and that is in that podcast episode, one of the podcast episodes I did on the LDS Church, I explained that this organization is incredibly powerful, and they have a lot of land, and if the leader of the LDS Church went off the reservation and went crazy, the LDS Church could do a lot of damage simply because of the way their organization is structured and the way that they have no real internal controls to prevent the leader from doing that. Now, a member of the LDS Church might disagree with me, but I'm not even going to get into that. If you want to listen to my arguments on that subject, go to that podcast episode. But
the reason I made the parallel is because Google is basically Chekhov's shotgun on the wall, in the sense that they have more data and more aggregated information than any other tech company except for maybe Facebook. And while Google does have, frankly, famous security protocols to keep anybody from getting it, and by and large, based on my passive understanding of trends in technology, Google has far fewer data breaches or privacy violations than other people, because they care about this, and they've always cared about this. But at the same time, if we got a crazy person as the head of Google, I am not convinced that the arguments I've heard that all of this data inside of Google is safe, right? Supposedly, there are a series of safeguards in place to keep a bad actor inside of Google from, working with somebody like, say, the Trump administration, to take the huge piles of data that Google has aggregated and use it for ill purposes. But I'm not so sure that that's the case. One of the most compelling arguments for originally breaking up AT&T back in the 80s was that it basically put too much power in the hands of one company. And in the case of Google, you have one company that dominates 50% of the cell phone market, 90% of the search engine market, the dominant news aggregator, the dominant and probably the dominant video portal as well. And frankly, all of that power in one place, even if you could build a perfect wall between the human owners of the company and the data collation and analysis functions that Google is trying to be the world leader in for AI, to personalize ads and give value to people that pay for it. Frankly, even if that firewall is perfect, the sheer power in the hands of one person for all of these assets owned is unacceptable. When a company gets too big, it is a national security risk. It just is. And that company needs to be broken up. No one company should have more than at most 50% dominance in the market. And Google is right at that edge when it comes to phones, and probably slightly over Apple. They definitely have the lion's share of YouTube-style video watching. No other website even comes close to that. It's certainly anywhere outside of China. They also are the dominant search engine. And frankly, at a certain point, having all three of those under one umbrella is unacceptable. Now, Google might argue that a lot of media companies do the same thing. AT&T and Xfinity, for example, both have huge cross sections, but in no instance, none, do they own more than 25 to 30% of either the cell phone market or the media market, in the way that Google dominates certain industries that it owns. And we need to revise monopoly laws so that it's not just about consumer price or consumer choice, but market dominance, so that basically no one company has too much power in the United States. And as soon as it crosses that 50% threshold, we have utility regulations that treat it more like the electric company, and by electric company I mean anywhere but Texas, than a privately held company that can do what it wants. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I am Tom Ricks, and this is a series called The Seven Sins of Silicon Valley. And today we're going to talk about Amazon. So Amazon is definitely not the worst of the top five. That would be Facebook. But it is definitely not the best behaved. It's probably, in terms of ranking, second worst. But where Amazon is kind of unique is that Jeff Bezos is bar none bar none, even with the skanky behavior of Microsoft and Bill Gates, the clearest example of a robber baron that we have in the 21st century. At one point, he was the wealthiest man in the world, and is still pretty close to it. He's kind of neck and neck with Elon Musk. And I already have done 3 full podcast episodes on Elon Musk, actually arguably 4. And there's a hell of a lot more to come on SpaceX and Tesla. But, as arrogant as Elon is and as many problems as Elon has, I got to tell you that doing research for this, even though I consider Facebook the worst company, Amazon makes a pretty clear-cut case all on its own for the need to fix how we approach tech companies. There are so many things that they do that are wrong that I could do multiple podcast episodes on them and may still. Just to list a few examples, obviously their anti-union activities are very timely and notorious. They don't pay their taxes. They make donations to climate-denying Republicans, a lot of them. They basically have terrible working conditions, and that's one of the ones we'll be focusing on today. They make very questionable things in general. In particular, their facial recognition technology and distribution of that is just frankly creepy. And they collect almost as much data as Facebook and Google and are super, super creepy about it. And, they are the best example of monopsony that I can think of. And that's actually the source of the subtitle of this episode, i.e., Walmart on steroids. For those of you not familiar with the term monopsony, let me compare and contrast, right? A monopoly is where you have one seller. And that's it. That's all there is, right? So back in the day when you were the steel trust or the railroad trust, you'd have a bunch of these greedy robber barons get together and form a trust of their already obscenely large companies and fix the price, right? If all the major players, imagine if today AT&T and T-Mobile and Sprint, well, there is no Sprint anymore, and Verizon all got together and said, you know what, we think you should pay twice as much as what you're paying now for your cell phone on a monthly basis and to get a cell phone. If the federal government didn't prevent them from doing that, there would be very little that people could do. You might have a state government that stands up to them. But back in the 19th century, you had a corrupt federal government that actually not only allowed this kind of crap to happen, would sometimes prevent states from stopping it in the ridiculous belief that it was interstate commerce. In the 21st century, monopsony refers to one buyer, right? In other words, if 90% of the book market, especially for small independent authors, is through Amazon, and it is, then Amazon can pretty much do whatever it wants, right? I mean, it's harder to maintain a monopoly in the sense on the web because you can just kind of go around it. But that's a little unrealistic now, isn't it? Because the fact of the matter is that you can't start a company from your garage as easily as you could in the 90s, both because, A, it's a lot harder to get the attention of venture capitalists. And after the financial crash and the dot-com crash, venture capitalists are a lot more cautious sometimes. Sometimes they'll still buy into stupid, ridiculous Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman style ideas. But in general, the thing is, if you have a physical product and it's either a company you want to start or even worse, it's a company you've had, for 20 to 100 years that makes a real thing, like, banjos or guitars or books or anything. Amazon is the big elephant in the room. And the whole reason that they are being sued by a number of people is because Amazon does this pernicious thing of, it's like, oh, sure, come on board to our website. Let's say it's toothpicks, right? Toothpicks is a market. People buy them, and you can buy them on Amazon. And when you go and sell your toothpick, right, you're going to, if you go to Amazon and put in toothpicks, you're going to see that there's a lot of people that sell toothpicks. And they might well, your toothpick has little flat, plastic stupid flags on them, so I really want your toothpick. Or your toothpicks come in colors, so that's great, right? And here's the thing. Everybody, or just about everybody, who wants to sell toothpicks goes to Amazon and tries to sell there and compete with everybody else. And some people are successful and some aren't. And the ones that are successful usually have some kind of an edge. And Amazon sees all of this data, right? They see who wins, who doesn't win, who succeeds and why, and when. And they can take all this data and anytime they like, decide, you know what, we're going to go into the toothpick business. And they can take all of the information because they own the platform and, take your strategy. And unless you have like a trademark or a patent to protect you, and even then, good luck in the courts because Amazon is a big and you are small and they can bankrupt you in the courts. And basically take all of your ideas and improve on it and call it the Amazon brand and put it above and better displayed on their platform. And there is not a dang thing to stop them from doing this. And it has taken 20 years for Amazon to finally get enough flack for doing this that people are starting to complain about their ability to do this. But let's actually take, some actual examples. And I'm not going to use a specific example, but this does actually happen. And what I mean by that is very often in a small town, there is like one or two factories that employ everybody, right? They might make cars. They might make a particular car part, right? And previously, this was a big problem with Walmart. Walmart would come in and basically underbid because of their logistics and advanced ability to distribute goods, underbid in price every retailer in town. And so what would happen is all these mom and pop retail stores on Main Street go out of business and everybody goes to Walmart. And then all of a sudden Walmart, which, is basically just this giant concrete box, which dumps all of its things in with almost no customer service and no thought to the customer beyond getting them in, getting them to buy what they want and getting them out the door, put a lot of companies out of business. And now your diehard conservative, and I've already established I don't care what your diehard conservative thinks, but your diehard conservative would say, well, that's just capitalism and the natural evolution of business. Well, okay, except that Walmart cheated all the time and bribed regulators and put their stores where they weren't supposed to be. And it's just gross what Walmart did. But Amazon has done exactly that kind of thing as well, bribing politicians and taking advantage of basically the fact that our democracy is insipid and weak, and ensuring that there are no meaningful laws to protect consumer data, or there are no meaningful laws to prevent them from, going to a small town and say, that small town has one or two products that employ everybody in that town. And, let's use heck, I'm going to go to Amazon right now and look at any random product that they're going to display. Yeah, okay, currently they have a deal for musical instruments right here. This little red keyboard. And I click on this thing, and I'm betting guitars. Here's a really good, I'm going to go to keyboards. So I'm going to go to keyboards over here. And I'm going to look here. And I'm going to click electronic keyboards. And I'm going to go down, and lo and behold, there is Amazon Choice. And none of these appear to be Amazon. on a quick scan that I'm seeing. But the thing is that Amazon, anytime it wants, could decide it's going to do an Amazon brand keyboard. And let's say your company makes electronic keyboards. And like that's one of the only employers in town. Amazon comes along, and they're a huge chunk of the online marketplace. They're not all of them, but they're the biggest player by far. And Amazon decides that it's going to make the Amazon brand electronic keyboard. All of a sudden, your small town that depends on this is toast. And by the way, if you start to lose jobs in rural America, you're going to get angry and you're going to start listening to talk radio. And guess what? All of a sudden, you're going to be, thinking that the crazy demagogue that comes along and promises you the moon is your best buddy. And lo and behold, fascism starts to rise in the United States. So the fact of the matter is that none of these tech companies are operating in a vacuum. Every single freaking one of them, every one of them, some more than others, is responsible for the rise of fascism in the world and in particular in the United States. And this is one of the reasons that Amazon is directly responsible for this, for killing jobs in rural America by underbidding small domestic manufacturers. And they do this actually all over the world. All over the world. And there are lawsuits, but it's going to take years to catch up. And at best, it's going to be probably settled out of court. And Amazon will kind of fix its practices. But it may take 2 or 3 rounds of this before our incredibly slow legal system actually gets around to preventing Amazon from continuing to do this. And the fact of the matter is, Amazon should never have been allowed to get as large as they have been. And anyway, so I'm going to focus more now on the thing that Amazon is most notorious for, which is working conditions. Now, you don't see it talked about as much anymore, but there's actually bad stories for them for white-collar jobs and blue-collar jobs. And I'm going to start with the blue-collar jobs. And Jeff Bezos is like some OCD, satanic, crazy man when it comes to the conditions, because Amazon literally went to court for the ability to charge its employees for the time that they clock in and have to go and get dressed and go through these metal detectors and other security things. And Amazon didn't want to have to pay them for that. So in other words, to clarify, if you're an Amazon worker in an Amazon warehouse and you go to work and in that warehouse and you're fulfilling an order for somebody that orders something on Amazon.com, then you have to go through all kinds of ridiculous and invasive security. Now, a Republican who has no common sense would say, well, that's just in the interest of the business. Well, maybe it is. But the thing is that if it takes you 15 minutes to go in and out every single day, that's 2.5 hours a week. Think about that. That's 2.5 hours a week that Amazon is effectively controlling your time, and you're an hourly employee getting paid at best $15 an hour, and in most places not that much. And you multiply that times 50, that's hundreds of hours, right? That's a lot of time, and you multiply that over multiple years, that you should be being paid by the company that's controlling your time on their property for their processes. But Amazon went to court and won in that they don't have to charge, or they don't have to pay people for going through their stupid security. And this is just one example. Right now, if you're an Amazon driver, Amazon is trying to implement these super invasive practices where, like, they use LiDAR and facial recognition and all kinds of other biometric devices that other companies are using to create self-driving cars. But in Amazon, they want to analyze you down to the microsecond to make sure that you're maximizing company efficiency. Amazon is, in my opinion, there's a movie called Elysium, where in the future, all the rich people live in this orbital habitat, and all the people on the ground have no jobs, and the only jobs that are available are to build security robots that oppress everybody in the world, right? And that movie is mainly an analogy for healthcare, and how the protagonist is sick and has to do all this action movie type stuff to get onto the space station to get cured, and at the end somehow magically everybody gets healthcare because sheer magic in Hollywood. But the fact is that Amazon is the quintessential company, because Jeff Bezos, by the way, is interested in space travel just as much as Elon Musk is, even though he's not doing it as well. And so Jeff Bezos is the kind of guy that in Space Sweepers, a Korean space thing, which is also pretty much the same kind of movie, but better done. And, you could easily see this techno-billionaire in orbit living 150 years with rejuvenating nanotechnology, where he has left the Earth just a giant trash heap without anything. Now, to be fair to Jeff Bezos, unlike Walmart, who does not believe in giving anything back to the community at all, they are notorious for not believing in giving to charity at all. Jeff Bezos does actually donate to charity, but as the wealthiest man in the world, I assure you that it's a drop in the bucket in the absolutely obscene wealth that this man has. And in 2020, when huge chunks of America were losing their jobs, basically, Bezos has earned more money this year than I believe he has ever earned. And Amazon is the richest company in the world, because that's what made Jeff Bezos the richest man in the world. So, I guess from my perspective, I think that billionaires in general are just gross. I've become convinced, the more I've done this podcast and the more I've researched and the more I learn and the older I get, that instances of where someone actually deserves to be a billionaire are very rare. Now, I will say this for Jeff Bezos. Unlike Elon Musk, who has, don't get me wrong, done some impressive things with Tesla and SpaceX, but Elon Musk does not deserve to be the richest man in the world. He will eventually deserve that when he has a space company that is literally light years ahead of everybody else when it comes to space. But he hasn't earned it yet, right? He just hasn't. You look at Tesla's profits or SpaceX's profits, and it's just not there. They will get there. Elon Musk eventually will deserve to theoretically be the richest man in the world, assuming we don't have some much needed, tax reform. But Jeff Bezos has, under the unregulated grossness that is late stage capitalism, actually built a solid business model that basically destroys wholesale segments of the economy and profits off of it. So that money at least comes from somewhere. And while I don't think he deserves to be the richest man in the world, he certainly deserves it a heck of a lot more than Elon Musk. But the fact of the matter is that this man has done so by crushing his workers, preventing unionization, and taking advantage of every loophole that our anemic, dying, capitalist, supposedly kind of democratic system has allowed. And there was a concept in the Middle Ages in feudalism called noblesse oblige, which basically was that the smart nobles understood that, first of all, the peasants vastly outnumbered them. And that because the serfs had a feudal obligation to their feudal lord and would go to war for him and toil the land for him, that in turn their well-being was the responsibility of their feudal lord, right? And in theory, right, America is not the serfs of Jeff Bezos, right? But he has no concept of giving back, not really, right? He goes through the motions and gives some money to charity. but it's basically a farce. And so he's almost as old as Bill Gates, or approaching it anyway. And, he's starting to step down from Amazon, but he's focusing on space. He's not focusing on what Bill Gates did. No matter what you think, or whether you like it or not about the Bill Gates Foundation, Bill Gates at least understood the concept of giving back, right? Steve Jobs was not great at it, but at least he understood the concept of giving back. Jeff Bezos is a taker. He is not a maker. He is a taker. And he has taken advantage of the stability of the United States and its legal system, and the innovation of its workers, and the productivity of its workers, and basically bled America dry, doing everything he can and finding every loophole that he can to pay no taxes or as close to it as he possibly can. And even now, when it is patently obvious to everyone, not just me, how broken and how insane and dark the Silicon Valley tech culture is, even now, literally yesterday, there was a story in the news about how Jeff Bezos has sent the marching order to the Amazon empire, which includes, among other things, the Washington Post and Amazon Prime and a commentariat section, not to mention the other random talking heads that they bribe on the side, because every major billionaire does that they need to start pushing back, right? They need to start saying unionization is bad and Amazon is a great company and what's good for Amazon is good for America. Right. No, it's not. And the fact of the matter is that unionization is what gave us the 40-hour work week. Unionization is what gave us the weekend, and OSHA, and workplace protections, and minimum wage, and the ability to even have a middle class in this country. And if it wasn't for unions and the labor movement, we would still have orphans working in fucking salt mines. And the fact of the matter is that we need unions in this country. And Amazon is the quintessential. When you have to pee in a jar because your productivity is going to go down if you go to the fucking bathroom, and Amazon denies it, but should we ever believe a tech lord? Should we ever believe one of these filthy Silicon Valley companies when they say, oh, well, that's nice, but nerd, drivel. No, we shouldn't, right? A developer who spends his whole day coding and thinks that they understand climate change and how we don't need climate laws or carbon taxes because they know how to do a spreadsheet. La-di-da! Excuse me? Just because you know math in one area doesn't mean you know math in other areas. It would be, that's the equivalent of an auto mechanic thinking that they could go to the particle accelerator at CERN and say, well, I know how to fix a car, so I can totally understand particle physics. Just because you can sling code doesn't mean you understand how to build a climate change model or track the weather or track a hurricane or understand and agree with Ayn Rand that unions are bad and that the almighty dollar is great. I'm sorry, just because you have one narrow skill set in one area does not mean that you have skill sets in other areas. It just does not happen, folks. I know some developers, and some of them are really smart, really good people, and others are arrogant, unbelievably arrogant, and you see that reflected in each and every single one of these tech lords. You see the unbridled hubris that these people have in thinking that they can dictate our society and move fast and break things and not have to pay for it. I'm sorry, Jeff Bezos, you break it, you bought it. You become the richest man in the world on the back of your workers, then you're going to get taxed. And the bill will come due sooner or later, mark my words. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but sooner or later that unregulated, unearned wealth will be taken and clawed back by the people of the United States of America. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks, and this is the next in a series that I'm calling The Sins of Silicon Valley. And today we're going to talk about Facebook. So first of all, full disclosure, Facebook is why I'm doing this series. It was the first of the tech companies that I really ran into a problem with just everything about Silicon Valley and just the pernicious, disgusting, filthy attitude that everyone in the Silicon Valley culture has, and that the more I looked at these tech companies, the more I realized that it wasn't just Facebook or Twitter, it's all of them. Like, to one degree or another, every single company in Silicon Valley that I can think of has some degree or another of the problems that I've talked about in every single episode of this podcast. And the thing that sets Facebook apart is they're the worst. They destroy friendships, they destroy families, they destroy democracy, they are an acid drip in our culture. For those of you not familiar with mythology, Loki at one point was involved in the death of Balder, one of the Norse gods, and his punishment was suspended in a cave upside down with the Midgard serpent slowly dripping a little bit of acid from its fangs constantly. It was a constant, never-ending drip. It's a variant of the popular water torture that you've heard of before with the slightly more racist name. And the fact of the matter is that this is Facebook. So everybody in the world has heard of what Facebook is and knows what Facebook, whether or not you're on it. Most people, not all, are aware that Facebook isn't just Facebook. It's also Instagram and WhatsApp, and has branched out into virtual reality and just all kinds of other companies. But, at the end of the day, Facebook starts, begins, ends, and is all the way in the middle about a guy named Mark Zuckerberg. And for those of you not familiar, Mark Zuckerberg has a movie that was made about him and his initial efforts called The Social Network. And if you've never seen The Social Network, I highly advocate that you see it. And it's basically that Mark Zuckerberg is pretty much evil Data, right? If you've ever seen Star Trek The Next Generation, Data is this android that wants to be a human being and is incapable of feeling emotion and does everything he can to mimic human beings. He does have an evil twin in the show called Lore, who is actually capable of feeling emotion, and Data is pretty much a good guy. But I don't think Mark Zuckerberg is Lore, because Lore could feel emotion and could do a sinister laugh. And I don't think he's Data, because Data was altruistic and had the better, the better impact of human beings. Mark is evil Data. He is someone that wants to mimic humanity, but does so for his own selfish reasons and in the worst conceivable way possible, right? My takeaway from The Social Network is that Mark Zuckerberg is not neurotypical. I don't think he has Asperger's syndrome, and I don't think he's autistic. He's something else. And I think that he is incapable of empathy as we understand it. I mean, he sure has a degree of empathy, but I think that he wants to fit in, and that his solution to fitting in was to build an application that would allow him to mimic the presence of friends. And, again, his idea of being altruistic is, if I'm going to make mechanical fake friends for myself, or the illusion of friendship, I'm going to do it for everybody else, and I'm going to make money on it. And that's pretty much what Facebook is, right? I'm going to be a little bit harsh in my next statement, but I stand by what I'm about to say. So if you've ever seen the movie The Matrix, there's a moment where Neo, the protagonist of The Matrix, is asked, now that I've told you the truth, that your illusion, your reality is an illusion, do you want to take this pill that's going to send you back to your little dream world, or this pill, where you're going to live in a harsh reality where AI is trying to hunt you and kill you down and use you as a food source. Neo, being a hero, chose to accept the truth. And there are a million illusions, both for dating sexual predators and political illusions that involve the red pill versus the blue pill. And I sidestep that without saying which is which, because colors at this point are very loaded, with red representing Republicans and blue representing Democrats. But the fact of the matter is that I'm going to tell you a harsh truth, friend, and that is, if you're still on Facebook, in my opinion, if you were in the Matrix, you would choose the pill that goes back to your comfortable reality. And does that sound harsh? It does. But I want to reiterate the fact that right? Unless you're, both the left and the right hate Facebook, right? Everybody knows that Facebook is trash. But the fact of the matter is that that this guy makes money off of hurting people and exploiting children and exploiting the elderly. And yet, if you still are on WhatsApp, or you still have Instagram, or you still have Facebook, right? That you're making money for evil. You know that you are, by your mere participation in this product, helping to destroy our society. Now, full disclosure, I only left Facebook myself 4 months ago. But when I did, I bit the bullet entirely. I don't have Instagram. I don't have WhatsApp. I don't use any Facebook product whatsoever. And the deciding factor for me was very personal, right? I've had bump ups with Facebook censors for a long time. The first most notorious incident, the first time I deleted my Facebook account 4 or 5 years ago, was when the clever people at Facebook, whoever their Twitter censors were, whoever their Facebook censors were, applied their 24-hour lockdown, right? And I'm suddenly on 24-hour lockdown, and then literally 5 minutes after I log in, they're hitting me for something else with a 24-hour lockdown. So in other words, this was not a bug. There was no accident in how that happened. I was specifically stalked and targeted by a Facebook employee, and it was patently obvious. So I decided, you know what? Rather than suffer this, I'm just going to delete my entire Facebook account, wait a full 30 days for my permanent data to be deleted, and then recreate my Facebook account from scratch. And I did that about 3 or 4 times because the conservative censors in Twitter, and I know that we're all supposed to believe that the inhabitants of Silicon Valley are all liberal and all progressive, but the fact of the matter is that they're not, and that they're just basically the gamut of regular humanity. And if you've ever interacted with developers, most of them lean to either the conservative side of things or the libertarian side of things. And when it comes to libertarians, about 50% of them are right-wing libertarians who basically believe in the same things put out by the Cato Institute or Fox News, or the same set of lies produced by the Koch brothers. And the fact of the matter is there's no in-between, right? You either believe in the fake manufactured reality of the Koch brothers, or you don't. There's no in-between, right? There's no, everything that they create is a lie. And if you believe in part of that lie, you're in for a penny, in for a pound. It's why I laugh at the concept of people who say that both sides are the same. Both sides literally cannot be the same, because we're talking about two diametrically opposed realities, one of which cannot be true. And anybody that has a brain can look that all the intelligent college-age people are not in the right-wing Fox-constructed reality. I also want to add that Mark Zuckerberg loves the right wing. Now, he is not a registered Republican most of the time. He seems to go kind of back and forth, but he constantly courts, meets with, and sympathizes with people on the right wing. In particular, the reason for this is because he has a buddy called Peter Thiel, who I'm going to do an entirely separate podcast episode on, where the most notorious data leak that Facebook has done merits its own podcast. Frankly, I could do an entire series on nothing but Facebook alone, but I'm only going to do 3 episodes. But suffice to say that Peter Thiel is his own kind of evil. Like, he is just a degree of evil unto itself.
But of all the 5 major companies, and frankly, just about any company that I'm going to talk about in this podcast series, Facebook is far and away the worst. They have actually gamified and created deliberately psychological addiction into their app. This is a known fact. You don't have to take my word for it. Just Google it. Google psychological addiction, Facebook. They have literally had human user interface specialists test and focus test and refine and iteration after iteration after iteration ways to addict the human mind to spend as much possible time on Facebook as possible. Have you ever tried to go cold turkey on Facebook? If you have, you suffer withdrawal symptoms, don't you? Right? If you're a regular Facebook user, and I know because I've felt it personally, and I've actually known about it and still used it until they crossed the line. And I'll get to what the Rubicon was finally for me, that I finally just had enough of Mark Zuckerberg and his evil empire. But the fact of the matter is, if you haven't, you should see how addictive this pernicious little thing is. There was a meeting of the House Judiciary Committee yesterday, which is what finally caused me to break down and just decide I need to do this rather than think of the perfect way to approach how I'm going to discuss this incredibly evil company. And that was, everybody in the House Judiciary Committee agrees that the use of algorithms and machine learning by Twitter and Google and Facebook, and frankly almost every Silicon Valley company, is just evil. Have you ever tried to get a hold of a human being in customer service at Facebook? Good luck, because you're not going to get it. The only major company that is actually intelligent when it comes to human interaction and customer service is, to their credit, Amazon. Now, Amazon has all kinds of other problems, and I could have, again, done an entire podcast series on Amazon alone. But Amazon at least understands how actual human beings work, has actual customer service. I can pick up an actual phone and talk to an actual person to solve the problem. Good luck with that at Google or Facebook or Twitter. You can't. I know, because I've tried. So now I'm going to talk about what I call the Rubicon, right? What caused me to finally give up once and for all, forever with Facebook? Well, I have a podcast. Obviously, you're listening to it. And for a while, I used Facebook marketing very successfully to amplify this podcast. And I might not have liked Facebook, but I accepted it as a necessary evil as the most successful way to advertise my podcast. So from time to time, I would also boost a post, right? That's the easiest way for a small company such as my own to get a targeted audience. And back in December, I boosted a post on what was happening with Governor DeSantis and his satanic raid on Rebecca Jones, the data scientist who defied him and was fired by the state of Florida for daring to post COVID data that countered the insidious Republican narrative, right? And so I boosted this post, and literally within seconds, not like a day, seconds, Facebook shut down my ability to boost posts with my small business page. There was no appeal. There was no ability to get a hold of a human being. And I even submitted a complaint to the Better Business Bureau. Do you want to know what happened when I submitted my complaint to the Better Business Bureau? Facebook sent me a cookie cutter, cut and paste response saying, here's the access to our knowledge base. See if what happened to you is somewhere on Twitter. I'd like you to know, ladies and gentlemen, that Facebook isn't actually a member of the Better Business Bureau. And the Better Business Bureau, they actually have an F rating with the Better Business Bureau. But the thing is that the Better Business Bureau is kind of like the participation trophy of business. Like, being a member of the Better Business Bureau or responding to complaints from the Better Business Bureau is, like I said, it's the equivalent of showing up and being alive in a sporting event in elementary school. We all remember those events. We all remember the special events where you get a participation trophy just for showing up. Hooray! You're special! You get a participation trophy! Yay! You came in there. You came in there. They're not first, second, or third. You just showed up, and you're not dead. You're not a mannequin. Hooray! You're not a cardboard cutout. You win! Right? Let me tell you about how the Better Business Bureau works for anybody who hasn't ever actually dealt with them. When you file a complaint with the Better Business Bureau, they send you an automated response, and it says, "Hello, thank you for filing a complaint with the Better Business Bureau. We'd like you to know that we've gotten in touch with the company and we're waiting for a response." 24 to 72 hours later, "Hello, we'd like you to know that the company has responded. Please enter your email address here to see what they said. Was that good or bad? Thank you for replying to the good or bad question. Have a nice day." I mean, really, that's pretty much it. That's the extent of the supposedly mighty Better Business Bureau, right? To be fair, what else are they supposed to do, right? If they're too harsh on business, none of the businesses are going to show up. If they don't respond at all, people are never going to use them in the first place. The Better Business Bureau used to be feared, and that was back in the day when companies and corporations were held in check, largely before Reagan. But Facebook has an F with them. And why do they have an F? I'll tell you why they have an F. Because Facebook uses AI to respond to everything. You can't get a hold of a human being. You can't pick up the phone. If you write a letter, they're not going to respond. Maybe if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, they might respond. But you can't get Facebook to respond. So we're talking about a company that has been investigated by the United States and the European Union and, frankly, most countries for multiple questionable business practices, suspending pages and accounts of people resisting oppressive regimes, artists, independent thinkers, and they overreact all the time. They try and build a machine version of everything, right? In fact, their response to the clear and ridiculous role that they played in encouraging and allowing insurrectionists to coordinate in the mob attack against our Capitol in January was, and I kid you not, well, we weren't anticipating actual revolt. We were just looking for fake accounts. So the next time that happens, we'll be prepared for it, okay? Thanks, guys. Like, seriously. Their response to an attempt at a coup d'etat in our country, the country in which they are incorporated and participate, is to say, we didn't think this would actually happen. Don't worry. The next time it does, we'll get it. They are insane. And they are a danger to the entire country. And as near as I can tell, every attempt to rein them in or enforce them or enforce the law against them is a joke, right? Let's talk about right now the major things based on my research to rein them in, right? We've got the European Union, which at best is going to do a fine and doesn't seem to be doing anything else. And remember that recently the EU expelled Catalonian parliament members at fascist Spain's request from the European Parliament because Spain, right? And they also botched the vaccine deployment. And the only enforcement mechanism they have against illiberal democracies in Poland and Hungary is to take away some of their budget. Oh, by the way, I haven't even been able to do that, right? Europe has a better standard for human rights, and they have some attempts to enforce it. But on a macro scale, for a large company like Facebook, it's a joke. In the United States, there is some talk from investigation from the Department of Justice or Attorney General, but they're focusing more on Google and Apple than they are on Facebook. And the only other serious attempt is basically the right wing, which wants to take away their 230 protection. And for those not familiar, Section 230 is basically the bit in the internet which says that if you go on a website and make a comment, that website isn't liable for you making a comment. If they take away Section 30, the internet goes away, right? That's trying to remove Section 230 protection from the internet is basically trying to destroy the internet. And by the way, let's be honest, conservatives really only want to take it away for their side. They would be perfectly, you look at Parler and Gab and MyPillowGuy's social media, they're all about protecting Nazi and hate speech, but I dare you to be a liberal and try and talk about liberal items on the right-wing social media. And by the way, for those of you who are not familiar, I have personal experience that Facebook and Twitter attack liberal commentators. Like, I'm shadow banned on Twitter, and I'll cover Twitter in a bit, which, by the way, it's really freaky, the link between the final breaking point I had with Facebook and one of the 2 episodes I'm going to be doing on Twitter with a guy named Max Nordau is just unfucking believable what's going on with Twitter. But again, I'll cover that in a separate episode. So the thing that's even worse about Facebook than any of the other companies is that Mark Zuckerberg, due to the structure of ownership of Facebook, is impossible to remove. So many companies have multiple forms of stock. There's the ownership of the stock, and then there's the controlling stock. Facebook is no exception. The difference between Facebook and any of the other major tech companies, Microsoft, Google, Apple, or Amazon, is that Mark Zuckerberg owns more than 50% of the controlling stock, which means that there is literally no circumstance where a board or all of the other shareholders united, if every other person that owns a stock in Facebook all demanded that Mark Zuckerberg step down, Mark wouldn't have to if he didn't want to. Mark Zuckerberg has complete and total control of Facebook. And from my perspective, that means that Mark Zuckerberg has complete and total singular responsibility for every friendship lost, every business ruined, every violent act that is ever deliberately linkable to Facebook, or even partially linkable to Facebook, which would include the revolution attempted on the 6th of January in 2021, can be directly attributable to Mark Zuckerberg. Let me repeat that. Mark Zuckerberg is the only person who controls Facebook. Full stop. Nobody else can take it away from him. Nobody else can wrest control of Facebook from Mark Zuckerberg. And that means that that man has responsibility for every act of evil. And there are many. Google yourself. And I've been researching this company for quite some time. How many acts of evil and bullying and cyberbullying and terrorism and insurrection and lies and threats come from Facebook. And this man is so obsessed with solving every problem using AI that even when he tries to fix the problem, even when he's willing to acknowledge the problem, he is so inept that it almost never does fix the problem. There are still Russian trolls on Facebook. There are still cyber stalkers on Facebook. There are still pedophiles and child pornography on Facebook. Facebook is a fetid swamp of evil. And if you use it, you are encouraging Mark Zuckerberg to continue this behavior. The federal government can't fix it. They're not going to break up Facebook. Certainly not Joe Biden. And no state has the clout to do it. And the European Union can't do it. So if you're using Facebook, you are perpetuating this evil. If you hear my voice and you are still using Facebook, you are part of the problem. Now, I don't blame you. Just like I don't blame a smoker for big tobacco. But you need to own up to the fact that you are literally contributing to evil. If you use WhatsApp or you use Instagram or you use any product of any kind owned by the Facebook company, own it and move on with your life. It's very, very difficult to completely avoid any secondary consequences, right? Watch The Good Place. The Good Place is a great show, and one of the things it shows is that sometimes you can do evil just by buying a can of soup, right? There might be an ingredient in that soup that threatens an endangered species, or you're contributing to carbon. It's very difficult to be a human being in the 21st century and not contribute to evil. And at the end of the day, I'm okay with that. But you need to be aware of it, and you need to own it. You need to accept the fact that by continuing to use Facebook more than any other tech company, right? You can use Apple and do your best to counter the fact that it's being made by forced slave labor in China. Or you can use Google and accept the fact that Google has a management company that encourages racism and sexual harassment. Nothing is perfect. Good luck finding a grocery store or, God forbid, a pizza company that isn't run by some kind of psychopath that is worthy of boycott. So I get it. But Facebook is uniquely evil. And you know it. So accept the fact that you're not as noble a human being as you think you are, and move about your day. But I do encourage you to go a week without using it. If you've never done that, you need to understand how perniciously addictive this thing is. You need to understand that if you have children or elderly parents whose mind is a little soft and impressionable, how effective Facebook propaganda is seeping into their mind constantly, every day, just like the acid drip on Loki. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. My name is Tom Ricks. This is the next in a podcast series I'm calling The Sins of Silicon Valley. And today we're going to talk about Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. As I've said, I could do an entire podcast on just everything that's screwed up and wrong about Facebook. But I'm basically restricting these extra 2 podcast episodes to just 2, right? The next one is going to be on the Milgram experiment and the unlicensed and basically unethical psychological experimentation that Facebook does on a regular basis. And today we're going to talk about basically the rampant data privacy issues that Facebook has, the worst of which is Cambridge Analytica. But you can't talk about Cambridge Analytica without talking about a colorful individual, and by colorful I mean evil, by the name of Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a guy who is supposedly a guy you might get along with in the sense that he's a nerd. He clearly likes Lord of the Rings because 2 of his companies are named Palantir and Mithril. He's bought citizenship in New Zealand. He does all kinds of supposedly ethical things like give to the Foundation to protect journalistic integrity. But basically, let's start with the obvious. Anybody who names their major data company Palantir has issues, like just flat out. For those of you not familiar, in Lord of the Rings, there's an artifact called a Palantir, which is basically a demonic crystal ball that was originally used by the free forces of Middle-earth to fight the forces of Mordor and coordinate their efforts by, being a crystal ball. And Sauron, being Sauron, looked at these crystal balls and corrupted them so that anybody that looked into them went insane and saw only the worst possible outcome. So imagine this is a guy who wants to create a data company using Facebook data collection, which, as I said in the last podcast episode, everything that I talk about in any of these podcasts about any company, Facebook does it and worse. They are the worst company of the tech companies. Everything they do is bad, like just bad. Today, we had the amazing privilege of the Facebook Oversight Board decided in their magnanimity to continue to extend the ban on Trump from using Facebook for another 6 months. Woo! Yay! Hooray! Everybody on Twitter is like celebrating what should have been a permanent ban from a guy that used their platform to basically encourage people to commit actual rebellion and actual criminal murder and actual terroristic threats on anybody that's to the left of them on the political spectrum, including, by the way, conservative Republicans like Lynn Cheney.
So anyway, everybody knows, like it's just a known fact at this point, that Facebook collects huge amounts of data on everything you do on the platform, everything you like, everything you every group you join, in fact, even your private Facebook messages to each other, or on WhatsApp, or on Instagram. All of this information is put in one giant data pool that Facebook uses to put together a profile of who you are. And Google does the same thing, and so does Apple, and so does Amazon. But Facebook leaks like a sieve. They don't care about your privacy. They sell your information to the highest bidder. They're basically once or twice a year at this point, there's a newspaper article about a major data breach for your Facebook information. And if you're on Facebook, you should pretty much understand that anything you like, or anything you comment on, or anything that you enjoy, or anything that you even watch or look at is being recorded and coalesced and used to promote ads on Facebook. And full disclosure, up until January, I used Facebook ads myself. For a small business, Facebook is, bar none, the best platform to advertise and to get targeted advertising. Google sucks, frankly. If you're a big advertiser, Google is great for that. But if you're a small business, Google is a terrible platform. You can't get anything done for a small budget in terms of advertising with Google. But you certainly can with Facebook. For $10, you can reach hundreds of people if you target your ad right. And yet, let's talk about Cambridge Analytica, right? So Cambridge Analytica is a firm that worked with the right to shell out garbage in favor of right-wing politicians, and they were in particular instrumental in the creation of Brexit. Now, for those of you not familiar, Brexit was this little vote that England took that passed with like a tiny, tiny majority, mainly due to targeted ads that were racist and sexist and lies, largely fueled by data provided by Cambridge Analytica. And Cambridge Analytica used a poll, one of those stupid Facebook polls like, what kind of Brillo pad are you, right? Except in this case, it basically took the political information for people in England, particularly North England, and was used to target lies. And now, at this point, England is basically lost, right? North England, which used to be very pro-labor, has become infected with right-wing lies and racism. And England is basically a racist country at this point. And so is large chunks of the rural United States. And part of that has been perpetrated by Facebook and by Twitter, but Facebook much more so, not just because of the dreaded and satanic algorithm that deliberately steers you towards conflict and things that you're going to react to keep you engaged so that it can sell you advertising. And again, I'll be talking about that, the psychological abuse that takes place in Facebook next podcast. But I want to highlight the unique evil that Facebook has committed that none of the other platforms even approach and the same level of evil, right? YouTube has trash on it and allows fascists to broadcast their message. Twitter is its own category of evil and has its own agenda, which is namely Bitcoin. But Facebook is a whole other category. And aside from just any way it can make a buck, Peter Thiel, who is still on, by the way, the board of Facebook and has been very close friends with Mark Zuckerberg from practically the beginning, has been the worm tongue. See the Lord of the Rings influence there I made? The worm tongue in Mark Zuckerberg's ear, keeping him from effectively shutting down actual terroristic threats or actual lies on Facebook and having Facebook basically be a permanent festering sore in democracy. Now, I want to categorically say that Peter Thiel is now on record as thinking that democracy doesn't work. He thinks that democracy hasn't functioned for his radical libertarian ideology since the 1920s. Well, let's think about what happened since the 1920s. Oh, yeah. Racism has been reduced and classism has been reduced, and the size of the federal government and its ability to regulate rampant corporations that abuse their power, such as Facebook and Palantir, have happened since the 1920s. So when Peter Thiel is saying that he's no longer in favor of democracy, what he really means is, I think that Vladimir Putin is a swell guy, and that technocratic, autocratic governments like China and Russia are the way we ought to go. And what that means is that in a government like that, if the government likes you, then you get to keep your property and you don't have government thugs come in and take it from you, even though he claims to basically be a libertarian. But the thing is that what he really means is that he wants to have power and he doesn't want you to have power. Because he says he's a libertarian, but nobody who's a libertarian can ever be against anything but a democratic solution, because you cannot have a libertarian society in a dictatorship. You just can't, right? A dictatorship cannot maintain its power by the invisible hand. It's not going to happen, right? A dictatorship will do whatever and however it needs to accomplish something to stay in power. Look at China, right? China talks about fighting corruption all the time, but China doles out favor to local corrupt politicians. China is not a free market, and it's not a free society. Peter Thiel has also criticized the tech companies for not fighting China enough, but you'll notice how he doesn't say any such thing about Russia. And the truth is that when it comes to fighting people who propose democracy, or even, frankly, just generic critics of the government, both Russia and China are absolutely ruthless in how they handle political opponents. So when Peter Thiel says that democracy doesn't work, what he's really saying is that he has no ideology and that he wants to seize power, just like every conservative Republican that he backs and that he is good buddies with. And if you were to draw a crazy conspiracy theory wall chart that showed the crazy Koch organization and Rupert Murdoch and the Mercer family and all of these fascist autocratic regimes all around the world, you will see again and again how Palantir and Peter Thiel and his slime keeps reappearing. It's kind of funny how that works, isn't it? And the last nail in the coffin that I want to throw out there is that Palantir is super buddy-buddy with renegade law enforcement in this country, especially state and local. When Snowden and the WikiLeaks stuff came out, Palantir immediately went, just like Wormtongue, to the NSA and the government and local corrupt red state governments, but also, frankly, corrupt blue state city governments run by mayors that love to have abusive murder police, and basically said, all these protesters, we can give you their Facebook profile, right? We can give you their iPhone signature and give you real-time data about who they are and who they're talking to, and let you crush them before they even show up to a protest. Basically, Peter Thiel is the devil. And he is the right-hand force of evil for everything that Mark Zuckerberg does that's wrong with the world.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. My name is Tom Ricks, and this is the next in a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. And today we're going to do the final installment, at least so far as I know, on Facebook. And as I've said before, I could talk for hours and hours and hours on Facebook. Facebook could be its own podcast. A podcast that does not... In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere out there is a Facebook, or there is a podcast that criticizes Facebook. There should be. They have 2.8 billion users, and they're by far the most demonic and evil of all of the tech companies. I would hope someone has dedicated their life to bringing down Mark Zuckerberg. I'm just a tourist. But I chose two topics outside of the generic Facebook basically sucks and it's all Mark Zuckerberg's fault for two specific reasons. Right? I chose the last podcast episode on Peter Thiel because the Cambridge Analytica stuff and Palantir is the most egregious abuse of data in Facebook's large repertoire of evil. And it's just gross. And, a lot of times I like to do a podcast episode that I can link to and retweet to somebody that doesn't understand something that would normally take 6 tweets to figure out. And I can just put a link to a podcast episode and figure things out a lot easier that way, right? The reason I chose this episode is because, to me, at the end of the day, this is about what makes Facebook most evil at a personal level, right? At a macro level, Facebook is evil because of how they have helped destroy democracy by giving access to people that spread fake news, a venue to just destroy all trust in the institutions of democracy, to spread conspiracy theories, and in some cases to literally crush the movement of people to fight those forces, particularly in illiberal democracies like Russia or Hungary or Poland or Turkey. But at a personal level, I've lost friends and for brief periods of time, family members because of stuff that happens on Facebook. In fact, as of right now, aside from the fact that I've deactivated my Facebook account, because who knows what might happen in the future. Mark might be thrown out. Facebook might be ethical. Look, I don't mind that people use Facebook. I think that if you're smart, you avoid it right now. But if you can't, I understand. And the reason I understand is because it is literally addictive, right? Look, even if you have no intention of ever quitting Facebook or deleting your Facebook account, I urge you, especially if you're a daily user, to just take 2 or 3 days to put it down and do a total Facebook cleanse. And by cleanse, I mean also Instagram and WhatsApp or any company owned by Facebook. And I want you to observe how much you want to go back and use it again, right? And that is not an accident. The algorithm that they've made a big deal about in recent congressional hearings is addictive, and it's designed to be addictive. It's called gamification, and Facebook does all kinds of little things to keep you clicking, to keep your eyes on Facebook's screen for as much time as possible. And all kinds of people who are much more intelligent than I am can go on and on about all the things that Facebook does that are insidious, about how they manipulate the algorithm to you see less of your family and friends and more garbage news, more advertisements, right? They basically, I find it hilarious that the biggest reason everybody stays on Facebook is because their friends are on Facebook, and they have obscure friends that they would never see in real life that they want to get into an argument about whether a ham sandwich should have mustard or whether it should have tartar sauce, right? I mean, that's basically, when you're not arguing about politics or religion, it's typically pedantic stuff, or you get to see some pictures of somebody's cute dog and cute kid, and that's the positive side of Facebook. But the thing is that you cannot get the positive stuff on Facebook without exposing yourself to the negative, and it goes on and on and on. And I can do that, but I could go on about that ad nauseum, and I'm not gonna, because other people have done it far better than I have. What I don't see people talking about is the fact that this algorithm is actually psychologically addictive, right? We had a destructive and costly war on drugs in this country for the better part of a century on marijuana, which is, by the way, still going on, which is not addictive, right? Heroin is addictive. Cocaine is addictive. There's a physical reaction when you stop using it. Marijuana isn't. It does have a psychological addiction if you end up having dependency on it. But there's no difference between marijuana psychological addiction and Facebook psychological addiction. I would love to see a placebo study on the withdrawal effects from heroin and the withdrawal effects from Facebook. And I would argue that especially in a minority of the population that has a really high psychosomatic component, right? We all know these people who, if they're ill or they think they're ill, their body starts to physically respond. And I don't think they're faking. I think that the logical explanation to me for that is that there's a close link at their reptile brain between what they imagine is happening and what their body does. I don't know what the biological explanation is, but everybody knows people like this, right? They're not bad people. They're not liars. They are people that just are physically affected by psychological conditions. And sometimes it's the weather, or sometimes it's, people that they have to meet, or PTSD. It goes on and on. And PTSD is a legitimately diagnosable, treatable illness that has physical ramifications, but is purely from the mind, right? It's the reptile brain, but it's a purely mental condition. Let me throw this out there, right? What is an experiment, right? An experiment is just super quick recourse of Science 101 that you learned in elementary school, right? An experiment is, I have a hypothesis or a theory, like, why is the sky blue? I think the sky is blue because somebody painted it that way. Well, I send a rocket ship up and it goes through the sky, so therefore that is false. There's no paint. I can't find paint, right? That's easy. It's an easily falsifiable theory, right? That's all an experiment is. That's it. A psychological experiment is where you have a theory that has a psychological outcome. I.e., for example, I believe that if I poke this person, they're going to get angry. I poke them, they either get angry or they don't get angry, right? If I want to make an actual scientific study of it, right, I get a control group of 100 people that I don't poke at all. They don't get poked. And they either get angry or they don't get angry, right? But I want to experiment on people, and I poke half of them, and I don't poke half of them, and I see, and then I log their reactions. That's it. That's all it is, right? Psychology experiments can get very complex, or they can be very simple. Some of them, if you look at the academic papers, can be almost that simple, and then they go on and on for pages and pages about why that happened, and specifically how did they get angry, and what's their biochemical component of endorphins and on and on and on. But my point is this, right? A psychological experiment is an experiment that has a psychological outcome. That's pretty simple to understand, right? So in every state in this country, there is a board of people who are usually psychologists who set guidelines of whether or not you can be a psychologist, right? So, for example, if today in the state of Florida, I decided, you know what, I'm going to be a psychologist today, and got a business license and put out an ad in the paper, they would in X amount of time, whether it's tomorrow or a year from now, sooner or later, somebody's going to say, you know what? I went to Dr. Ricks's office and saw that there's no diploma on the wall. I wonder if he's actually a psychologist. So the board would send somebody down and they check their records and they say, we don't have records of a Dr. Ricks here. And then they would send me a letter probably saying, hey, we don't have records of you. You shouldn't be doing this. You need to apply for a license, right? I mean, it's pretty vanilla stuff, right? But if the DA gets a report of, for example, I have a patient with my unlicensed psychological practice and they kill themselves, well, then the DA has a very good case of throwing me in prison just because I'm an unlicensed psychologist practicing a very dangerous, very personal practice and skill set that requires years and years of training. And that's why we have a board in every state to determine whether or not you are qualified to be a psychologist. Right? And something that every single board in every single state has, check your own state, check the guidelines for that state. I guarantee you that this organization exists, and I guarantee you that one of the parts of their website is regulations for conducting an experiment. The American Psychology Association, or APA, has even more robust regulations for what is considered to be an ethical experiment. Now, why am I going on and on about this? Because as far as I'm concerned, Facebook is conducting the largest, most illegal psychological experiment in the history of mankind. We know this. This isn't speculation on my part. This isn't my imagination. Their own company documents show that they take features like the like button, and they basically randomly select a group of Facebook users and say, okay, if we make this like button blue and we make it orange, what do they do? How long do they take to click it? How do they unclick it? Do we get 20% extra screen time because it's blue and not red? They do this. We know they do this, and it's actually standard practice in the software industry. But what sets Facebook apart from almost every other company is that Facebook does it better than anybody else. Facebook is addictive. And like I said, challenge yourself to see how addictive it is by doing the cleanse for 2 or 3 days and see how much your brain wants to get back on and start making Mark Zuckerberg money, right? Everybody has seen the memes on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else in the world that says you are the product. I made a comment in the first episode about how if you use Facebook, you would take the pill that keeps you in the matrix, right? And I wasn't trying to be mean by saying that, and I also reiterated that until Facebook got personal and in my face and completely disgusting, I also, even though I deleted my Facebook, like root level deleted it 3 times, I still went back as well for the benefits for a lot of benefits, being able to connect to people, being able to see lots of sources of news in one place, being able to advertise. But at the end of the day, it was that ability to advertise as a small business that kept me there. And once they removed that, I no longer, because of the abuse that they've inflicted on me personally, and I'm not going to spend an entire episode ranting about the stuff that they've done, but let's just say Facebook and I have a history. It is personal. I won't lie in any way, shape, or form. It is absolutely personal. Facebook is why I'm doing this entire series. But the fact of the matter is that I still used it until I literally couldn't. So I'm not blaming anybody, but the fact of the matter is that if you use Facebook, you are knowingly participating in an evil situation where they are exploiting you. And that's the same situation as the Matrix. It just is. In the Matrix, people who are told the truth about AIs eating electricity from their brain get to choose whether or not they're going to fight being a slave or they're going to be comfortable and live in reality in a nice little coffin with a tube in their head, feeding them lies. right? And life sucks if you're fighting the AI. So I completely understand in the Matrix why people want never to leave, or in some cases to go back into the Matrix, because life outside the Matrix sucks. Having no ability to see certain friends or see what they're posting sucks. It does. Not having the ability to advertise my podcast, it sucks. I will flat out say it sucks. But here's the thing. Facebook takes this farther than anybody else. And you can still take issue with Facebook in a way that I don't see any regulator approaching this problem. Because I want you to think about this, right? Facebook consults psychologists. They have to. A company that large has to conduct psychologists. They probably even have some on staff, right? And the instant they consult with or employ a psychologist to study the effects of their UI and the addiction thereof, they are legally held to the standards for psychological experiments. Let me give you a parallel example, right? In the Iraq War, right after 9/11, we wanted to torture people, right? America collectively, not everyone, but by and large, we were willing to do whatever it took to hunt down and hurt these bad guys. And so the White House at that time, George W. Bush, said, okay, we're going to go after the bad guys. We're going to get tough. We're going to throw out all the rules that we ever had, and we're just going to torture the hell out of them, and they're going to tell us what their bosses are, and we're going to do whatever it takes to find and kill Osama bin Laden, because 2,000 Americans are dead. And the American Medical Association, once word got out about what was going on in these black sites in terms of torture for patients, which was against the Geneva Convention and against the Treaty on Torture, the American Medical Association unequivocally said, you will not retain your medical credentials if you are involved in war crimes, full stop. So if Facebook is consulting or employing in any way a psychologist or even a psychological student who happens to be working in the UI department, and is actively engaging in verifiable experimentation, whether or not they are publishing academic results, they are involved in legally binding, legally prosecutable psychological experimentation. There's a song I like a lot called Alice's Restaurant. And it's an 11-minute song, and the too long didn't read version is, it's about this guy who, with his friend, cleans up their friend's house, and they dump some stuff, and they dump it in the wrong place. So a crazy cop basically goes overboard, tries to arrest him. Actually successfully arrests him, but everything's thrown out for comedic reasons. But the fact is that later when they try and draft him, he's not put in the army because he was arrested. And he makes fun of this. But he also says that if I tell people that I can't join the army because of Alice's Restaurant, I'm a crazy person. But if two people do it, it's a movement. And on and on and on and on. And the fact of the matter is, it's actually really true, right? If everybody in a draft starts singing Alice's Restaurant and refuses to be drafted, the army's got a problem, right? There isn't enough jail space to hold millions and millions of people that don't want to be drafted for an illegal war. But my point is this, right? You don't have to quit Facebook to give Facebook a problem. And here's what you need to do to sing Alice's Restaurant to fix Facebook. And like I said, so far as I know, nobody is doing this, right? All you have to do, if you have ever felt addictive or psychological negative effects, such as depression or sadness or frustration at the world and fake news, all you have to do is look up your state board for psychology and say that you have reason to believe that Facebook is conducting illegal psychological research without consulting you in an ethical fashion. In other words, just because you signed a EULA or an end-user license agreement doesn't mean that because Mark Zuckerberg says that you sold your soul and your cat and your dog and your kids and any pictures and any copyright you ever own or whatever crap they put in that EULA that people don't read, right? Just because they put something in a EULA doesn't mean that you have given informed consent to be a participant in a psychological experiment. Let me give two examples about bad psychological experiments, about why this is regulated, right? The first one, everybody's heard of them, but you might not be familiar with the details, right? The first one is called the Milgram experiment, and that's really where all this came from. And basically what it is they wanted to check how people respond to authority, right? So in other words, if an authority figure tells you it's okay to shock this guy, how do people respond? And it was pretty astounding that most people, if somebody who seems like they're in charge says it's okay to shock this person, they're okay with it. Now, the shocks in this case were fortunately fake, but the criticism of the experiment was myriad, mainly because people didn't really understand what they were getting into. And you had people that thought that they were administering potentially lethal doses of electricity to people just because a man in a nice suit said he's a bad person and it's okay. And this happens every day in the real world. So this was an invaluable experiment. But the fact is that it made a lot of people uncomfortable. And the main way they justified being uncomfortable was they said, well, the people that participated in this experiment didn't realize what they were doing. So at the end, well, of course, and the truth is that for the experiment to work, of course, people couldn't be aware of what they were doing. So they were basically trying to prevent experiments that easily show how evil people really can be if an authority figure tells them to do that. But the fact of the matter is that what they actually did was they created a situation where you have to be informed, which is good, because anybody that's familiar with kink or anything else involving sex, about the importance of consent. So if you're going to participate in an experiment, then yes, you should consent. But there's a difference between consenting that I'm not going to sue Facebook because my profile isn't the color scheme that I want, or that somebody yells at me on Facebook, right? There's a difference between that and putting that in a EULA and participating in a psychological experiment where Facebook literally knows that making this change to the algorithm is going to cause people significant depression or addiction or anger. And Facebook knows all these things. They know all of these things, and nobody has investigated them, right? Because, first of all, people don't like to investigate tech companies. Everybody loves Facebook. Everybody loves Silicon Valley. I mean, only now are people just starting to look into these companies, right? But here's the thing, right? Unlike Apple with its company store 30% monopsony garbage, Facebook has violated, in my opinion, and I understand I'm not a lawyer or a psychologist, but I did have basic training in science, and I know psychology when I see it, and I know that regulatory structures exist, and I know that arbitrary district attorneys can and will enforce the law how they want, just like arbitrary Facebook and Twitter censors can and do enforce the rules in totally arbitrary format. But the difference between Facebook and Twitter censors and a DA is that in the court system, as well as the academic experiment system, there's transparency. And the reason there's transparency is so that there's accountability, right? If I'm going to, if I invent a hypno-ray right out of science fiction, right? And I can use it to control people's minds, and I start conducting experiments on who the best person to use it on is, and what's the most effective thing to use it, aside from basic assault charges and any other laws that I violate, a prosecutor could easily prosecute me for practicing unlicensed psychology and conducting an experiment without consent, right? So what I'm saying is that Facebook the instant it consults anyone governed by the APA and state chapter guidelines, has clearly violated the law. Now, there's a lot of other companies that you could make the argument that, if you have to sign a psychological release every time you give an opinion to a customer review board, right? That opens a whole can of worms. But you know what? I want you to think about this. Have you ever participated in a panel where they ask your opinion, right? Like, do you like this color perfume or do you like this perfume? I've done it a couple times. Most people have. And if you haven't, you've at least seen it on TV, right? And in those instances, you sign a waiver, right? They tell you what they're going to do. They'll tell you what to expect. And even in those instances, you are allowed to participate. And I'll make the argument that most other tech companies, as flawed as they are, usually have a beta participation, right? Google, for example, has beta mode. They're notorious for it. And if you want to try out their advanced feature, you buy into it yourself. You get a choice. Facebook does not do that. Facebook just arbitrarily chooses people that are going to try out the new feature and does it because they think they can get away with it, right? And so I would argue that Facebook is unique in its abuse of its customers and its abuse of its employees, because I wanted you to think about this too, because I've never thought about this until just now. If Facebook is going to arbitrarily experiment on its users, why wouldn't Facebook arbitrarily experiment on its employees, right? The poor Facebook support employees have to use a platform, and I wonder how much they've gamified that platform to make people work harder or smarter. Mark Zuckerberg does it with people. Why wouldn't he do it with his own employees, right? My point is this. Oh, and I'm sorry. The other experiment is the Stanford prisoner experiment, and if you're not familiar with it, you should Google it. But suffice to say that both are basically show that people are creepy, and both show that there's a reason why experiments are supposed to be monitored, and Facebook is not. Facebook has none of it. Facebook tries, like every other tech company, to get out from any form of supervision whatsoever, and people are looking into Facebook for things like fake news and all these very difficult areas to regulate because of the First Amendment. But you know what? There are things that Facebook is doing that I don't see anybody looking into and that are very prosecutable. Mark Zuckerberg is a menace to society and the world and our children. Because remember, kids use Facebook, and kids are being psychologically experimented on by bad data. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. My name is Tom, and this is the next in a series called The Sins of Silicon Valley. So I almost just did this second half on the Five Horsemen and called it a day. But the more I've analyzed this situation, I think there's more value in calling out some specific companies that aren't as big as the five that affect almost every aspect of the life of everyone in America and to a certain degree everyone in the world, right? These companies have grown so large that they're more powerful than small countries. And at the end of the day, except for maybe the EU, government policies to control these companies are slow and effective and clownish. And I think at the top of the list of my company's shit list that I think needs to be fixed is Twitter. I can't cram every other podcast episode I've ever done into your brain, but the ones that come to mind the most are one I did in the called the 11 series or 11 fixes for broken everything, where I talk about the importance of the truth in the marketplace of ideas, right? Democracy is a marketplace. Democracy works when an informed citizen is able to choose between candidate and party A and candidate and party B and choose the one that, for whatever reason they personally believe on their hierarchy of values, what they want to work for the best of the country, right? And in a proper democratic system, what they actually have is a multi-party system with ranked choice voting and something similar to a parliamentary representative where multiple points of view and multiple parties are able to engage in that. But there are multiple threats to prevent that from happening, or structural things that prevent that from happening in the United States, including the United States Constitution. And at the end of the day, this is a podcast about technology, not about democracy. But I can't talk about Twitter without talking about that at the same time. And what I'm going to talk about cannot be separated from the framework of government and the fundamental contract that is the social contract, right? Here's why. I believe that Twitter exists to destabilize democracy. And that is going to sound crazy and conspiratorial. So let's simply start with the facts, and then we'll go into crazy town. Jack, the CEO of Twitter, is a fervent advocate of Bitcoin. You don't need to take my word for it. Go to Jack's Twitter profile, and right there in letters as easy as anyone in the world can see is hashtag Bitcoin. There's been a lot of headlines in the last couple of weeks about cryptocurrency, mainly because of Elon Musk and a lot of things about Dogecoin and Bitcoin. And if you're not familiar with cryptocurrency, I'll give you a primer in a bit. But like I said, we're starting with facts, and we'll get into crazy town in just a bit. So fact one is Jack likes Bitcoin. Fact two is that Jack is not really as enthusiastic a CEO of Twitter as you might expect. Jack is actually the CEO of two companies that are very well known. One is Twitter and the other is Square. If you don't know what Square is, I want you to think to any small restaurant or art festival vendor where you've seen an iPad with that little thing plugged into it that runs your credit card, right? The first company that really started doing that, there's a number that do now, but the first company that really started doing that and that really let that take off, where you could take just an iPad and turn it into basically a credit card cash register, was Square. It's very successful. It's very popular. A lot of people in large markets like it quite a bit. But at the end of the day, they're very different companies, right? Square is a company that's basically a payment processing company, and Twitter is basically a social media company, right? Why would one guy spend 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 days a year for multiple years to run both companies? And and at the end of the day, to me, the answer is Bitcoin. But like I said, we're going to stay with the facts. So like I said, fact one, Jack likes Bitcoin. Fact two, he runs both companies moderately well. Some people like him, some people don't like him. He gets criticism and praise from multiple people. Fact three, even Jack was not enthusiastic about the way that Donald Trump routinely broke the rules on Twitter. Again, I could go on for an entire podcast episode about Trump and Twitter and everything that happened with him and Facebook, and I'm just not going to do it because other people have done it better. What I will say is that it's obvious to anybody who does any degree of research that Trump violated Twitter's policies. Twitter actually literally rewrote their policies for Trump. And at the end of the day, it took a civil insurrection for Twitter to finally suspend his account, especially when he wasn't actually the president of the United States anymore. So, like I said, those are at the end of the day, those are the facts, right? I can speculate and will speculate, but we can all agree that Twitter didn't enforce its own policies. Twitter is a toxic environment. You can be left, right, or center, and we can all agree that there are people on Twitter, some would argue I'm one of them, that are disruptive, that are rude, that don't do things that they should, right? Twitter has AI and to a lesser extent human beings that police these unevenly. Again, that's not fact, or that's not conjecture, that's fact. I've experienced it personally and observed it personally. And in the second podcast episode I'm going to do on Twitter, I will provide adamant evidence to the arbitrary nature of Twitter support. But at the end of the day, let's just simply stay with the facts. And the fact is that nobody, even Twitter, really likes the job that Twitter does in policing Twitter. And Twitter is infested with robots from every intelligence agency in the world, but particularly Russia. Again, this is not conjecture. Everybody knows this, right? So why am I bothering saying things that everybody knows, right? Well, the reason is because if you're going to go off into crazy town and do speculation, starting with the facts is usually a very good idea. So before I go into my personal theory about Jack and Twitter, I want to give you a primer on what Bitcoin is. Because if you don't understand Bitcoin and you don't understand its relevance to the libertarian ideology, you're not going to understand what I am talking about. So here's a quick primer on Bitcoin. You can't even understand Bitcoin without understanding gold, right? So what does one have to do with the other? Gold is a precious metal. It's an element on the periodic table that is non-corrosive and is shiny, right? Okay, why are you stating the obvious, Tom? Well, the reason I'm stating the obvious is because basically, historically, across multiple cultures and multiple eras, gold has been the most widely accepted currency in the history of mankind. Even when we switched to paper money for a very long time, to increase confidence in the paper money, there was what was called a gold standard. And what that meant was that if I earned $1 sweeping a floor, back in the old days, you could do that for $1, then I could take that paper dollar and go to a bank and get the equivalent in the market exchange of $1's worth of gold. Right? That's what the gold standard meant. It meant that for every dollar that the United States produces, it promised to be able to produce $1 that was a real bit of gold to represent it. And basically the idea is that gold is represented by something concrete, something real, something you can touch. And in this world, there's people who like that idea. In fact, there was actually a major fight between which you should use, right? The gold standard or the silver standard. There's a lot of arcane stuff that's delightful to learn about. In, for example, The Wizard of Oz, about the proponent of the gold standard versus the silver standard. And needless to say, Frank Baum was a big fan of the gold standard, which is why you had the yellow brick road, right? And the reason there was this big fight is because monetary policy affects economy. Right now, the big argument isn't about whether it's the gold standard or the silver standard. It's things like, should the Fed raise interest rates or lower interest rates? And I'm not going to go too far down that road. What I will say is that basically, at the end of the day, in the 1970s, Richard Nixon, at the behest of a number of very smart people and a lot of economists, basically took us off the gold standard. And what that meant is that when you have $1 in your wallet, that while you can buy gold with it, absolutely, the government no longer guarantees by law that for every $1 it prints, you have a gold standard, right? And what that effectively means is that and it says it right on there, right? This dollar is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. And the reason that matters is because, in theory, the government can therefore print as much money as it wants. Now, the government can't just print unlimited money, because if you're familiar with this thing called the Weimar Republic in the 1930s, it's what basically allowed Hitler to rise to power, and happened with paper money time and time again. And it was that, when a government feels that it can print money, it basically will print as much as it wants, because obviously a government wants to make everybody happy and do as much as it wants. And so it causes inflation. And inflation means that everything you buy with that dollar is worth less, right? In the 1970s in particular, inflation was a real problem. But there are tools to fight inflation besides the gold standard, and we use them. Inflation has risen and fallen in the decades since the 1970s, and we've been off the gold standard for quite some time. And to me, the best argument against the gold standard is that there is not one country in the entire world, not one, not North Korea, not Yugoslavia, not England, not the United States of America, not Russia, not even countries that aren't even recognized by the UN, like Taiwan or South Ossetia. Not one of them uses the gold standard. So I want to repeat that. When you have a libertarian who makes an argument for the gold standard, point to the fact that not one government, dictatorship, theocracy, we have a ton of weird governments in this world, right? Some are theocracies, some are autocracies or dictatorships or democracies or democratic republics or parliaments or on and on and on. And not one of them, not one real person who commands a chunk of dirt that says, I own this dirt and I have the biggest military that gives me command of this chunk of dirt, not one uses the gold standard. And the reason for that is because the primary reason we went against the gold standard is because there's only so much gold, right? And so if your economy, your entire economy is dependent on how much gold there is, that limits your economy, right? If you're a fast growing country like China, right? And you want to have money to pay people and you're growing really fast, you want to be able to print enough money for people to have that. Now, you can't print too much money or you go full on Weimar Republic. But if you don't have enough money because you've got gold and you need to go invade some country to take their gold just so you can pay your people, that's crazy town. And that's what the gold standard is. Now, why have I spent 5 minutes talking about the gold standard? Because you cannot understand Bitcoin if you don't understand the gold standard. What Bitcoin is, at the end of the day, is basically a bunch of numbers, right? It's basically a puzzle box. There are exactly, at potential, at max, there will only ever be 32,000 Bitcoins. The way you, quote, mine a Bitcoin is you solve a mathematical problem, kind of like a Rubik's Cube, and each mathematical problem gets a little bit harder. Now, since it's a computer solving it, basically you write a computer program to solve your Rubik's Cube. And the first Bitcoin is, let's say it's really simple. It's got two colored dots on all six sides, right? The next Bitcoin is 3. And the next Bitcoin is 4, and the next Bitcoin is 5, on and on and on. It's not quite that simple, but it's pretty much the same. So that by the time you get to the 32,000th Bitcoin, you've got 32,000 colored dots on every side, and so it's much, much harder to solve. And that comes into the actually very recent thing, which is that Bitcoin has an environmental cost, which is why people are advocating other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum or Dogecoin. And I might do an episode on that at some point, but I'm not going to talk about Ethereum or Dogecoin. I'm just going to focus on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a mathematical model of the gold standard. It's why libertarians like it. It's why people that like the gold standard like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an electronic gold standard. In fact, it's even better than a gold standard in their eyes. Because with gold, I can go out into space or to another planet and find gold and increase the gold supply that way. Whereas with Bitcoin, that's it. There ain't no more. And people that do not like abstracts, that do not like open-ended systems, we've all met them. People that like to dot every I and cross every T and like their world defined in a certain way, like there to be only so much gold, and like there to be the economic system based on something that they can touch, something they can feel. And, Bitcoin is something they can wrap their head around. They can wrap their head around 32,000. They can't wrap their head around 2,225 trillion, right? That's part of it. The other reason that people that like Bitcoin, and the reason that it's the number one cryptocurrency for the underworld, is because anyone can mine a Bitcoin, right? To make $1, you need a big, complicated printing press. You have special money. It has a special serial number, and counterfeiting is very hard to do, and they make it harder and harder and harder every year. Whereas with Bitcoin, you can't counterfeit a Bitcoin. Okay, so let's go back to what a Bitcoin is. Like I said, it's a puzzle box. So the first thing that you have to understand of what Bitcoin is it's a puzzle box. And the second thing that you have to understand about what Bitcoin is that it's also something called the blockchain. And multiple other cryptocurrencies have adopted this. But basically, it's a ledger. So if you're familiar with what accounting is basically whenever I spend money or earn money, I go to the ledger and I write on the ledger what it is. And with Bitcoin, every time you change money from one person to another, everybody knows it. So it is literally impossible to counterfeit a Bitcoin. You can't do it. It's built into the DNA of the system. And that makes it a lot popular with a lot of people. Now, it makes it popular with a lot of people in particular because if, like, let's say in the early days of Bitcoin, I had a computer and I mined a Bitcoin and I got it and I had my own wallet and nobody knew where I got it, right? I have money, or if other people recognize it as money, I can spend it and go onto the darknet and buy whatever I want, and other people will take it and do whatever they want. And even though there's a trace from A to B that a government could theoretically find out, it's very difficult if I obscure what I'm doing enough, because the government didn't mint the money, the government didn't give me the money. And so to a libertarian, Bitcoin is very, very attractive because at the end of the day, it takes the power of money, which is the fundamental core of an economy, away from the government and puts it in the hands of an individual. Well, what's wrong with that, right? Well, the thing is that in theory, there isn't anything wrong with that, except for the fact that you have to remember that in this country, 40% of the people think that Biden didn't win the election and that Trump is a swell guy. And of the remaining 60% of the people, about 20% of those think that we still need to be nice to the other 20% and that we're making too big a deal about what happened in January 6th and that civil war isn't going to happen and that we need to shut up and go away, la, 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 and put their hands on their ears, right? So let's acknowledge the reality that we live in and understand that basically there's a significant chunk of the population that are either jerks or stupid. And the reason democracy works, among other reasons, is that we can all look around the room and see who the jerks are and who the stupid people are. And as long as we can make an informed choice, which is part of what I've gone on and on about a problem with Twitter, is that, when you allow lying, democracy doesn't work. But I'm going to focus on Bitcoin, right? Which is that I believe that the reason that Jack does a job that makes him miserable is because, and like I said, you don't have to take my word for it. Just Google Jack and find like he's on this crazy self-punishing diet and he does these weird things that like basically self-flagellates himself. And frankly, at the end of the day, I think he's miserable. And most people, when you're a successful tech lord, right? You do the thing that makes him a lot of money and then move on to something else, right? Elon Musk did Tesla, and now he's moving on to SpaceX. He still does Tesla, but he's moving on to SpaceX. Bill Gates did Microsoft, and then he went on and became a philanthropist. Jeff Bezos did Amazon, and now he's moving on to Blue Origins, right? They move on to something else, whereas Jack is methodically dividing his time between Square, which is a company that earns him a lot of money, and Twitter, which earns him some money. Twitter does make a profit, but why would you spend so much of your time on something that I argue makes him miserable? And I will tell you why. Because Twitter destabilizes democracy, which therefore increases Bitcoin. How does it do that, you might ask? Well, let's make a simple observation. We had a civil insurrection in January, and there are no consequences. We literally cannot get legislators who had their actual lives actually threatened in the Republican Party to pass an investigation to get to the bottom of this, right? They are so afraid of Trump, or in the case of the base, so brainwashed, that they literally won't investigate a threat to their own lives. Well, how did that happen? Well, some of that's Fox News, sure, but Fox News has been around for a long time and wasn't singularly responsible for this. Some of this comes from Trump. And I'm going to argue that I don't think Trump could have happened with just Facebook. As toxic as Facebook is, as evil as Facebook is, some of it was Twitter. And on Twitter, it's not just Trump. There are tons of evil despots that have a direct line to their brainwashed followers. Erdogan, Putin, China, India, Hungary. It happens again and again. The guy in Brazil. So my point is, Bolsonaro, my point is that Twitter allows direct communication, direct lies, which inherently destabilizes democracy. And if you're a fan of Bitcoin, right, if you want to enable the techno-fascist revolution and have the elite and the competent and the developers and the people that have maker spaces and the people who are the real people, who are your people, who like Bitcoin and don't like governments because governments are full of people that have empathy or people that want free stuff and they want to take your stuff. They want to reach their hand into your pocket and take your money in the form of theft as taxes to pay for things like roads or libraries or schools. That's theft if you're a libertarian. Libertarians believe taxation is theft. And they love Bitcoin because Bitcoin takes the control of money from the government and puts it in the hands of people that can do the work, or as they call it, the makers, right? Rather than the takers. And so if you want to destroy democracy, Twitter is a fantastic tool for accomplishing that. So I make the argument that Twitter exists to promote Bitcoin. And it specifically exists to promote Bitcoin and devalue democracy. It's why the hackers never really go away. He does what he has to prevent the threshold of anger from getting to a point where they regulate Twitter. But every Friday, you see Cash App Friday, you see trends for cryptocurrency, you see, Twitter is a combination of rancid politics and celebrity stupidity and whatever meme is going around. And that's the natural part of Twitter. That's what humans do. But in addition to that, if you're subtle enough about it, you can have paid things like Cash App Friday or, Bitcoin or Dogecoin memes or, on and on and on and on. And, the fact of the matter is that Twitter, so you can make the argument that I'm full of shit. But what you can't argue is that if you're an educated, intelligent, honest person, you can't make the argument that Twitter enhances democracy, right? It just doesn't. Totally unregulated Twitter doesn't improve democracy. And the reason I know we can say that is you look at Parler, which is sort of unregulated democracy in the sense that it is regulated. If you're a liberal, you get shut down on Parler, no matter what the people on the right say. But the fact of the matter is that you can say as long as you're on the right, you can say anything, no matter how violent it is. And Parler and these other places won't shut you down. And so you can threaten violence and encourage violence, and we've actually seen it happen. This isn't speculation on my part. We've actually seen it happen, and mark my words, it will happen again. And Twitter does a deliberately inept job at preventing it from happening. They do just enough to keep the lights on and get as much juice out of this turd as they possibly can to destabilize democracy and improve Bitcoin. Because at the end of the day, a fully functioning democracy is not going to be able to work when you have cryptocurrency in the hand of organized crime and techno edgelords and techno fascists who have basically been quietly mining this crap on the side, and ruthless, psychotic Wall Street speculators that are doing everything they can to basically do what the guys that own the general store and the bars and brothels did to all the gold miners in the gold rush, which is that the people who are really trying to make money on Bitcoin are doing it by selling infrastructure and Coinbase, rather than actually trying to speculate on the actual crazy up and down coin itself, right? In other words, in a speculative market, it's the people that sell you the shovels to mine the gold rather than the people that actually go and dig for the gold. And anybody who understands how money works has understood that from the very beginning. And so what Jack is trying to do is to basically create a situation where he can take his Bitcoin and create a techno-fascist future. And at the end of the day, I believe that most of these people really don't believe in democracy because they believe that they're better than us, and they act like it, and everything they do and everything that their companies do. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. This is a very special episode of The Sins of Silicon Valley. I almost didn't even make this, but my experience in this situation is so surreal that I couldn't not share it. So to provide a couple of pieces of background, right? The first one is sometimes famous events or news affects us more than we would expect, right? We know a guy who knew the guy that was on that national news thing, right? In this case, this reminds me of an earlier podcast episode I did called The Nazi in My Backyard, where the police arrested a guy who showed up in the national news that had this crazy Looney Tunes van of all these, anti-CNN posters stuck on the outside of his van, and how he was basically planning on taking a machine gun and killing a lot of the Orthodox Jewish community that lived in Aventura back when we used to live there. And this is kind of bizarrely close to home in the sense that, I'm not directly related to any of it. But as I've said before on the podcast, in particular in this series, I had my ability to advertise on Facebook removed back in December when I shared a news article on Governor DeSantis sending armed state troopers into the home of former state employee Rebecca Jones, and how they pointed guns at her kids, and how it was basically retaliation for the fact that she posted a COVID dashboard that disagreed with the official state numbers, right? And you can't make this stuff up, right? Facebook, which had previously let me share links and post all kinds of things, including asking for a new constitution, or, the Irredeemable Party, which is probably the harshest episode I've ever done against conservatives, right? If there's anything that's going to get me canceled if somehow I become famous, it's that episode. And Facebook and Google both allowed these things with no problem. But lo and behold, you try and share a news article about DeSantis and his treatment of a former state employee, and Facebook can't have that. And by the way, my advertising lock is still removed, right? So this was a permanent ban. And I can't talk about these things outside of context of both everything I've said in Facebook and the 3 episodes I've done on Facebook, or the fact that Twitter exists, in my opinion, to promote Bitcoin. So with all that background, let me summarize what this bizarre experience is. And I basically, when I reestablished my Twitter account, largely because I was just so disgusted with Facebook that I just left. I subscribe to a number of Twitter accounts, including Rebecca Jones, who goes by @GeoRebecca. And at one point, she's complaining about this crazy person who is stalking her. And I'm like, well, that's creepy, so I'll block this person because she's requesting other people to block it. But, there's a couple of people in the comments that say that, they tried to block Max Nordau in the past, and when they do, miraculously, they're unblocked. So I'm like, yeah, I've run into that a couple times, so I'm going to start tracking this, right? Screenshots of your friend, keep the receipts. And I contact Twitter support, and I tell them, I'm tracking this, and lo and behold, the very next day, Max Nordau was unblocked. And at the time, Rebecca Jones had taken out a restraining order on the now current media consultant for Governor DeSantis in his future presidential campaign, and we'll get to that in a second. But I'm like, wow, this is kind of crazy town, right? I mean, I've run into crazy things with Facebook and Twitter censors in the past and been actually stalked by support employees in the past, but nothing like this. And so I have a thread with a screenshot in it, actually took 3 physical snail mail letters, printed them out, got them notarized as an affidavit, sent one to the Department of Homeland Security, one to Twitter Legal, and one to the Virginia State Police, which is where Rebecca Jones now lives. Now, again, full disclosure, later on in this bizarre saga, Rebecca Jones, or at least her account, blocked me. And to be totally honest, I nearly just dropped all of this because, I don't want a white knight and I don't want to be stalker like the crazy Max Nordau person. But at the end of the day, I realized that if Twitter is unblocking me, for all I know, Twitter blocked me from GeoRebecca. I have no idea. At the end of the day, I don't care. I'm doing this podcast because this entire bizarre circumstance, to me, boils down in a tangible form just how stupid and crazy the social media companies and the tech companies are. And on the YouTube version of this podcast, I'm saving the receipts, which is to say that I started initially taking screenshots before and after, blocked, unblocked, on a daily basis. And, I one-upped it by going to the Play Store and looking for a recording app. And because I don't trust the Twitter app, because in the past my phone literally had to do a factory reboot because I was hacked by Twitter, and I'm not going to get into that. Suffice to say that I personally believe, based on the settings I had on my phone, that my phone was hacked through the Twitter app. And as such, I don't have the Twitter app on my phone. I access it by the web only. And at the end of the day, you can make of that what you want, but I did a factory reboot on my phone a while ago because of some stuff that has happened with my experience with Twitter and some stuff that's happened with my experience with Facebook. And the essence of that is, in my opinion, the claims by the right and conservative media that social media is biased against conservatives is balderdash, right? You look at who they have on their media, who invests in these companies, all the supposed efforts they make to stop Russian bots is just balderdash, right? So anyway, my investigation into who is this Max Nordau person. Because if I'm trying to block a person and Twitter is going to all the trouble of literally every single day unblocking who they are, I wanted to know a bit more about them. And I do want to clarify for those who might just be listening to it and who have the opportunity to go and look at the YouTube video. My original intent was to start recording this every single day, just as a nice visual way of showing how this was happening every single day, right? So I was going to, like, on April 15th, record block, and then go on the 16th and see it unblocked, and then block again, and then set up like an entire video presentation of this. And lo and behold, what actually happened in the process of doing this is it changed literally right before my eyes. So what you're going to see in the video is a loop of them literally changing it right in front of me. Now, there was another instance where it was actually blocked when I got on. And I was so happy about this that I went to the thread where I was tracking all this, and I tagged Twitter support. And then all of a sudden, it's unblocked, right? So, in other words, another set of videos I have and a couple of threads that I've since unpinned, because what's the point? Because that's, at the end of the day, nobody cares, right? Nobody cares that this crazy social media company has a Twitter employee who goes out of their way to unblock Max Nordau, who is the media director for Ron DeSantis, who is the very likely vice presidential candidate for Trump in 2024, right? So, I mean, that doesn't make me famous. It doesn't make me a good or a bad person. But here I have carte blanche video proof that Twitter is fucking with me, and nobody cares, right? There's no social media regulatory police. There, I have filed a complaint with the Better Business Bureau and the FTC, and they've done jack and shit. And so even with literal video evidence of Twitter's malfeasance and collusion with enemies of the state, they get away with it, right? So the reason I'm doing this episode is because these companies are out of control. In fact, DeSantis has passed a law that all of the liberal media is making fun of because they say it violates the First Amendment. No, it doesn't. I want to be very specific, folks. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law abridging free speech or the press or the freedom of assembly, which that it definitely does. It does give people the ability, or at least that or another legislation they've been talking about, literally letting them run over people with their cars if they, quote, believe that they're threatened and trying to get away, right? It's crazy and creepy, all the things that he's doing. But among the things that this law does is it actually requires social media companies to document their disciplinary actions and disclose them. So that if, for example, they're in conservative tiny minds, they're biased against conservatives, then they have to show it. Like, who are they blocking? Who are they shadow banning? And why? And I do guarantee you that the day that this law becomes active, and I'm still trying to find out when it goes active because it sure looks like it's going to be signed, the day this goes active, I will be filing charges or disclosure of everything that Facebook is doing. I mean, everything that Twitter is doing. Now, do I expect the state to actually do anything? No, I do not. I don't expect anything to come from this, because what this really is about is helping Trump. Let's be honest here, folks. But if I can screw with Twitter after they've been screwing with me for years, I'm definitely all in favor of it. And as far as I'm concerned, all of the people that say that it's against the First Amendment to prevent a private media company from deplatforming a candidate, and I want to ask this, right? If the state of California, if the state of California passed a law saying that they couldn't do it to Biden, would you object to that? Because in my opinion, if in the 2024 election, Facebook and Twitter deplatform Biden, especially if he hasn't actually done anything, the left would be in justifiable up in arms about these companies. And frankly, they should already be up in arms, and many already are. But not enough people. Not enough people are upset about the things that social media does. And so anyway, let's get back to Max Nordau. So Max Nordau is a nom de guerre based on a late 19th century founder of Zionist philosophy. I'm not trying to use that as a pejorative. That's actually how he described himself. And was one of the modern founders of the Zionism movement that later in the 1940s related to the nation of Israel, right? So the person who is taking this name is clearly, I guess, either very pro-Israel or Jewish. Didn't find that out. What I do find fascinating is that the National Review, which has recently done a series of quote, exposés, end quote, on Rebecca Jones and how horrible she is and how much of a, quote, fraud, end quote, she is, largely based on the work of Max Nordau, also went out of their way to quote the hashtag BlueAnon. So if you've ever dealt with Q and MAGA on Twitter, you know that every time they want to denigrate supposed conspiracy theory, i.e. exposing what they're actually doing, or any connection between Trump and Russia, they'll put hashtag BlueAnon, right? And the person who basically invented this hashtag was Max Nordau. Now, if you look at Max Nordau's feed, it's gotten a little bit more diverse since then. But at the time, and again, you don't have to take my word for it, just look at the screenshots that I took. This person was utterly obsessed with Rebecca Jones, right? Rebecca Jones has about 400,000 followers, no blue dot. And it was patently obvious that DeSantis, who is a millionaire, had hired this person to dig up as much dirt as they could possibly find, real or fabricated, on Rebecca Jones, and spin it up into the dust storm that is the conservative echo chamber, right? That was obvious. And I and several other people were saying that it's obvious that this person is working for the eventually to be DeSantis presidential campaign. And I suspect that she was officially hired not because they care that other people were seeing what was patently obvious, but that in the DeSantis social media bill, she's going to get certain protections as being a media employee. And I guarantee you she's going to have a blue dot by the time the year is out, right? Whereas Rebecca Jones, who has desperately tried to get a blue dot, can't. Now, in the spirit of full disclosure, I have no idea whether Max Nordau's charges that she managed to get in the Wikipedia page about Rebecca Jones doing some crazy stuff in her previous two positions with ex-lovers. I don't know. I've had friends and family do some really crazy stuff when it comes to love, so I'm not going to judge. What I do know is that everything that I've seen so far on the fact that Rebecca Jones reported the real numbers and DeSantis tried to cover it up, everything I've seen the conservatives bring up is basically bullshit, right? And at the end of the day, let's think about who has more credibility. Republicans or anyone else, right? The only people who find Republicans having any credibility are Republicans. And the exception to that is a whole bunch in the latest trend of things where the Republicans basically got a lot of the both-sider centrists to pass this National Review article that supposedly exposed Rebecca Jones as much as they could, literally the day after Rebecca Jones condemned Israel and its attacks on Gaza. So you got to wonder if somebody who's literally named one of their multiple accounts after the founder of Zionism has an axe to grind on somebody that is attacking Ron DeSantis and isn't a fan of Israel. Just throwing that out there. Either way, at the end of the day, the idea that I can't block this person is insane. Right? Try it for yourself. And if you actually are able to block, because I had a few other people try and block this person, and supposedly they are able to, although I doubt they check every day like I do. But if you think that's the case, try tagging Twitter support and saying you're watching them, and start a thread and watch. Lo and behold, Twitter support will unblock Max Nordau, and it's crazy. I mean, it's not a bug, right? Whatever it is, it's not a bug, and I really don't think it's like some kind of legal requirement, because sometimes remember that Twitter has had to unblock people that by court order were blocked. That makes no sense, because Rebecca Jones was only recently given actual journalistic credentials. I'm sorry, Max Nordau was only recently considered an actual official candidate for anything. Up until then, they literally described themselves as a freelance journalist. It's creepy and a little crazy, let me tell you. Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Ricks. And this is another in a series called The 7 Sins of Silicon Valley. I am doing this series to expose the corruption, the malfeasance, and basically just bad actions of the tech culture in America in general. And today I'm going to talk about Uber and Lyft. There's a lot to talk about with both of these companies. Uber is by far the worst offender as far as I'm concerned, but my personal anecdotes with Lyft are far more interesting, so I'll be starting with those. But before I do, the primary reason that I'm doing both of these together is recently, the bulk of the evil that they've done is pretty much the same. I think the biggest creepy thing they've both done recently is fight an initiative in California to treat their drivers as employees, right? Now, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not even partially trained as a lawyer, and I am partially trained in a number of different skills where I would consider myself a subject matter expert in certain things, but law is not one of them. But I do have garden variety common sense, and when I think of the term employee, right, it's, do I do a job that I get paid for that my boss can fire me, right? That's pretty self-explanatory, right? And by that definition, if I drive an Uber car or I drive a Lyft car, I am definitely a freaking employee. Right? Now, there's this gray area called contractors, right? Where, you know, if you, I had family members recently that made an upgrade to their house, right? And if you want to pay somebody to do something that is a project, right? It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. You know, they come into your house, they put up the plaster in the walls, they put in the plumbing and the wiring, and then you get the certification done, and then they're done, right? So that would be a really good example of what a contractor is supposed to do, at least in theory. So when you have a situation where the contract that you're supposed to be doing never ends, there are a lot of people in this country and around the world who say that that is not a contract and should not be a contract. That's just an attempt to get around the law. And the reason companies try and get around this law is because if you're an employee, you have certain protections, you have certain benefits. There's certain things that the company has to do, like pay for your Social Security and pay for your benefits and pay the government for what you do. Whereas if you're a contractor, theoretically, you're running your own company, or you have the option to run your own company. So why would you pay the Social Security tax for the carpenter or the plumber that comes in to do an upgrade on your house, right? But if you're, you know, so Uber and Lyft, like all the tech companies, or at least all the big ones, can afford very good lawyers. And in this case, they didn't even afford the lawyers because there was an initiative in California to count these, to basically a citizens initiative. There were two competing ones, right? One said, if you're an employee and you work for California, you're gonna need to be an employee. And there was another one that said that, no, these let's be honest, these employees of Uber and Lyft are not really employees. We want them to work for cheap and for free. And the two sneaky things that Uber and Lyft did in this case were, on the one hand, they basically scared all their drivers, saying, hey, we're not going to be able to have as many drivers, because if we have to pay all these things to you as employees, then, we're just going to have to fold as a company, or at a minimum, we won't be able to hire as many of you, and service is going to suffer. Meanwhile, I'm surprised to say this, but let's be honest, greedy inhabitants of California, they weren't talking about how, these employees are going to get fired. They were basically saying your Lyft and Uber rides are going to get more expensive. And there are many people, I know, because I was, back when I was a contractor, between contracts, I did Lyft driving. And there are many people who utterly depend on Lyft or Uber to get around. So, of course, they're going to vote in their self-interest of, if you're suddenly going to start charging them more money for an Uber or a Lyft drive, then they need to be able to get to their job, literally, because they can't afford to have a car. And so basically, normally I'm a huge proponent of democracy and a huge proponent of citizens' initiatives, but in this case, they basically did a form of legalized indenture. I can't go as far as saying it's legalized slavery, but to me, if you're an employee and you should have benefits as an employee, and the majority comes together and basically says, we like our cheap labor, and so this one particular subset of the population don't get the benefits of being an employee. That's a civil rights violation. And eventually, when I do another series, and I don't even know what I'm going to call that, on the Constitution and self-determination, I'm pretty radical as far as that's concerned. I'm very much a believer in the rights of the majority, and I'm very much a believer in the rights of self-determination. Almost every state, not everyone, but almost every statelet that wants to emancipate itself from the country at large, I'm a firm believer in. Scotland, Catalonia, Kosovo, all of these places, I believe, should be allowed to become their own sovereign countries if the inhabitants of that country vote to do so by a majority. Even including states. I actually believe that I could go down that rabbit hole, and this podcast is about Uber and Lyft. And suffice to say that basically both of these companies bamboozled the public at large into pretending that the drivers for them are not employees. But, at the end of the day, if Uber can fire me, if my livelihood, my rent is dependent on these companies, and for some people it is, they work for them 40, 50, 60 hours a week, and I get too many bad reviews from my customers, then I can be fired by Uber. Now, sometimes that's just a machine, which is actually worse than a person. And sometimes it can be an actual person, right? I get a phone call on my Uber complaint line, and a human being says, no, you're right, that could be potentially embarrassing for us. No, I'm sorry, person, you're done. We know this for a fact because there are all kinds of news stories about some Uber or Lyft driver doing something that's embarrassing for Uber and Lyft, and legitimately the company says we're not doing business with that person anymore. But what that really means is they've been fired by Uber and Lyft, right? If you're a contractor, then you should have a specific project that you are brought in to do, a work for hire scenario, not some indefinite, we have no idea when it's going to start, when it's going to end. That's crap. You're an employee, right? It is what it is. But at the end of the day, as much as I like the Western states, California clearly exhibited immature and basically evil behavior in this instance. But I think, so anyway, the other personal example, and I think far more interesting, I probably should have started with this, but to me, of all the things that I've interacted with in terms of tech companies, the most stupid example of how tech companies behave has been with Lyft, right? So earlier on, I said that Facebook is the worst, and they're why I did this series. But at the same time, the best example of how stupid these tech companies can be, just how ignorant they are two examples of when I worked for Lyft. And I say I worked for it because, trust me, I have no desire to ever work for them again. Even if I become financially desperate, I'll get a job waiting tables before I get in a car and drive around for Lyft again. The first one is when I was truly desperate and basically had car troubles. They have a what seems like a generous program that basically is in combination with one of the rental car companies that you can show up and get a rental car, and basically they will take the cost of the rental car out of your earnings, and if you drive enough, they'll give you a very discounted rate. And for somebody that has no car, this seems really generous, right? And there's some problems with this, right? The first one is that if anything at all, and I mean at all, the slightest scratch happens to this car, you're liable for it. Like, they can come after you. And but the bigger reason I'm using this as an example has nothing to do with Hertz itself. It has to do with what I had to go through to get into this program. So I show up at a designated location, and I'm one of like 30 people in the room, and we're sitting all there waiting in these chairs inside of an auto parts store. And the thing that struck me the most had nothing to do with how desperate the other people were around me. And they were clearly more desperate than I was. It was obvious based on the way they were waiting that their very livelihoods, their rent, the well-being of their families depended on their ability to get into this program. And when I finally got my turn, I'm seeing and bear in mind I'm there for like a couple of hours, so I'm able to see the interaction. And at this desk, right, they have a Lyft guy and they have a Hertz guy, right? The Lyft guy is doing most of the work, right? Because basically, right, to register for this program, you have to register through Lyft. You get what you sign up. They direct you to where you're supposed to go. And then, of course, you actually have to get the actual car from the insurance guy. And the thing is that the dynamic between the Lyft guy and the insurance guy was not good. And it was pretty obvious that the Lyft guy did not listen to the insurance guy. There were limits on the cars. There was a disconnect on what the status was. You know, the rental guys would flat out tell him, we can't get that car for a couple of hours. And the Lyft guy would turn around and tell somebody waiting in line something totally opposite to that. The Lyft guy basically was exactly the human personification of exactly what I would expect from a tech company worker. If they weren't actually from Silicon Valley, they were clearly a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy. He was a bro. He was very much you're going to my way or the highway. If you have a problem, go to the terminal and solve it. Don't talk to me. It was, let's solve things through the algorithms. He seemed friendly, but he actually wasn't. It pretty much literally everything I've talked about in this series. The rental car guy was a blue collar, down to earth, tell it like it is, normal person. Right? If you've ever rented a car or gone to a store, right, they don't earn a lot, but they keep it real, right? As long as you're not disrespectful to them, they're there to do their job. They'll be polite to you, and there's no reason to mess around, right? I would not at all be surprised at all if there was a giant pay discrepancy between the guy that was working for Lyft and the guy that was working for the rental car company. I don't know. What I do know is that basically the complete lack of cooperation between the guy that worked for Lyft and the guy that worked for the rental car company was, like I said, to me, the most visible example of how rogue these tech companies are, how they don't respect any other segment of society. They don't respect their consumers. They don't respect us. And the government, because of how corrupt and locked it has gotten, both because of the Republican Party and even within the Democratic Party, of the half of the Democratic Party wanting to be corporate Democrats or civility Democrats or semantics Democrats, our society is broken down. And the people who have taken up that vacuum are the tech companies. All of them, right? Including Uber and Lyft. There's the second example I can think of. I actually did not need to do this. I didn't need the money from Lyft, but Lyft came up with this program where they offered to let people drive to get a ride to and from the voting area for free. And I thought this was fantastic. And I had already voted. I voted early in that election. It was the 2018 election. And so what I did is I signed up for Lyft again, even though I didn't need to, and took the day off so that I could help bring people to the election. And I started really early and worked, I think, like 10 hours that day, a lot. I worked a lot that day, and I worked very late as long as the polls were still open. And I can tell you that of the, I would say 20 to 22 people that I took, and if I was still doing Lyft as a regular driver, it would have been a great day. I mean, I was busy all day because people were taking advantage of the fact that basically Lyft was offering free rides. But the thing is that they had no qualifier for what quantified as a free ride. Now, I've looked at some of their promotional materials because I still use Lyft and Uber because they're still very useful services. And I've looked at their promotional materials for things like this since then, like for the 2020 election, and they qualified a bit. But, let's be honest. We all know how stupid and smart these tech companies are. So it's probably not really a qualifier. And what I mean by that is during the whole freaking day that I literally took off to help these companies do a public service, only two of the people that were involved in this actually went to an actual election. That is kind of dumb, right? It's basically these companies getting a lot of money on free publicity for a service that doesn't actually do any public good. And to me, again, that's typical of the Silicon Valley culture, right? Oh, we're good public citizens, so we're going to help get out the vote, but, we're still going to allow, Facebook and Twitter and Google all agree to combat disinformation campaigns. Meanwhile, actual Nazis have groups that are totally fine, and Facebook, lets them run rampant in the name of free speech, but, Right Wing Watch and other leftist groups get taken down, and it takes a major outcry to get them to do anything, right? So I could end there very easily, but since I'm going to be doing a lot of things with these podcasts, I'm also considering a documentary, maybe even a book, but I'm starting with it. So for purposes of the record, as it were, Uber is by far a bigger offender than Lyft. In fact, for a very long time, we used Lyft exclusively, except for the little problem that, to be blunt, Lyft doesn't work as well as Uber, right? If I use Uber, a car shows up, I get in, it takes me where I want to go, and I go. If I use Lyft, they make their drivers use their in-house GPS system, which doesn't work very well. So very often you'll have a driver looping around for, an extra 15 minutes trying to find you. And when you actually finally get there, it'll take you in a weird, inefficient route. If there's like a blockade somewhere, they used to be able to use Waze or Google and they could, work around it. Like they could have their own internal app take them around, but Lyft, for I guess liability reasons or whatever, basically doesn't work. It just doesn't. It doesn't work very well. And after the California thing, to me, morally speaking, there's very little difference between Uber and Lyft. Now, in terms of the overall history of these companies, that is clearly not the case, right? Lyft has problems, and those problems are pretty much endemic that all of the big tech companies have, not just the big five, all of them. But Uber is, if I was to make a list of the top 5 evil tech companies that I know of, Uber would probably be number 4, right? Because, you've got Facebook, you've got Twitter, you've got Amazon, and Uber is pretty high up there, right? Apple does some evil things, Microsoft has done some evil things, and still does some evil things, but compared to Uber, so the big problems with Uber are, initially, it was basically started by a rape bro, right? It was started by a sexist, disgusting jerk who had total control over the company, just like Mark Zuckerberg, but he literally had frat boys helping to run this thing. He had something called God Mode, where, he and his buddies would chuckle about a woman who went out to have sex and then literally sit there and watch, probably while they're sitting around, drinking martinis or whatever frat bros drink, as she went home the next day, right? I mean, they literally had algorithms that helped them seek out and sense this kind of thing. They had rapes, and they still do have rapes in their cars, but they basically did nothing about this for many years early on. And it took a major public outcry before the companies that had invested heavily in Uber basically had an internal revolt and literally forced the old guy out with the new management. The new management is, not exactly sterling in their morality, given what we just saw in California, but they don't stand out as, as much as, say, Mark Zuckerberg or Jack at Twitter does in terms of malfeasance. And then the other thing that Uber did that just kind of puts them in a wholly different category of evil than Lyft is they're thieves, right? Supposedly, self-driving cars are like this big thing and are going to put a lot of taxi drivers and a lot of truck drivers out of work, right? Nobody liked taxis, or at least very few people did. They smelled, they were corrupt, they were inefficient. There's a reason why Lyft and Uber were as successful as they were. And if you're a minority, you can't get a taxi ride because each individual taxi driver can just decide if they're going to pick you up or not, right? With Lyft and Uber, you just push a button and you're picked up, right? A Lyft driver or an Uber driver can't decide not to pick you up because it affects their rating. And that's an improvement. But what's not an improvement is that the truck drivers, which are like one of the few decent blue-collar jobs that anybody who doesn't have a lot of education can still do in this country, they want to replace with robots. And, you look at Amazon, which is trying to automate as much of its workforce as it can, and just how evil this company is, among other things, you kind of have to wonder, should we let them? Right? Now, the tech companies are going to make all kinds of arguments like they typically do about how many accidents are caused by human beings. But the fact of the matter is that show me the statistics on how many lives are saved by human drivers, right? How many lives are saved because I have a human being behind the wheel and they can tell the difference between a child and a block of wood and stop the car, right? Supposedly our diligent federal, state, and county and city regulators are keeping an eye on these things, but we all know how well the regulatory capture and loopholes there are in our governmental systems. We are a gilded, corrupt democracy. But anyway, as far as Uber being thieves, Basically, Google was the first to get into the self-driving car game, or at least the first one I heard of, and certainly the first major player. And they were doing some interesting things back when Google used to be a cool company before they basically turned into Microsoft 2.0. And they hired a guy that used to work for Google who pretty much just carte blanche literally took the code that he wrote for Google, copied it onto a disk, waltzed over to Uber, and said, "Hey guys, want some self-driving cars?" And Uber was like, "Oh, that's cool." And there was a major lawsuit between Uber and Google, which Uber ultimately settled out of court, which is basically, legally speaking, that might be no admission of fault, but to anybody that understands what's going on, Uber totally fucking stole Google's code. Like, just flat out stole it. And Uber has since, not been doing, they're no longer, at least based on what I'm seeing, a major player in the self-driving game. That seems to be a couple of small startups you've never heard of, and Tesla and Google. And I'll be doing a thing on Tesla soon. But the fact of the matter is that Uber is basically really, really creepy, and Lyft isn't that much better.
Welcome to the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. I'm Tom Rex. This is another in a series that I'm calling The Sins of Silicon Valley, and the penultimate in the series. I considered for a long time doing other episodes. A few examples I considered were Robinhood.com, Pets.com, 4chan, Epic. There's a whole list of other companies, but at the end of the day, I think I've done a really good job of establishing the pattern of the point I'm trying to make, right? So in the first half, I explain at a meta level the culture of Silicon Valley and the consequences of having frat boys and chuds be in charge of scientific wonders that can both be awesome and terrible. And in the second half, I've shown the major tech companies plus Twitter plus Uber specific examples of stuff they've done, right? So basically, past, present, and future, the tech companies as a cultural institution are a massive failure, right? They're great for designing things that make our lives better, but they are absolutely inept and incapable of policing themselves in a way that basically, they are incapable of policing themselves. There are industries that do that, right? The comics for a while had the Comics Code Authority, and people hate it, but it kept comics from being completely obliterated in the very conservative culture of the 50s. So, I mean, we still have comics, at least, right? And I think a stark contrast between something like the Comics Code Authority, which was basically pro-censorship, and I'm never generally on the side of conservatism when it comes to culture. In fact, in other podcast episodes or series, I've talked about how the culture war is the only war that matters. And it's doubly so when it comes to technology. And for being supposedly progressive socially, these companies are remarkably anti-union, remarkably anti-poor, remarkably basically anti-everything except green, and they have all been accused of basically being greenwashing companies, right? They do some things that on the surface seem to be economically and ecologically friendly, and they're definitely ahead of other industries like the coal industry, but that's not saying much, right? And for as much good as they do or don't do, right, for everything that Facebook proactively does in terms of putting censorship, or I mean putting false uh, fake news on stories, they routinely ignore the harm they do. And the thing is that what has become even more apparent since I started this series is that for the most part, they're completely aware, right? Just like Exxon was aware of climate change and the damage it was going to do 30 years before anybody else, and or most other people, and engaged in a rampant big tobacco like effort to keep from being held in check, right? Google and Apple and Facebook and Amazon and Microsoft have an army of lobbyists to walk the calls of our incredibly inefficient, inept, and corrupt republic and do everything they can to maximize their profits and maximize their power. And I think the thing that I find hilarious is that every single one of these companies started as a small garage style startup with the intent of we're not going to be the other guys. Even Microsoft, right, when they started, had grandiose goals of making the world a better place, and we're going to be the good guys, and we're going to empower people to have computers, or Apple is, we're going to empower people to have computers, or we're going to remake the cell phone and make it into something awesome. And they have, right? Everybody has a smartphone. It's great. Google is incredibly useful as a search engine. Facebook has people that enjoy it, even if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do in terms of letting you actually talk to your friends and family, instead of losing them, or helping to kill them with false COVID information. But the fact of the matter is that that's not what the way they are, right? All of these companies end up becoming versions of Microsoft, including Microsoft, which is still Microsoft, right? So, for example, I've been collecting articles as I run across them in my daily news searches for each of these companies, and I've ended up Facebook is, and I've added them to the comments of the original um, podcast I did on these on them, and Facebook definitely has more than anybody else, but Amazon has a surprising number. Just one little thing after another, and it starts to add up, right? It starts to, after a while, you start to see a pattern of not paying taxes and regulatory capture and social harm that they know they're doing, and that basically they're not held to account, right? And so, it's one thing to complain about this, right? And I have a general policy of, when I do a podcast, I try and offer solutions, not just critique, because simply exposing the truth about something isn't enough, right? Jon Stewart on The Daily Show did the best job I've ever seen in decades of exposing the worst of the worst, and he eventually quit in disgust when he realized that simply exposing the truth about these people is not enough, right? And I'm just one guy, and I'm not the only one who's noticed these things. But I think the solution I offer is a couple of things, right? The biggest one is culture, right? We need to understand that culture eats policy for breakfast. I forget who came up with that phrase, and it was definitely somebody in the tech industry, but it's definitely true, right? The culture of a company and the culture of an industry shapes everything that it does. And I think at the end of the day, the two biggest changes we need to have in culture are, A, we need to have it understood that the people who make decisions about how these things are applied should not be developers, right? It just should not be the people that invent the technology. If they have a neat idea, fine, let them run with it and come up with something about, and invent it. But they definitely should not be the people who decide how it's actually used once it's let out in the wild. And that basically means a couple of things, right? It means that you need non-governmental bodies to monitor and report to the actual government and regulatory agencies who understand the technology. And we have some of that, right? We have the Electronic Freedom Foundation. We have, tech think tanks that keep an eye on some of these people, but a lot of times they're populated by, developers. And I disagree with the common developer concept that only developers really understand technology. There are a lot of people who understand technology that are basically just routinely ignored because they don't agree with the unlimited, frat boy culture that typically happens on the technology side. And then the other thing you need to do is you basically need to remove the idea that corporations only exist for profit. And, that's a larger economic argument in a lot of ways. But when it comes to technology and how it impacts everything we do, a for profit motive has disastrous results. Technology is like electricity or water, right? It's not just what we use today. In other words, not just the internet, not just smartphones, not just computers, or even social media, right? These things become indispensable to us. And the people that make them clearly do not understand how to responsibly regulate themselves in a way that makes these things work for the benefit of society. So I think, bottom line, we need basic legislation that says when you invent these things, you have, 10 years in a business model and then you're out. You have to find the next thing, right? That would actually keep, the Apples and the Microsofts and the Googles constantly scrambling to find the next big thing. And they already do that anyway, right? But the point is that if Google was out of the search engine business after 10 years, and you basically forced, devolution and everybody else, by the way, not any of the other major tech companies, no major tech conglomerates, startups, right, to pick up the search engine business, and they could take all of Google's patents and everything that they learned and spread it around, and you either have to have government-owned infrastructure that they work around, or they have to start from scratch. I don't have easy solutions to everything. What I do know is that Google stifles competition. Apple stifles competition. Amazon stifles competition. And basically, we need to keep these companies from growing too large. And we need to put a time limit on how long they are able to operate in these new technologies that eventually become indispensable to us, and hand the keys over to someone else. Because what ends up happening is Microsoft is still Microsoft. To me, they're the best example of how, Google is Microsoft, Apple is now Microsoft, Facebook is the worst Microsoft that you could ever imagine in any conceivable reality, and Amazon is also Microsoft, right? They use regulatory capture, and they use their size, and they use their intimidation to crush small businesses and co-opt weak and inept politicians to do what they want. And bottom line, we need to change the expectation for society at a large root level, just like they do in Europe. And Europe does a better job, except Europe is constantly playing catch up. And proactively understand, Apple, okay, you're going to invent the iPhone? Great. You got exactly 10 years to play around with this thing. And after that, your patents, your trademark, it's done. You have no protection from the government. You have to find something else. You have to invent the iPod, which I know came before Apple, or before the iPhone. But my point is, let the technology companies do what they do, right? But there needs to be a time limit as to how long that they are able to profit from these things, right? And it's not just patents, it's actual ability to operate in the industries that they operate. And on top of that, right, we basically need to understand that once something becomes indispensable, that there are obligations on other stakeholders that must be addressed besides just the profit motive, right? If social media becomes a major thing, and there are study after study after study that shows the toxic effects that it has. And an operator like Facebook is proven to be inept. We need to take the keys away from him. By the way, we also flat out need to structure our business culture so that nobody like Mark Zuckerberg is ever allowed near the CEO chair again. And even if they are, they hit that 10-year limit, right? Mark Zuckerberg is in a position in Facebook where literally nobody can remove him, right? If every single shareholder in Facebook decided that Mark Zuckerberg was a total jerk, which he is, they can't remove him because the government and our society allowed the company to have a specific structure to allow one man who is corrupt and inept and a jerk to have all this influence on our society. And we need to prevent any one company and any one person from ever having this kind of power. I'm all in favor of the profit motive. I'm all in favor of allowing markets, but there needs to be a balance. There needs to be an understanding that these people cannot be allowed to do the kinds of things that they do. I have every optimism for the future. I think that people, not just me, are finally waking up to the abuses that these companies are committing. Right now, we live in the second Gilded Age. And for those of you not familiar, historically speaking, we've been here before, right? And at the turn of the 19th century and the early 20th century, the Industrial Revolution started to show its problems, right? It had brought cheap goods and wonderful transportation and all kinds of benefits. But a lot of those benefits represented only a small handful, mainly people who had been lucky to be at the right place at the right time, and through hard work, intelligence, and luck, managed to get a huge, enormous fortunes and trusts, like the U.S. Steel Trust and Big Oil and so on and so forth. And eventually, society realized that these companies cannot be allowed to aggregate this power, and so we created monopoly laws, most of which are still used in our century-old, just like the 250-year-old Constitution, we're trying to use to regulate our society. And frankly, we need more nimble laws. We need a new Constitution, and my next series is going to be on the Constitution. And bottom line, we need to be able to fix these things faster, right? It's understandable that we don't want to fix it too fast, right? Because sometimes people get stupid ideas, and sometimes the mob or the populists make stupid decisions, like, for example, Trump, right? But the fact of the matter is that it should not have taken so long to fix Facebook, because we're still not fixed, right? Even if we had all of the politicians in Washington all on board to fix Facebook in the same way, it would still take time to pass a law, to enforce a law, to break up Facebook, and to figure out what comes next. And my point in this series is that it's not just whack-a-mole, fix Facebook, fix Google, fix Microsoft. It is understanding that the Silicon Valley culture is something that has been with us for decades. And smart people don't just fix the previous problem. They fix the next problem that's coming down the road. This has been the Tossing Grenades at Windmills podcast. Buy my book, Have Name Will Travel, at Amazon and other markets. RedAnvilCreative.com contains all our podcasts. Copyright 2021.
To fight the forces of evil!